All right. Good morning. So today is Tuesday, September 9th, and I appreciate seeing some friendly faces back here so we can talk a little bit more about the comprehensive plan. It's such an important part of our future here in Coconino County. So thank you for being here. My name is Patrice Horseman, and I am the chair of the Coconino County Board of Supervisors and also the supervisor for District 1. And we're taking roll call. So District 2.
Good morning, everyone. Jeronimo Vasquez, Supervisor, District 2, and current Vice Chair.
District 3.
Good morning, everyone. Tammy Ontiveros, District 3.
District 4.
Yate Abena. Good morning, everyone, for being here. Thanks for being in attendance. And then also County Board Supervisor for District 4, Judy Begay.
And District number 5.
Good morning, Lena Fowler, District 5, and somewhere along the way, I must have, I can't really see closely anymore, and I broke my eyeglasses, so I want to thank Andy for giving me one of his spare reading glasses. I must have aged along the way somewhere. So, ta-da! You're all blurry when I put this on, but yeah.
We are moving on with the agenda, and our first item of business is the Pledge of Allegiance to show honor for our country. Those who can, please stand and let's say the pledge. All right, moving along, our next is call to the public, and my colleagues certainly know, and for those of you that are here and for those of you that may be listening online, this is the time that members of our public have an opportunity to address the board on items that are not on the agenda. And since these items are not on the agenda, our response is extremely limited. We cannot enter into a discussion or answer your questions. However, we can refer to administration or to a follow-up board meeting. And we ask that you keep your comments to 3 minutes. We also ask that you remember we're an open public meeting, and we are a civil society, and we are respectful towards each other. We hope you remember that in your comments to us here in the call to the public. So with that, I am going to turn it over to our to the infamous and wonderful Lindsay Daly to explain how you can address the board under call to the public, both either in person or online. So Lindsay Daly, please take it away.
Thank you, Chair Horseman. At this time, if there's anyone here that would like to do a comment, we have comment cards on the table by the door. You can fill that out. There's not a whole lot of people here, so you can also come up to the podium once we get through those that have filled out comment cards. If you're watching virtually on our YouTube format, you can email board comments at coconino.az.gov, and that will show up in our inbox for your comment as well. So I'll go ahead and start. We have Amelia Mason from the library who would like to provide comment, and we set the clock for 3 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Board of Supervisors. It's good to be back here with you today. I'm just coming today, since we're in September, this is Library Card Sign-Up Month, and I wanted to talk to you briefly about the program that we're running this month and how you can participate, and hopefully anyone watching can also learn about our new offerings. This month for Library Card Sign-Up Month, we are doing library card punch cards, which require 3 things. It's to get a library card, then check out a book, and read the book. Anyone who does this is able to return the card to either of the Flagstaff Library locations, and then they get entered to win items in a drawing that we've put together. In addition to that, something new that our marketing librarian, she was unable to be with us here today because she had a conflicting thing, but she also put together a business participation program. So we've created these maps, and I'm going to leave these and cards for each of you that show participating businesses who have offered to partner with the library at this time. The idea is someone takes their library card to a local business, shows the library card, and then gets a discount, a free item with purchase, a sticker, whatever the business is able to afford. And then they're able to get a extra bonus for being a library card holder. So we're hoping to encourage more people to get their library cards and to use them, and also to support our local businesses. This is our first year doing this program, so we're kind of trial running it here in Flagstaff, but we do hope to roll this out to the counties potentially next year. Just a few stats about our library cards that I'd like to share with you. We currently have over 50,000 active card holders in all of our county libraries, which is just under 30% of our legal service population holding library cards. And since I have just a minute, I'm going to share some more fun stats from the last couple things that we've done at some of our branch libraries. We were able to add more sensory toys and board games at the Grand Canyon Library. The Tuba City Library has a very high door count right now. Patrons aren't checking out as many materials, but the library is serving as a community space. We've also received puzzle donations to our friends of the library, and there's actually a high demand for that at Tuba City. Now that the fire is more contained, the bookmobile is able to return to the North Rim and Jacobs Lake and is doing that next week. We're moving forward with getting new computers in our libraries so people will actually be able to use those more. And Forest Lakes is now hosting football nights, bowling, and other activities. So I encourage everyone to visit your library, and I will be leaving these cards and maps for you. Thank you.
Thank you. We love our libraries here in Coconino County, and thank you for that update and what's going on. So really appreciate it. Do we have others?
Yes, Chair Horstman, we have Michelle Axlin here to speak.
I know her. Thank you for joining us, Michelle. This is our director from HHS.
Thank you, Chair and Board of Supervisors. Michelle Axlin, Director of Health and Human Services, and I'm here to talk about vaccines, our favorite topic, especially the COVID vaccine, because it got a little messy this year, and we see a lot in the news, and we just kind of want to give you those details and tell you also where we are at Health and Human Services. So the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices, otherwise known as ACIP, along with the FDA and CDC, have said that individuals over the age of 65 can get the COVID vaccine and it will be covered by the insurance. Now, here's where it gets messy. If you're between the ages of 64 and 12, that area has not been approved. ACIP is intending to meet on the 18th, which is next Thursday, and meet and decide on that. This will be a big decision because this will tell your insurance company of whether or not to cover for that vaccination. Currently, our pharmacies here in town will vaccinate you if you are 65 plus, but you need a doctor's note. So first you have to go to the doctor and then you can do that. The next part is we have those vaccines here at HHS at our clinic. We are going to start our clinic hours. Those marketing is going out starting today. Every Tuesday and Thursday, we will have what we call our respiratory illness season. So we are going to have your flu shots, your COVID vaccine, and for those that are exciting enough and over the age of 50, you can get your pneumonia vaccine, a triple dual. So what we're hoping is for you to help us get the word out on the COVID vaccines. Now, if you're between the ages of 12 and 64, we are going to ask you to go get a doctor's note if you come to see us before next Thursday. We currently do not have our Moderna vaccine. We do have the Pfizer vaccine in stock. Moderna is only eligible for those ages 6 months and older to 11. That is the only vaccine available to our young children. But if you have questions, please call our clinic. We're happy to help answer any of those. You can schedule an appointment with us, Or you can come into those walk-in clinics on Tuesdays and Thursdays from 8 to 4:30. So I appreciate the board and for helping us spread the word how important COVID vaccines are. We're hoping ACIP will cover our 64 to 12-year-olds because that is an important population. There are a lot of risk factors individuals have, which include heart disease, diabetes, obesity, lung disease, and any immunocompromised disease. All those individuals are considered high risk according to the CDC. So we're hopeful that they will allow for that vaccine for the age groups of 12 to 64. Thank you.
If I can, just to underscore some of this, COVID, flu, pneumonia, you have your flu clinics. I'm going to call it vaccine clinic. That might be the better way to put it. On Tuesdays and Thursdays from 8 to 4:30, starting when?
Next Tuesday, the
Next
16th.
Tuesday.
And
the
our social
16th.
media will be going out and we will share that with everyone and the public.
And then just again, to recap, the vaccine clinic can serve those 65 over for COVID without a prescription. However, for the COVID shot available through pharmacies in town, those 65 and over must have a prescription.
That is correct, Chair.
And last but not least, just to confirm, you are awaiting confirmation on whether you, as the healthcare, can provide vaccines, COVID vaccines, those 12 to 64. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. We look forward to the information. It's important for our community to get this. We look forward to helping you get this out. So thank you and your staff for this.
Thank you very much.
Any other calls to the public?
Chair Horstman, yes, we do have someone that would like to comment. If you want to come on up to the podium, you can just state your name and address for the minutes. Thank you. And we'll provide 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Ashlyn Arnold. I am the president of Native American Club at Flagstaff High School, and I would like to just briefly share our Save the Date events that Native American Club is hosting. So this month we are having our Fall Bazaar on September 27th from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. at Flagstaff High School in the common area. And same thing for our Christmas Bazaar. It's going to be happening December 13th. December 13th is our Christmas Bazaar. And then our Valentine's Bazaar is happening February 7th, same times, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. And then we're having our 47th annual powwow, which is going to be April 18th or 17th and 18th. And yeah, we just wanted to share that really quickly. Thank you for your time. Yeah.
Ashlyn, thank you for joining us. Really appreciate this. You came from Flagstaff High School. Are you missing a class to be here with us? or-
Yes, I'm also here on behalf of the Indigenous Circles of Flagstaff with Miss Rose Tohi and Mr. Marks and Miss Leslie. So
Well, you're in good company. So thank you for coming and sharing this information with us. And I assume we're all invited?
yes,
Okay.
everyone is invited. We will be selling food at our concession stand, and so eat, and shop. Thank you so
Well,
much.
we have a board that likes to do that. We'll see you there.
Yay! Thank you.
All right.
you.
Thank you.
All right, if there's anyone else that would like to come up to the podium that hasn't filled out a comment card, you're welcome to come on up. And Chair Horstman, we have not received any emails in our inbox at this point.
All right, final call, members of the public. We've heard from 3 wonderful people who are providing information to our community about upcoming events and things that are happening. Anybody else have any comments, questions, etc.? This is it. You have final call.
It looks like we do not have any other comments.
Great, very good. Then we'll move forward. So, and you are welcome to stay for the whole board meeting, but we understand you may have to get back to school. So thank you again for being with us. All right, we are moving on. Number 1, this is a continuation of a work study session we started at the last meeting for Planning and Zoning Commission on the update of the County Comprehensive Plan. This is so important, and that's why we wanted to give it the time that it needs for full discussion and review by the board, and also, quite frankly, to hear from the Planning and Zoning Commission and those from the County Comprehensive Plan that have been helping to put this plan together. So we really appreciate you coming back. We may have people online, I don't know, that are going to be presenting on this or have comments to be made. So again, thank you so much. And with that, planner Melissa Shaw, who has really done an incredible job overseeing this comprehensive plan process. So please join us.
Thank you, Chair Horstman and Board of Supervisors. Good morning. It's nice to be back and for a morning session. Since we've all had some coffee now, we can get through this. And thanks, Lindsay. Yes. Thank you. So I do want to take a moment though and just recognize the members of the Planning and Zoning Commission and also the advisory group who are here with us. So Rose Tohi, Sat Best, and Tina Berger with our Planning and Zoning Commissioners. I don't know who else is online, if there are any online. Not yet. And then also we have two members of our advisory group, Rose Tohu, who is doing double duty as a member of our advisory group, and then Aaron Sakakaku, who is joining us today from Hopi. And I do think I saw Judy Nelson from our advisory group. She's down in Forest Lakes. I believe she's online. Yeah, so thank you everybody for coming back today and working through this with us. I just had several kind of points that we wanted to try to hit with you today. And one of those was to just briefly talk about what are the core planning priorities of the plan. We had a question about that last time. And then we'll jump in and we'll spend some time in looking at policies and going into a bit of focus on the policies so we can see how those relate to the core planning priorities. And then we'll go back and talk about the 60-day review discussion that you began last time, and then you made some recommendations, and then we'll have some time to look at the additional comments that we didn't get to. And then we'll talk briefly about the schedule, the public hearing draft, and then just an exciting new tool that we're rolling out with the plan. And then the advisory group, they may have comments along the way, or just at the end, we made time for them to give you some of their feedback. And so with that, I just wanted to mention that the current plan, the 2015 plan, it's been noted that it is a conservation-based plan. And this plan is too, but it's also based on shared values. And so when we did the initial outreach, we learned from our communities that there were three primary values. One of those was about the quality of the rural lifestyle. And people value a vibrant county economy, diverse housing options that support the integrity and sustainability of the rural community lifestyle. That's a strong value that all of our communities have shared with us. Also, being stewards of the natural environment and sustainability. Very simply put, that we are stewards of the land and natural environment. That's, again, another strong core value of this plan. And then finally, recognizing and honoring that we have diverse communities and diverse services across the county. And so the shared value is that we're inclusive and respect and honor the diversity of our communities, people, land, and cultures, with vibrant communities connected by partnerships and county-wide services. So these then reflect the core planning priorities, and they tier right off of those values. So one is to maintain the county's rural character and lifestyle by managing growth and development, striving to provide opportunities for economic vitality and resilience, and equitable and accessible housing. And then also to protect the natural environment, water quality and water supply, and restoring forest health. And then finally, providing responsive public and emergency services and infrastructure to the county's diverse communities. So please stop me at any time if there are any questions or if any members of the advisory group or the planning commission wish to jump in, because there's a lot more behind all of this than just what these brief slides show. And so then with that, we wanted to just jump into the policy focus and spend some time and in a very summarized way. This is kind of the Cliff Notes version of the policies. Today's plan has, I think, 386 policies. The updated plan has 179, so we're not going to go through 179 policies, but they can be summarized. And so the first section, and so again, the plan is organized into 3 main sections that follow those core planning priorities. The first is the quality of rural lifestyle. And in that section are 3 chapters: the land use and growth chapter, circulation and transportation chapter, and resilient economies and housing. And so the first set of policies then have to do with land use. Of course, land use is a huge part of the plan. It's primarily a land use-based document with the other elements, if you will, that are many of them required by statute and many that are the county has elected to address. So the policies focus on making sure the higher density development is located near rural centers that have services that are available, and that rural residential lower density development is, that where services are not available, that we encourage that to still remain a lower density. Regarding commercial uses, resort developments, and industrial uses, again, those should be located where there are access to public roads, utilities, and emergency services. The policies encourage using the subdivision process over land divisions. The policies also encourage, and these are getting pretty specific, but one of the core values is to conservation and preserving our large ranches and discouraging fragmentation or fragmented land use patterns. The policies encourage maintaining federally owned or managed public lands as open space. And then we jump into the next policies are focused on our transportation chapter. And so there are quite a few policies related to transportation circulation. So the policies are looking for coordinating transportation planning that minimize environmental impacts. There are policies that address funding circulation improvements using developer contributions and looking for new, supporting existing and looking for new funding sources for transportation projects. Also with that, encouraging communities to form improvement districts, which is an important tool for communities that don't have public roads and don't have any services. We're also looking to connect, to provide connectivity and access for safety and efficient circulation. There are a lot of policies that focus on safety. And then pretty specifically looking to promote alternative modes of travel and multimodal opportunities. That's another theme that really comes out through this plan. And then the next policies focus on the resilient economies and housing chapter. So that we're looking there to support business systems and opportunities in those policies. We're looking to provide good access to education and skilled trade programs. We're looking to provide infrastructures and programs to promote businesses and ranches. And then finally, and there's only one bullet point here, but there's a very important goal and several policies that support expanding housing choices. So again, these are summarized versions of the detailed policies, and this is the first section for the quality of rural lifestyle, which are land use, circulation, transportation, and resilient economies and housing. And I feel like I should pause here and see if there are any questions.
Board members, any questions? Supervisor Fowler, with her glasses on.
Yeah, with my glasses on, if I can see here. Not sure what page you're on all of these. I wanted to add on the in-holdings. I wanted to have a section on in-holdings and how, I think that one is on page 29. Is that part of this or
Yeah,
am I ahead?
Supervisor, I
here?
think you are going, I think we're on page 49 of 64
Yeah,
and 50 and
so
51.
I'm the booklet, the 217 page, I'm on that page, not this.
Okay, thank you.
There's a lot, isn't there?
So I just want to, maybe that's just, and then the other one, so you were talking about, maybe I should just wait until we go through it, because there's so much. I have all the way, I have a whole list here that I want to go over.
Okay.
But I will let you go through this and then we can go back, because I have them as page numbers for the 217 pages.
Okay, could
that
I
I
have a
wanna
clarifying
make-
question? The 217-page packet, is that, or are you talking?
Or is that,
Plan?
that is the
Plan.
comprehensive
Okay.
draft that you have. I think it was,
That's-
yes,
Okay,
that one.
all right, thank you. for that.
That's the one I wanted to refer to. But what I'll do is I will wait on that. I will wait on my comments then.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, I'll make a brief comment. When you talk about encouraging subdivision over land division and promoting conservation of large ranches and discouraging fragmented land use patterns, those are really somewhat connected, I assume. And, it is something that we have been, in my district, we have a lot of ranch lands, and it is a concern if these ranch lands would be broken up, how we could possibly handle them in so many ways, infrastructure, water, transportation, you name it. And so I really very happy to see that in there. I know that was a value that was in the prior comprehensive plan, and I think it's extremely important to maintain. And it also, I really want to thank you for maintaining federally owned or managed public land as open spaces. I know that many of us have been participating in and speaking out on the importance of our public lands, both in terms of quality of life and lifestyle and outdoor recreation, but also in terms of our economy. So I really appreciate that in there as well. So thank you.
Madam,
Supervisor Ontiveros.
Thank you, Chair. Could you go forward one slide, Ms. Shaw? I think it was on that page.
Sorry.
Okay, right there on the 1, 2, 3, fourth bullet point, promote alternative modes of travel and multimodal opportunities. Recognizing that Coconino County is so vast, I'm kind of thinking that these are, should I say, opportunities that would lie more in the Flagstaff area? Or is there something that is going into the rural areas, specifically, Belmont Parks, Williams tribal lands? Is there something larger that we're striving to accomplish here?
There, for the question. I think there are several answers to that. One would be, and you'll see as we move on that there is a lot of connectivity between policies, because when we get to the parks and recreation policies, you'll see that we're also encouraging connectivity in terms of trails and also supporting multimodal access. Because when you think of multimodal, if you've been, for instance, in the example that we've been talking about up in Utah, they have between many rural areas, there is a separated multi-use path that goes for miles. And that's something that our Public Works Department has actually been actively applying for grants to do countywide planning for a similar kind of system that would possibly, along existing road right-of-ways, provide a separated multi-use path that could connect not just our communities, but also provide a pretty remarkable recreational opportunity and amenity for the entire county. So that is what that is in a big picture sense getting at. And then also community-wise, so we know that most of our small communities would like to have trails throughout their communities so they're connected with each other, even just internally. So it's really working both ways, the bigger picture as well as you know, just down on the ground more specifically. And you'll see when we get to the looking more at the implementation plan that, and just I'll say again that every implementation strategy is linked to a goal or policy. And so you'll see there is actually a high priority implementation action item that relates to that multimodal trail system throughout the county.
Melissa, if I may, and Madam Chair, sorry, Vice Chair, but wanted to note on November 4th, Public Works will be presenting Comprehensive Safety Action Plan and Local Road Safety Plan.
That's great. Thank you. Yeah, Supervisor Vasquez.
Yeah, I just wanted to add in the conversation about alternative modes of travel and multimodal, we also need to think about bus service. Right now, we have Mountain Line in the Flagstaff area. It's been one of my dreams over the last 4 years, working with Mountain Line to get it expanded there, but obviously you have to create those opportunities, you know, and the funding has to be there. So, but we do want to keep public transportation such as bus lines in mind, and especially if there's a way eventually to get shuttles between some of our communities, that would be really helpful. Thank you.
Supervisor Begay.
Good morning. Thank you for the presentation. I think the city has a lot of plans with this, and as far as adding more bus routes and also to ensure that, you know, everybody's has the opportunity to travel in this multimodal moding. And so I'm just kind of wondering how and when can we have the city present their like Mountain Line and then others that are within our community, because I think that we're talking about Coconino County as a whole, and we know that city has done separate things here and there, but I think we need to all sing the same tune. So I'm just kind of wondering about that, you know, because we had our meeting last week for the executive meeting, and that's where there are plans, you know, for the city as far as how people transportations are going to be going out here and there, but I think it's mostly within the city, and then also transits. I know the Navajo Nation is doing some transit lines, so within the county. So I'm pretty sure there are other areas that have some planning too. So I think we need to bring that all into a nutshell, and then, you know, go from there as far as planning is going. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. If I could just follow up on that, then there are, so this plan does have policies that definitely talk about collaborating and coordinating with Mountain Line and the city, and then other rural transit providers. We know City of Page has some transit going on, the Navajo Nation. And so that's another theme that runs through that transportation circulation chapter, as well as others, to strive to work together to eventually, in an ideal future, have a connected transit system. So thank you for bringing that up.
Supervisor Fowler.
I want to just make a correction on talking about transit. On page 46, you mentioned Navajo Transit that runs to Tuba City. That no longer runs. We haven't had that for many years now. So don't know if they'll ever reopen that.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that.
Yeah, and then so I would just mention that.
All right, any other comments? Otherwise, we'll ask. Please, Melissa, continue.
Thank you. And so our next section is entitled Stewards of the Natural Environment, and there are 4 chapters in that section: the Natural Environment chapter, the Parks, Recreation, Trails, Open Space chapter, Sustainability, Resilience, Energy, and Climate, and then finally Water Resources. So 4 main chapters in this next section. And the first several bullets, policy focus, begin with our Natural Environment chapter. And so it's focused heavily on conserving and protecting wildlife, riparian habitat, floodplains, and environmentally sensitive features. There are specific policies that address invasive and noxious weeds and ways to mitigate those. The policies, and then you'll see this is another theme that is woven throughout the plan to support forest restoration, including providing education for property owners about Firewise USA and other programs. There are policies that address protecting soils, air quality, scenic views, and dark skies. So those are a lot of policies lumped into one bullet point. And then the next bullet points focus on our parks, recreation, trails, and open space chapter, and clear policies to support public input during regarding any kind of new park acquisition, park development and design, and funding opportunities. There's a policy that would encourage new developments to consider recreational needs of that specific community. And then policies encourage that the operation and management of parks reduce impacts to communities and the natural environment. And then again, and here you can see some of that connectivity between the different policies, looking at coordinated trail planning that considers connections, multimodal, and national trail system opportunities. We have, obviously, the Arizona Trail goes through Coconino County. There's several other nationally recognized trails that there are. Some of them are in the planning stage. Some of them are currently coming into the county. So recognizing that those are opportunities that also bring economic benefits, which is the next bullet point. Recognizing economic benefits of recreation and promoting responsible tourism. Again, a very common theme throughout the document. Responsible tourism is something that county residents are concerned with. The next several bullet points relate to the sustainability, resilience, energy, and climate chapter, and really looking at using best practices for sustainable and efficient buildings and energy efficiency, not just throughout the county, but for county facilities as well. There are policies in there that look for opportunities to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and promote carbon sequestration. And then finally, the last two bullet points, this is water as a required chapter, required element by state statute. This chapter, if you read it, it's very detailed. And these two bullet points are real high summaries of what those policies focus on. But essentially, the policies focus on water sustainability, protecting water quality, and conserving water. And then it also has a pretty significant focus on providing good information to our communities about water supply, coordinating programs, the different programs, not just within the county, but also statewide, because one thing we know is that some of the state legislation, if there were changes made, then it would give the county more local control over water supply. So there's a lot in the water resources chapter. So again, I'll pause here with this section and see if there are any more questions.
Comments, questions, Supervisor Ontiveros.
Two questions. The first one is on, can you define responsible tourism for me?
What I can, there's not a specific definition for responsible tourism, but what we understand that to mean is that county residents value the economic benefits of tourists. They value recognizing, knowing that we have Grand Canyon and other amazing tourist attractions here. What they're seeing, though, is an impact on natural resources, some trespass issues, litter, traffic issues, and really wanting to try to get the word out to visitors to our county to respect those natural resources, to respect private lands, to consider what their impact is to the environment as they're traveling around. So this came up time and time again when we did the outreach, that is something that, you know, in the literature, working with different chambers of commerce, that respectful tourism. And I think that there is a fair amount of information now about, you know, what a person can do who's visiting a county can do to recognize that this is home for a lot of people. It's not just a place. It's not just a recreational county. We're not just here for tourists. It's also where people live. Does that help?
Yes, it does. And I'm going to go ahead. I've got another question, but I think Vice Chair Vasquez is dovetailing with this.
Supervisor Vasquez.
Thank you. The question I had is, in this, while I recognize and I appreciate the way it's set up, what I don't see in here, and maybe it's alluded to, and maybe you can elaborate more on, is the impact of, for example, razors. You get all these folks coming up from Phoenix, and they go off-roading in our community, OHVs, yes. And so are there any kind of regulations or ordinances or places that people can go get information of what they can and cannot do, or areas where they can be and where they shouldn't be? Thank you.
Thank you so much for bringing that question up, because we actually do address it in the plan and some of the policies, because, like, you know, the off-highway vehicles, those, they will often travel on public lands. And the dust and the noise and all that, that's part of the responsible tourism. So there is discussion there about working with other land managers to get that message out and to, you know, try to, and it's a big lift. It's not easy, particularly when there are, when ranches are leasing federal land and there's a conflict with grazing and the off-highway vehicle users, how to get that message out there that, you know, there are these intermix and interactions between different types of uses. So the plan does address that. And there are policies, and there's, I believe there's actually an implementation strategy that it would fall on the shoulders of our economic development department and manager to really work to promote that responsible tourist message. But thank you, yeah.
And if I can, just on responsible tourism, I think it's also our message, you know, that we as a county, when we look at economic development, when we look at our messaging, I think that is our responsibility and our responsibility as the board. So thank you for that. And Supervisor Ontiveros, you have more questions.
Just one more. And it is the reduce greenhouse gas emissions and promote carbon sequestration. Can you talk to that and help me understand that better? And for those that may be joining us online.
Absolutely. So again, that is a very summarized policy in the Sustainability, Resilience, Energy, and Climate chapter. And recognizing that greenhouse gas, let me go back to that. It just advanced. There you go. The recognizing that that has greenhouse gas emissions has contributed to climate change, and that there are opportunities in the county to promote carbon sequestration. That ties into one of the implementation action items to develop a countywide sustainability plan. We would support efforts to promote carbon sequestration if a project were to come along, but it's not detailed specifically in this plan, because that type of policy would be something that a countywide sustainability plan could dive into much deeper and address more thoroughly. We don't have a separate countywide sustainability plan, but it is a theme that has been in the plan now since 2015. There's been a chapter on sustainability. And this time we've expanded that. We've also included energy, which, by the way, energy is required to be addressed by statute. So we are required to address our energy needs. And this is something that, recognizing the impacts, seeing the impacts of climate change, that this could possibly help with that.
And okay, and so I'm just going to ask something like an example question, if you will, because as you know that I am the supervisor for District 3. Many of these areas are rural. Many of these areas use wood stoves for their heat and gas stoves for their heat. They do not want to see those taken from them, okay? And so I'm asking this question, okay, because we know the conversation that's out there. There is no move to remove either of those from people who live in rural districts.
That's correct.
Okay.
And thank you for bringing that up, because again, this chapter specifically, sustainability, resilience, energy, and climate, we recognize that wood fuel is an important heat source for many of our county residents. And that's where the connection comes in to sustainability, because there may be opportunities to help people find funding to upgrade wood stoves, that sort of thing. But there's no effort, or there's no even discussion about impacting people's lives that rely on, for instance, wood for home heating.
Thank you, Melissa. I appreciate that.
Supervisor Fowler.
I would add the Lake Powell and Glen Canyon Northern Arizona trails to your when you speak about trails in this section. It is a trail that our Parks and Recreation Commission worked on. So I think that it's a really important trail. We do have a website also. I'm looking at it right now. And then when we talk about public lands with the North Rim burning and just the impact to our economy, I would add how important public lands is, and they're the economic drivers in our communities. And this fire has really highlighted that for the North Rim as well as the South Rim, which impact the whole county and 6 counties surrounding us. And the state of Arizona. So I would emphasize that even more in this section when we're talking about public lands. And also when I'm really happy that you talk about I think it's in this section, you talk about the wildlife travel on highway, and I'm really happy. And somewhere in this, I don't think it was in this section, somewhere you wrote down the antelope crossing on highway 89, the wildlife. And that is really, and you mentioned the one over here too, the crossing that we're working on. I think that's really important. I think that is really important that we emphasize that those projects are really important. And I think here too, since I believe that we need to say that the North Rim Lodge needs to be restored. This is a document that is going to be the document. So North Rim rebuilt, and a year-around service opportunity is there. And worded in such a way that it is into futuristic benefit of that. Because in our region, especially in our along the Arizona Strip, the North Rim, when it did open on May 15th, close on October 15th, that was the economic season. And we all know the NAU did a study for us, and should that extension, and this is what we were working on, is an extension of those the opportunity to keep it open just a little longer, it would have generated over $14 million. I believe we need to mention that study in this report because it's not mentioned anywhere. There are other documents that are mentioned, but not that one. So I think that's a good document to add. So I would just add those two. The natural environment, and then I like it that you mentioned cheatgrass in here. I think we need to be careful when we're mowing the sides of the highway. I believe that I've been trying to figure out how cheatgrass is just flourishing throughout the country now. I believe it's from those mowers. In our county, we should make it a standard that when they section off a place or mow a place where cheatgrass is available, that they wash the machine down like they do with the boats, with the quagga mussels on Lake Powell. So I believe we need to start requiring that in our county. The state of Arizona should require that. When there's a fire, the cultural specialists in those fire team that comes in, they do that with all the machinery. But I don't believe that is required when it comes to highway equipment. So that's my little speech there. Thank you.
Thank you. If I can, I know it's a comprehensive plan, and so I'm not sure it's important to, even though we feel very strongly about the rebuilding of the Grand Canyon Lodge. I'm not sure it's appropriate to put a specific building in there. I could come up with all kinds of buildings I want in there. And certainly Grand Canyon Lodge would be right there at the top. So, but I think in general, the comment being made is the acknowledgement of the importance that the Grand Canyon National Park, both the South and the North Rim, have on our economy and on our future, quite frankly. I think that's going to be very important to lay out in there, and I know you have talked about that. Second thing is, and again, I don't want to get into the weeds, no pun intended, because we've talked about cheatgrass, but when we talk about water sustainability, quality, and conservation, I think it is important to put in there a comment about the importance that we in local government and Coconino County has in being able to manage our groundwater, which is something we do not have now. So,
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I mentioned those not to really put it in here, but I think those are acknowledgements that need to be made. Like the highway equipment requirement. I think that needs to be somewhere. I don't know where it is in our policies and the departments, but I think that needs to be mentioned in here because, we're working with all our partners, ADOT and others. And then North Rim, I really believe that we need to just emphasize how important public lands is to our economy. And we have done that before, but we are now really highlighting that in our plan. And I don't see it in here. Because things are mentioned here and then you read along and it's mentioned somewhere else again. Like the Neck College is not with the colleges, NAU College, but it's in the, but then you find it in somewhere else on, I think it's like page, way down, like past page 150, there's a section that is mentioned in that college. So anyway, you just really have to look for where. Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Begay.
Yeah, thank you, Melissa, for sharing all this with us. And then I feel that, basically, yeah, we have in each of our districts, we have issues, we have things that we want to be put in there, like Coal Mine Mesa and this and that, But I just want to say, I think this is something that is an overall umbrella and then under that, we would be able to, clean things out and sort out things, that's going to really benefit our county as a whole. So I'm just glad that, we're bringing this up here, and I think and again, it's going to take everyone to work together to do that within the county. So we have the city out there, we have others out there, and I trust that that's what we're going to do to make something that's workable that, we can resort to as far as planning and getting, a document in place, to go by. So I just want to say thank you so much for the committee that's on the board also. I think they do have a lot of work ahead of them, and it does outline the basics, and certainly we're going to build on it and then go from there. And the final product will be presented, to the board. And I think, as board members, we probably need to really just list a lot of stuff that we feel, and then when time comes, we can go ahead and submit that to you, and to the committee. That way, you guys are at least not leaving anything out that and look at everything that was presented. But certainly, the session is good too. So I just want to say thank you so much.
Please proceed.
Thank you. And if I could just follow up on the last two comments, Supervisor Begay, thank you for that. And so we'll talk about the schedule in a bit, but we are at a place where we have the public hearing draft is out and available. And we'll get back to this, but we have the public hearing with the Planning Commission is scheduled for this month on the 24th. So if you have other requests, we would love to hear them now. So today, and then also Supervisor Fowler, I will communicate to our other departments that have responsibility for equipment the idea about washing equipment for weed management. And so thank you for that. Yeah, we can bring that up to make
Back,
sure it's communicated.
back to the Northern Lodge, this report is actually pretty detailed. You go into talking about the drivers of the economy. Northern Lodge was that. Maybe it could be mentioned that it was that, in a way. But anyway, just a thought right here, because there are very specific details in here. Like on page, just as an example, you talk about education in the county, but the education Navajo Grant Schools is not mentioned in that college. Navajo Head Start, you mentioned NACOG's Head Start program, but Navajo Nation has a Head Start program. So these are really, in certain sections, there are, very specific mentioning what's available out there. And that's the reason why I bring these up. It's not just that this is a general document. It is highlighting and shining a flashlight on certain services that are there. And that is what I'm looking at. Thank you.
And if I may suggest, if there is going through some of the specifics like that, I think it would be very helpful if you could respond, just give them that in writing, especially since you've got, the exact page, et cetera, in it. And I think that would be very helpful moving forward. I'm not sure we're going to be able to have time to go through every page of the large document. But I think it's important that they get the information correct and that it's complete. So, and I think it's also important to understand, the role and purpose of the comprehensive plan as we move forward as well, and what we choose to put in and highlight. So, but for others as well, if there are very specifics or something missing, et cetera,
Thank you for that. And I do want to mention that, we developed this plan and the maps that illustrate it, to be noted that it was at a point in time. And we certainly want to make sure, because it is a comprehensive plan, it's a high level, generalized document, but it is also a resource document for communities. So we do want to make sure we're not leaving anything out that is significant. The other side of that, though, is there is a point where the editing has to just be complete. And we do have disclaimers on the maps to note that they were developed at a point in time, and if something changes in the next several years, they won't reflect that, but that will be addressed in the next update. But thank you. Is it time to move on to the next?
Please.
Section? Thank you. And so the final section we call diverse communities. Oh, excuse me. There's a comment from one of our commissioners.
sad, yes. Sad, I have to apologize because we're on the record and because we need to have you up there so we can hear you. At least so that the public can hear you. And we all want to hear you, so please come up.
Can I lay it off top of that or what?
No, don't put on the computer.
Okay. I'll be as quick as I can. Responsible tourism is something that really grabbed me in this new iteration. I think it's a new idea. And it's actually something we've been doing for 5 or 6 years, pretty heavily in planning and zoning. We at one point had a list of 16 things that we asked campgrounds to do. We've got that down to now 3 or 4 because a lot of them are in the zoning code, and OHVs were a really tough one. We don't have much jurisdiction. But the one thing that I would like to say is that in the implementation plan, number 9, I would add communication infrastructure with all county with all county jurisdictions, because I think responsible tourism as a program is something that we should be working with the county, especially City of Flagstaff, all jurisdictions. And we can do it in a way that is positive. It doesn't have to be something that is scolding. And we've tried to do that in planning and zoning. It can be something that makes you appreciate the land and natural environment more. You know, if you go to a party or an amusement park, you act one way and you throw your wrappers on the ground. If you go to a museum or a church, you don't. And the more that we can make people understand the heritage of this land and the beauty of it and the complexity of it, the better. The other thing in the environment was implementation 25. This is about invasive weeds, and we discussed it some at the previous meeting. I would just say that I would like to add to this and promote healthy native plant communities with the support exploring options for funding position shared among agencies to coordinate invasive weed abatement and promote healthy native plant communities. The best defense against invasive weeds, which are invading, is good native plant communities. I have just been in the forest recently in my normal rounds, and diffuse knapweed is now in the forest. It was not 5 years ago because it's all over Flagstaff and we're walking it out there. If we include a healthy native plant community, we get other partners. We get the Native Plant Society, we get master gardeners, we just get more members of the community on board. And if we can coordinate that, we'll have a more effective program. And I would also put this in the high priority, move it from 25 to 11, because if we wait 4 or 5 years, for instance, knapweed could be more than we can do. Thanks.
Thanks, Tad. Please proceed, Melissa.
Excuse me, Rose, did you have something you wanted to add? Commissioner Tohi, and also advisory group members.
She does everything. Thank you for being with us.
Got happen. Shay Rose Tohin Shado Tachini no da Inchino Kelachini Bashchin Zoda Chanel Doshi Dashiche at Ai I wanted to just kind of piggyback off of Commissioner Sat's comments on tourism. I had sent, I believe, to Melissa and Jess, and maybe to the planning and zoning, a video that was done by the city of Flagstaff, which featured our Daryl Marks and his sons regarding respecting land and earth, Mother Earth. And I wanted to just say that that's kind of like some things that we wanted to see if we can do. And that was just an example. And I'll just see if I can forward that to the Board of Supervisors as well. All right, thank you.
Thank you. All right, Melissa.
Thank you. Thank you for those comments. And so the last section is diverse communities and services. It has 2 chapters in it, community services and public safety. That is a big chapter. It covers a lot of topics. And then diverse cultures and community character, which is fairly unique for the county in comprehensive plans to have a chapter devoted to that. So the first, this page, all these bullet points in terms of the policy focus relate to community services and public safety. And you'll see this idea of community connections and hubs in a couple different places. It's a theme that crosses over all the chapters. Communities want to be connected with each other and with the bigger county. So that relates to community services in terms of allowing community hubs, but also broadband, for example. The policies focus on where it's possible to promote centralized wastewater, and I would also say water systems. So again, it's a big chapter. It covers many different topics from public safety, education, our libraries, county facilities, and as well as infrastructure. So we're promoting sharing costs of education, infrastructure, and bus routes. Preparing for public health emergencies, there's a pretty substantial section on public health, and looking to prepare for those emergencies. Making sure that utilities are available for new developments, and then when utilities are installed, that they protect scenic quality. Specifically promoting broadband and new telecommunications infrastructure, recognizing the county's focus on the BEADS program and trying to get broadband out in those rural communities. Looking to continue to plan for adequate emergency services. We have a robust emergency management department. This recognizes those plans. And I just wanted to also mention that the core planning team is recognized in the acknowledgement section, but it included most of our county departments. So they all had a hand in writing the plan, the document, as well as the goals and policies in the implementation section. So emergency management, health and human services, public works, obviously community development, all the departments had a hand in this document. So this is not just a community development effort. Then you'll see more specifically the plan advocates for promoting fire-adapted community and potentially a county-specific wildland urban interface code. Looking to make sure that new developments are designed to be resilient to fire. Looking to locate development away from areas of natural hazards. So where there's a known fault line, where there are other issues like that could potentially be natural hazards, to locate away from those. Identify in development projects whether or not hazardous materials would be either produced or transported to or from the site. Looking at public safety issues and response resources during development proposals. Our planning and zoning commissioners deal with this almost every month, where they're looking at development projects that potentially are not near emergency services. So the policies continue to provide mechanisms for the commission to look at those issues. And then the next bullet and the next few bullets are from the diverse cultures and community character chapter. So we're looking for design that promotes the continuation of rural character, cultural diversity, and minimizing scenic impact. Again, this is a summary of several policies. Again, promoting community hubs and connections. Specifically, protecting and preserving historic and cultural sites. The county is not what they call a certified local government at this time. It's an opportunity to be recognized that by the Historic Preservation Office, so that ties back into one of the potential implementation items. And then we've got some specific policies really looking at seeking input from Native American nations to ensure that projects are culturally appropriate. And then finally, making sure that we continue to incorporate a variety of perspectives during the public input during the development process. So that is a summary of the final section of the plan. And then after that, what we'd like to talk to you a little bit more are about the implementation items.
Thank you. I know we're going to be talking this afternoon about fire-adapted communities and about the need to build in resilient developments and, the effect that right now we're having because of the insurance crisis for many of the homes here in Flagstaff. And I'm assuming that there is an emphasis also in growth or developments in fire-prone areas to, we really need to look at that because we are seeing developments in areas that are prone to fires and quite frankly are prone to flooding. And I think we need to take a look at that. Supervisor Ontiveros.
Thank you. Ms. Shaw, going to where it says protect and preserve historic and cultural sites, did you say the county is not recognized as something?
It's the term is certified local government, and what that means is a designation that the State Historic Preservation Office then, I don't know if award is the right word, but then will recognize that the county then could actually have their own, the county would need to write an ordinance regarding protecting historic and cultural resources. And then the county would be able to achieve that designation with the state and then have access to certain files And it would require then one of the most likely planner positions to be essentially function as a historic preservation officer. So it's an opportunity. It's a matter of resources, but right now, when we have a project that may have historical cultural resources, we can connect with the State Historic Preservation Office, but that's just an opportunity that would be something more refined for the county to potentially think about working toward.
Okay, so that's a ways down the line, like that's its own animal. Okay, and last question, again, thinking about my District 3 communities, the rural communities. Promote centralized wastewater systems. Can you expound on that just briefly, please?
Yeah, that's a great question. And this would be where there's an opportunity for that. Right now, within the county, we have Belmont, we have Kachina Village, and there are others that I'm not remembering right now, but they're listed in.
Oh, Mountain Air, Munns
Mountain Air.
Park, Parks, Red Lake,
Right,
Sherwood Forest, and
Thank
on and
you.
on. Uh-huh.
Yes, they have a centralized wastewater system. So we just wanted to make sure that the policies continue to promote that wherever there's an opportunity, particularly for new developments. If we have new higher density developments where there could potentially be that opportunity for a self-contained improvement district, because it does require a large investment with a developer. So we wanted to make sure that's not lost.
Okay, I just want to correct myself. You said that Kachina Village does have a wastewater program. And I said, and many other communities, all the ones that I mentioned, well, Munns Park actually has a sanitary district, but there are some that are still dependent upon septic systems as they continue to grow. So that was the reason for my question. So thank you, Ms. Shaw. It's been answered.
Supervisor Fowler.
Yeah, thank you. In this section, I really like you talking about the house on the hill or side of the hill, to emphasize how important that where we build structure is really important. We have homes that are in the forest, and that's why we end up maintaining those roads. I think we need to really really look at that from the planning and zoning a little bit more. The other thing that I appreciate you talking about too in this section is the lack of services in the rural communities. The more away from Flagstaff, their lack of services is there. But I would like to say that because of that, we may be partnering with the Utah State, like the ambulance service, what we're dealing with. And a lot of our partnership, search and rescue, those are partnership with the state of Utah. I think it might be good for us to maybe mention that in there. We don't have an ambulance service. It comes from the state of Utah. So it might be something just because we're talking about the lack of services. And the other one that I thought might be, I don't know if it's necessarily in here, but natural springs, some communities are on natural springs. They're not. Those natural springs, we need to, when we're talking about environment, we have to always keep that in mind. And then that may limit development in those communities as well that are on natural springs. Like in my district, communities are on natural springs, and I don't think you mentioned that anywhere.
If I could, that is actually mentioned in the water resources chapter.
Oh.
And there are specific policies that encourage protecting the natural springs, and also bigger picture again with.
You did mention that, but I was relating it to development. So yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Just in terms of, the bigger picture, really, and this is getting a bit into the details, but the water resources chapter does recognize that our groundwater resources are not really well understood. And so we don't quite understand water drawdown and how it might impact those springs. So that is one of the other reasons why it's encouraging conservation and continued partnership with groups like the Coconino Plateau Water Advisory Council And because they're doing really the heavy lifting in terms of research and studying what's happening in those areas. So I will also mention that one of our implementation strategy recommendations is to do a water resources plan for the entire county. So that's in the implementation plan.
Just one other thing. On page 150, you say Navajo Nation Reservation. That's incorrect. In April 19th, 1969, Navajo Nation declared itself to change its name and declared itself
Thank
to
you
be
for that
Navajo
correction.
Nation.
We'll fix that.
Thank you.
Supervisor Begay.
Yes, thank you again, Melissa. I'm really glad that there's a emphasis on how to protect and preserve cultural site and historic sites, and then also to ensure that, we seek input from Native Americans and others that, that practice religious beliefs and have cultural sites within their areas. I think it's so important because right now, one of the sacred mountains we have is Doko-o-Slede, meaning the mountain here nearby us, and that's very sacred to us. And there are things that are happening up there that really, really is against how dollars are being made. And so I think you have to be a Native American to understand that. But I just want to say, those things are real and cultural sites again, so I just want to say thank you so much for really pushing that in there and, making sure that, we get maybe a team of people when we're pretty much finalizing this of Native Americans from different tribes, and then maybe have them have input into this part of the policy that you guys are putting in, since you're going around and getting soliciting information. And so I just want to say thank you so much, for putting that in there, because a county has a large population of Native Americans, and other tribes too. So thank you so much.
Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. I just want to know if you could elaborate a little bit on the shared costs of education infrastructure and bus routes. Is
Thank
that the county sharing those costs? Is it with local entities? Like what, it's unclear on exactly what you mean.
I see why you're asking that question. Yeah, it is really, it's promoting among the different educational institutions, encouraging them to share the costs. It's not necessarily the county's contribution to that, because, and I will say that the superintendent of schools did review that section, helped us with the policies. So that was something that was important to recognize, because there may be opportunities to share costs with other, promoting, for instance, with bus routes and trying to coordinate options with other communities and sharing those costs, because we recognize that it's a challenge for our education systems. And also then with education, making sure that internet, that broadband is available for the rural communities to be able to get good access.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that, because one of the things that I'm seeing in this section that I really appreciate is the fact that it's recognizing all the different diversity in our county and how all those different voices need to have some say in the development of our county. And so I think you captured it very well in this section. And besides those two little clarifications, I think it's well done. And I appreciate the fact that everybody has the opportunity to have a voice in this plan. Thank you.
Please continue.
Okay, thank you. And I will just say, the advisory group did give us really important feedback on this section, particularly because we're have good representation from our different communities. So thanks to them. So this is what we wanted to show you here is some of the strategies that are in the implementation plan. And what's important to know is that just talking about our current comprehensive plan, the implementation plan has 24 action items in it, if you will. They were not prioritized. However, and so that's our current plan.
And if you could do us a favor, because we've got a whole lot of different handouts on the comprehensive
Okay.
plan. So, is there a number on this?
I don't know what page it is in your packet.
I don't think we have it. but that's-
I gave you a handout though. I gave you a separate one and it's,
got this one, and we've got
So-
this one. We have the one that's, which one? Okay. we found it, okay.
there you go. Just wait a second if you don't mind. Okay, thanks. So it would be on the fourth page of the handout I gave you where we talk about the,
And by the way, I'm not being critical at all. This is a huge undertaking.
there's a lot.
And we're just all trying to find it. So
you. I
thank
have-
you so much.
Do you all have what you need now? Okay, thank you. Because I apologize, I did add these slides at the last minute, so.
We get it. Thank you.
So again, to our current plan, and I know Commissioner Best would like to speak to this, but I'd like to get through these slides and then we can open that up. The current plan has 24 action items in it. What has been achieved of those is developing the utility scale renewable energy ordinance, updating the subdivision ordinance to include integrated conservation design, a pretty large overhaul of the zoning ordinance itself. And there were other things too, but those are kind of some of the major highlights about what's been achieved. Oh yeah, I guess hiring a long-range planner. And then the other thing that just to note for this plan, there are a total of 50 action items. They are organized by high, medium, and low priority, and then a section that has ongoing action items. So recognizing a lot of the programs that are continuous and ongoing. I do want to say that the advisory group, they kind of softly ranked all of these. So you can see on the screen, the left column has the chapter name that implementation item relates to. Every implementation item relates back to a goal or a policy, so it's connected that way. The items with an asterisk were ranked by the advisory group as having higher priority, not in a numbered list. So although they have numbers, the numbers don't mean anything. What means something are the stars, because then when the yearly update is brought to the board in terms of implementing the comprehensive plan, the board can look at those items, understand that the advisory group felt that those were high priority, and then basically direct staff which ones to address. So that's something that we wanted to kind of mention organizationally. What I have on 3 slides are the high priority action items. And I just wanted to go through these really quickly, and then we're almost done. So resilient economies and housing. I will just say, you'll note that land use chapter is not in these, the list specifically on the left column. However, all of these cross over to land use pretty regularly. So just in case you were wondering about that. The first one that's on the list is conducting a county-wide housing needs assessment to form a housing plan that would address housing and locational needs and options for solutions. So that's a specific action item. Second would be what we talked about previously, seek funding to develop and implement a Coconino County multimodal connectivity network master plan. That's a mouthful, but it actually is something that our Public Works Department is actively working on now. The next is, again, related to circulation where financially feasible. Evaluate known safety issues on CIP, capital improvement projects, and look at countermeasures to further prevent safety issues. So that is an action item. Another one is to work with NACOG to undertake a regional transportation safety plan. So some of these are already kind of happening. For resilient economies and housing, this is kind of an ongoing cross area action item to continue to explore policy and zoning updates to include zoning allowances that support new and emergency businesses that are maybe not currently addressed or allowed by zoning. So continuing to look for those opportunities to bring in new businesses. Also continuing to explore policy and zoning updates for economic areas and investments. So this is really related to resilient economies. and how to support businesses and get creative to continue to remind us to get creative, look for opportunities, and possibly amend the zoning code. I may have repeated one. I did repeat that. Sorry, the top one is repeated. My apologies. The next one, so the second row down is for the natural environment chapter. So continuing to support forest fuels reduction is very important. And specifically looking at identifying disposal methods for green waste and utilizing agreements with partners for project administration involving forest and woodland restoration treatments. So that's a high priority action item. And then the next one is to consider developing what's called a transfer of development rights program and ordinance. And this gets a bit complicated. It's not just a resilient economies issue, but it would also go into the zoning ordinance because this is something that could potentially help to conserve large ranches. We could spend a whole session on talking about TDRs. The next one is related to sustainability, resilience, energy, and climate. And we mentioned this briefly, where the idea is to develop a countywide sustainability and resiliency plan with goals, targets, and timelines. We have a kind of an outline in the appendices for what that might include if this were selected to move forward. And then also for resilient economies and housing, coordinating required physical and communication infrastructure that creates respectful tourism, including education for visitors and for agencies and businesses that bring tourists and coordinate enforcement. So that may speak to some of the comments we heard earlier. Again, these are high priority items. For community services, public safety, and partnerships, again, looking for grant funding and assistance to potentially adopt a county appropriate wildland urban interface code. There's an example there. Headwaters Economics is doing a lot of work in this area. And then in terms of circulation transportation, again, encouraging that we continue to seek funds to implement recommendations of transportation studies and just really looking for continued funding to promote those. And that was it in terms of the high priority action items. There are medium priority action items, lower priority action items, and then ongoing, which I did not put up here, but I thought was in the interest of time, we might just want to focus on these for now. But again, remember all of these, and this is just a portion of what that plan looks like, because every one of these then has another column that shows the goal or policy they're related to, given a number, and then if you look back in the chapter, that goal or policy relates to the specific number in the plan. So there's more to it than just this. And I think Commissioner Best did want to make a comment on not a high priority action item, maybe a medium priority action item. Was that the one? Well, so I do have the other slides that we have then, because we did want to make time to talk about the 60-day review comments. And during the last meeting, the group looked at 3 comments in particular and made changes to those. I think that might be one that we're looking to address.
Melissa, we're going to let that, have you make that decision, but maybe the best thing right now is for these high priority items, maybe worthwhile getting input from the board on those before we move forward.
Thank you.
I have to say, just looking at this, I mean, I think they're all great. I think they're all excellent. It comes down to finance and capacity. And so, when we take a look at it, you got high, medium, and low, and yet just the high, which I would agree with all of these, could keep us busy until the next comprehensive plan, just for the high priority items. That doesn't mean we don't include them. I think we do, and then we need to look at them. And the good news is I do see some of these we are moving forward in. You know, housing remains a huge issue for us here in Coconino County. And we have housing and affordable housing and workforce housing. And we're also trying to weigh and balance changes to zoning for fire hardening and safety, both important, and yet sometimes they are in they are in, I don't want to say the word conflict, but they're sometimes fighting with each other. We'll put it that way. So and yet we need to address it. We need to deal with it. So I appreciate you and your committee and advisory committee and planning and zoning coming up with these. They're going to be things we as a board are going to have to be grappling with for the next decade for sure as we move forward. So I appreciate that and appreciate the information and to hear the prioritization that you've all provided us. So thank you with that. And I'm going to leave it to other board members to make comments. I don't know if we can get into the individuals on any of it, but I'd like to hear comments. Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. That's a lot of implementation for high priority. 12 different items under 6 different themes, you know, which is impressive that you're able to bring it down to that point. It's going to be a lot of work. And one of the things that for me might help understand what the order in which some of these will proceed and the ability to at least be initiated in the first year or two of the plan's adoption is you had mentioned that some of these are already in progress. And so if we could have that on the information for those that are, that would help us understand, okay, some are already going and this is just a continuation. Others have not started at all. And that's where, because that's different information, and that will give us a better sense of the timeline in these different actions to be implemented. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments, questions on this? Just so overwhelming, we don't know what to say. You know, one thing that's not on here, and one of the things we're going to be discussing, and one thing we just had earlier, are things such as health and human services. And, you know, providing health, things such as vaccination programs for our community. You know, you know, that's not in here, but it's a real high priority for us right now.
I'm sorry. Oh, okay, just reminding me that the Community Health Improvement Plan, which is referenced in the comprehensive plan, that does address those types of issues specifically in terms of vaccines. I do think Commissioner Best wanted to speak something to Health and Human Services. Was it in relation to the implementation plan?
Yeah. Yeah, and he does
Ew.
need to come up. We cannot hear,
Okay.
and actually, we can hear you, but the people online cannot hear you. And before we move from this, I would like to make sure we have all the comments from our board members first. Supervisor Fowler.
Yeah, you know, throughout the whole document, I like the layout and then the policy and then the graphs that come with it. But one of the things that I thought that, because it mentions board here and there, but I thought that the advocacy should be in there somewhere. Maybe it is referenced in terms of like, okay, these are the high priorities. We naturally think the board is going to be, you know, like for public lands, we know we're going to be advocating on behalf of that. But do we need to state it in there somewhere, or is it like just this is just these are actually items, and then there's federal cuts that are happening to our families, just like Supervisor, our chair just mentioned, and that we don't know what's going to happen in the future. So how do we address the health program changes that are happening? How do our communities are also going through that? And the other thing too is that what has changed our demographics. We had NGS shutdown, we had the history of, I guess, the history that is making up where we are today. The NGS shutdown, the recession, NGS shutdown, it's just the history of what has happened, COVID. Then we had the, with Lake Powell, water level. We have had a number of events throughout the county that has really made a significant change to our economy and to our demographics. Our demographics, one of the places you're talking about education and how education level, that the number of students have dropped. And you mentioned 2019, that is the year NGS was shut down. And so District 5 has just expanded because of the loss of population from that and Peabody shutting down. So I'm just wondering, how do we need to, this is just a question that I'm just going to put out there. Do we want to put some context to our history here of the major events that have happened that has caused mental health issues, that have caused family issues that we're dealing with today within our courts, within our communities, and that's what we're always talking about. When you read the community needs assessment, that is what's written in there.
I think the world as we knew 10 years ago when the comprehensive plan was created is not the world before us right now on so many different levels. Not to mention climate change and just the continuing drought and, the continued failure to be able to have control over our groundwater, to, concerns about what role federal or state government plays in local government. And what role we in local government have to provide essential services to our community members. I mean, we can go on and on and on. And I, how much of that is in the comprehensive plan as part of a land management document. I think the comment is it needs to be reflected, but this is a land management document, and how we're able to do that. And I know that's more artful than prescriptive, if you will. So, and I also want to note that I've attended some of the meetings, I've heard these discussions, and I want to thank our community members who have engaged, the advisory committee, planning and zoning, and Michelle, I have to say, the departments that have been part of this, that have, provided information. And Melissa, I don't know how you can keep it all together, you and Jess, on trying to get, keep all these balls in the air at the same time to try to get a document that reflects not only the changes, the challenges, the opportunities, and move this forward as a land planning document. And it's impressive. Any other comments, questions? Supervisor Begay.
Again, Alyssa and the commissioners, thank you so much. And others who, staff that are here that have worked on this implementation, the plan here. I see this document with all the changes that have been transpiring over years. Next 5, 10, 15 years, we don't know where we're going to be at. And with the possible deletions in certain areas, additions to certain areas, and possibly changes within the plan itself. So I guess, we just have to be vigilant in, ensuring that, we're up to date with these plans as as the development goes on. And then also when we're actually, working with that. So, and I just asked that my colleagues, we made some comments. We want to make more comments, but we only have 15 more minutes. And if we keep going, it's going to go over to 11 o'clock. So if we can just get everyone to look at their documents again, just make comments in certain sections, and then we can just forward those to you. So at least you're aware of it, and then that others, read it. So I just want to say thank you, for this plan. And yes, it has to be the plan that we're talking about, you know, a land plan or something. But one area that I really, really think that is very important to me is housing. Housing, we don't have housing for everyone. We have a lot of homelessness. We have, and if we had more Flagstaff Housing Authority, I'm pretty sure we would have more people that would qualify for that program, you know, things like that. So I'm just sitting here thinking about all the other areas that, you know, I want to be writing up to you so that you guys you and your team are aware of that. So thank you so much.
And at this point, yeah, I think you, Commissioner Best was going to make a comment. And then you need to give us the overview of how moving forward, right?
We need to move on and talk about the 68 comments still.
Yes, exactly. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Supervisors. There's not much in the HHS list of responsibilities about the elderly. The baby boom population bomb is about to turn 80. I know because I missed it by a few months, and I'm about to turn 80. And so that's a really important demographic. We are now a dementia-friendly community in the city of Flagstaff. There's a council that's very active, doing a lot. It is now moving out of the city, and I know that it's been out on the Hopi Reservation. A lot going on. We're about to start an adult daycare center here in town. I know HHS is involved in all this because I work with a few of the people, but I think that it should be recognized in the document along with kids and everybody else. Number one under high priority housing, I would add cooperate with incorporated areas to create housing plans. And I'll send this out to Melissa, but I think it's really important that we cooperate. The city of Flagstaff regional plan area probably has 3/4 of the housing in the county, if not more. The city of Flagstaff has a much more developed plan than we do, and of course there are very big differences. But there's no reason for us to have to invent the wheel. We should be working closely together. Thanks. And I'll send notes out about number 25 and try and convince you to move it up to high priority.
Well, I do like power to the elderly myself, but and to the baby boomers. And by the way, the city of Flagstaff, and this is something you think you're going to be talking about, is their regional plan is in fact an amendment to our comprehensive plan. So you're exactly right. When you have 64% of the population living in Flagstaff, and a lot of their work and their extensive work, we're going to incorporate in our comprehensive plan. I think that's really important. So thank you for bringing that to our attention.
Thank you.
Melissa.
Thank you. And if I could just follow up on that. So what is not on these slides are the actually who implements and who the partners are. And we did update that section specifically, or that item in terms of the county-wide housing needs assessment, to include working with all the incorporated jurisdictions and municipalities in the county, as well as NACOG. So it's in there in terms of that coordinating with the city on that plan, because that would be a very important effort to make sure that we're not duplicating anything and we're taking avail of available resources. So. And I will just also mention that the CHIP, the County Health Improvement Program, and also the housing-wide, I'm forgetting the acronym right now, but the Health and Human Services does address, I believe, many of the issues related to senior living in the county. So that's something that's specific there. And so just to continue then, where we left off last time was looking at specific comments. So again, the 60-day review period was from May through July and ended July 18th of this year. So we did receive comments. You all have all of those comments. We talked about several of those, rather 3 of them specifically last time. And this is how we ended up. The change in purple is in terms of implementation item 25, and that was regarding the weed management idea. And you all had suggested that we add a line to that where it says support exploring options for funding a position shared among agencies to coordinate invasive weed abatement. So that is in the public hearing draft, as well as a change to coordinate with public agencies. So that's in there. And those were a couple of comments that were addressed last time. In addition, there was a comment where you talked about terminology. And that was addressed. The recommended text you see here was adopted, and that is in the public hearing draft, as well as all the references where the term indigenous was used was switched over to Native American with this unknown terminology added to the text. So that was changed. And then what we did not get to were specific comments from the State Land Department, and just a summary of their notes. They sent us a table with specific, they got very detailed and gave us specific notes, and we addressed all of their comments. And in general, they wanted to make it clear, make sure that our plan was clear that state lands is not public land. And they asked we actually met with them and had to get clarity that this comprehensive plan does not have a future land use map. They were looking for that. They were looking at our other maps, wondering, are these really your future land use maps? They are not. They are existing conditions. And so we responded to them regarding that because they were concerned that there was any future land use designation on state land that would be contrary to their mission. So you have those details, you have our response letter, and they have that back. We haven't heard more from them. And I'll just go through, there are 3 specific letters that we wanted to bring your attention. The next one was a letter from the mayor and vice mayor of the town of Tusayan. And their concern is with development in Valley and impacts on emergency services, coming out of their fire department. And so they are responding to emergencies in Valley. And so their concern was that continued development in valleys impacting their services. We responded to them, noting that all of the goals and policies in the comprehensive plan are reviewed anytime the planning commissioners look at development proposals, and they are specifically requiring that emergency services for new developments be considered, and that actually there be a provider, usually High Country Fire, be the provider for emergency services for those new developments. So that was a summary of that letter and our response. And then there was another letter from an individual, Sean Golaher, and he made several points, many points in several of the chapters. We responded in detail to him, and you have that response letter. It was really kind of across the board, looking for this plan to essentially encouraging the county to become a water provider, looking to develop potentially nuclear energy, that sort of thing. So we responded to those. And then, as you know, in the summary, we had, and we talked about this last time, we had about 200 comments in total from the public, the 60-day review. And we responded to every one of them. Many of them we had some comments from, and I will just say from the manager up at the Arizona Strip, so the BLM manager with the Arizona Strip. We met with her a couple of times and talked through her comments. She gave us great feedback. We had comments from individuals. We had comments from Mountain Line. So yeah, it was really helpful to see the different perspectives. Do you have any questions on the 60-day comments and specific responses?
Supervisor Begay.
Yes, thank you again. Under page 60, it says recommended text. Note on terminology in the writing of this document. Research shows that there is an evolving lexicon of terms that are used interchangeably to describe original inhabitants of this country, including indigenous, Native American, North American Indians, and American Indian. Native American and American Indian are terms used in federal law Indigenous refers to people living together as a community prior to contact with settlers, recognizing this pre-existing status. In this document, the term Native American is used to be consistent with federal Indian law. I kind of have a little problem with that. I think that we're only talking about how the feds are recognizing us. In real life, I think that, you know, we're still indigenous in certain aspects, meaning that we have Native Americans all over the country. We have people in Japan, we have people in other areas, and they don't refer to us as Native Americans. They still refer to us as indigenous people because we're within their communities. And then also, there's lots of them out there. So I don't know how I have a little problem with that because yes, Native American, which is being used with the federal Indian law. I think it basically is just for, I don't know, policies, procedures, and maybe, you know, I don't know. But anyway, I don't know, or maybe we can have a little discussion on that, maybe by my colleagues or maybe somebody in the audience. And if we'd like to have our have someone else make some comments to that, I would appreciate it. So we get this all settled. And I think that's my point of view. And so, thank you.
I know that Rose Toey spoke about it during our last meeting, and I know we've also heard from Supervisor Fowler at our last meeting. There may be others that may want to be heard on this. You know, I've tried to get and reach out and to get as much information as I can from folks who are, this is important, and terminology is meaningful. Words are meaningful. Words are powerful. And, you know, I talked to Libby Washburn, who used to be Director of Indigenous Affairs for President Obama, and also was Chief of Staff for the Undersecretary of Department of Interior. And I guess this is a debate that's been going on both a federal level and state level for some time, and now it's hitting us here at the county level. And I don't know that there's a real good answer. You know, is the way I look at it. And understanding that words are important and words are powerful. You know, I'm really looking to recommendations, quite frankly, from those of you that have been fighting the good fight. You know, Rose or others, if you have some comments, love to hear them, because it is important that we use the right terminology, and that we send the right message to the community members that we care about so deeply.
Thank you for that. And it looks like Rose would like to make a comment, and then I don't know if Aaron also to speak to it. Thank you.
Yet again, Chair and the rest of the Board of Supervisors, very much. Our county leadership as well, thank you for being here and listening to us. I know that there's a lot of important things in this document, and just the listening to what we have to say is also just as important, I think. And I know that identity is the foundation of who we are. And while this is a Coconino County government document, just speaking as a member of the advisory board, I've gone great lengths to get input from people on how they want to be identified in this document. And by far, Indigenous outweighed Native American or American Indian. And that's the reason why we brought it to the table with this regional plan. And I think with this, with the sense that this is our document as well as the people of this county. And I just want to just put that out there. And I know that you have to respect what you have to being government officials. But I hope that you're not government, as I heard before. I heard that I hope that you are a people just as us as well. And also keeping in mind that while Navajo Nation or other indigenous nation governments have been mentioned at the last meeting, how they identify themselves, and that could very well be true, especially if it's on their native nation lands. However, also keep in mind that, this is a perspective that I really want to put out there so that you as our elected officials understand where we as Indigenous people are coming from. And that is our perspective, is that more than 50% of our population live in the urban areas, in the cities, away from our homelands. And that's why we identify most importantly as Indigenous peoples. While we are members of our native nations, we are our clans, but out there when we identify ourselves, that's who we are. And I just want to just put that out there. I don't want to create anything except understanding and to accept that perspective. Yeah. And I know that there's others who really wanted to make comment on this, and I hope they have the opportunity as well.
Thank you so much. And as always, Rose, appreciate your input on this. And Supervisor Ontiveros.
Thank you. And this question actually, Ms. Tohi, is for you because I was at the last meeting and I know Supervisor Begay was not. And I know that you gave some explanation as to why you did feel comfortable, if I remember correctly, using the term Native American. And I know when we were talking about input, I kind of went back to you and basically said, if Ms. Tohi, recognizing that you are Indigenous Native American, that if you were comfortable with it, then that gave me some level of comfort. And so do you still agree with the comments that you made at the first meeting? Are you still comfortable with using the term Native American?
I think that is my second choice if we were to rank it. I prefer to be Indigenous. And just to make sure that we have our council, our advisory council to agree on something to be put forward, I compromised and said, okay, we can do, if Native Americans, what needs to be, and that's what our leadership wants, then that's fine. I think that as the voice that I put into being a council board member or an advisory board member, these are some of the comments that I know that I brought forward, and that's why a lot of it ended up in the document as Indigenous.
Okay, so, but I guess maybe there's just a real point blank question. Are you comfortable with using Native American? Because I thought that's what you did say, and I relied very heavily upon your opinion.
Right. I apologize. And as a compromise, I do accept that.
It's your second choice is what
Yes.
you're saying. Yeah. And Aaron Sukakaku, thank you for joining us and thank you for weighing in on this.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Aaron Sikyakaku, and I think part of my compromise on this in this specific topic was based around the recognition of government-to-government relationships and how we're recognized out in at higher levels of negotiations and grant funding and all that. I mean, you look at BIE and all we're labeled as is Indians, Bureau of Education, Bureau of Indian Education, and so we're from one end to the other, the Native American usage of that terminology is along the lines of what I would be able to compromise with, and knowing from past experiences that we've been able to go out and identify as Native Americans, but at the root of it, we're going to identify with who we are from our nations that we represent, our Hopi Nation, Navajo Nation, and so forth. And we look at the transition that's happening with Navajo to Diné, and that's another form of preference on how people want to be recognized. And the other term that comes along is First Nations. And I'm looking at it from a bigger lens with regards to how we would be able to relate to one another in relations to government relationships, and how those will continue to expand. And that's the hope with this plan, is that the incorporation of tribal relations and tribal consultations will continue to expand on what we've already have today, and providing some of these resources and knowledge and education to our neighbors that we reside with within this county. So thank you.
Thanks for your input very much. Any other comments? Yes, please. We would love to hear from you on this.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the terms can be thought of on a spectrum of colonialism. Indian obviously is on the far colonial side of the spectrum. North American Indians is next, Native American, and then Indigenous. And Indigenous is definitely a progressive term. It's a more international term as well. And that was referenced earlier. Other nations refer to their Indigenous peoples as such. And it's also, that terminology gives a nod to human rights for Indigenous peoples. For example, the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples uses that language. And so use of that language kind of harkens the principles of recognizing the human rights of Indigenous peoples or Native peoples, however you want to refer to them. And in addition, Indigenous peoples, back to the spectrum of colonialism, is just more, from my perspective, which is both legal and social, I suppose. It is more in recognition of the inherent rights of Indigenous peoples, whether that's as nations or as individuals, as cultural groups, linguistic groups, etc. So something to think about as well. Thank you.
Thank you for your input. And as an Anglo who has studied and practiced federal Indian law for over 40 years, I have seen exactly the history that you've laid out on terminology and the use of the word and words, and knowing that this is a very powerful document and words have meaning, and knowing that this is more than just a government-to-government document. I don't feel myself personally compelled to have to use the term Native American because it is used more in government-to-government relations. I think, quite frankly, that the terminology, and I think it's noted there, has been used interchangeably. I think that there is, as you say, a progressive movement moving in the direction of acknowledging that many Native Americans are no longer living within their tribal lands and are creating community outside of those tribal lands. And quite frankly, I've always, at least in recent months, favored that terminology. I was really hoping that it would really be decided and recommendations would be made to us. This would make our job a lot easier, but it sounds like that has, not been the case, and it's ultimately probably going to be left up to us. Supervisor Vasquez.
Thank you. I appreciate us having this conversation again, and I'll say the same thing I said last time. I personally prefer the use of Indigenous, but I can see where the use of Native American can be beneficial in this situation. is it possible, just like we were talking earlier last time about changing all references to, let's say, indigenous to only Native American, is it possible with this document to change it to just indigenous and still keep the same intent of the language? Because I know that sometimes we switch back and forth because it helps identify and describe what we're trying to say in that moment. So is it possible to, just like we spoke about switching all language to Native American, switching all language to indigenous?
It would certainly be possible. It wouldn't take long to do a search and replace. One of our initial ideas was to basically use both. And that was to use Native American where it was referenced more formally in terms of federal Indian law or government to government relations, but use indigenous throughout the rest of the time where it was not specifically related, rather discussing a formal concept.
You know, I know we have another member of the audience. I'd love to hear from you as well, if you don't mind.
Supervisor Smith. So,
Oh, I'm sorry.
if I may, we had comments open for the advisory group and the planning commission. It's not advertised as a public hearing, so I'm not sure.
I'm sorry.
That's public comment at this point. That would be maybe a question for it's or your decision.
And I obviously, and I don't want to do anything inappropriate or anything that would obviously jeopardize the public comment portion of the hearing. And so I'll look to legal counsel.
I don't think it's a problem to receive comments, public comments, but where it may become more complex is if you were, as a board, to receive questions and respond to those questions, then it would be more like a hearing type of forum.
We'll be happy to receive your comments then with that.
So ya te benen shik e aro shidene pek she e tonen nislen tabahan basis jink ashi dash che aro na kaidene dash nale she e mekai smark shine she konohali de na sha aro kinfina de kashte shema e ya Rochelle Marks aro shije e ya Daryl Marks. The way I introduced myself that way is with my clans, and it's to identify myself with my relatives, my people, and my community in this room. I know it's Navajo, so many of you probably didn't catch what I said, but I think that's kind of the point. Me coming here to speak in English is already a compromise, and us asking just to be identified as Indigenous peoples is already a compromise. The way that I was taught growing up in my community, and I'm sure my auntie here would agree with me, is that if it were our way, the way our community is, we wouldn't be speaking English. We'd be speaking Navajo, Hopi, Apache, Havasupai, and so forth. Asking just to identify with Indigenous is the compromise. And it's a compromise that we've made at City Hall here in the city of Flagstaff when it came to identifying Indigenous Peoples Day as we abolished and replaced Columbus Day. It's something that we've imbued within documents within the university and as well as the city and the school district to identify our community as Indigenous. That in itself is the compromise. And it's something that our community is asserting as our sovereignty to identify ourselves, and as well as to identify with the world community of self-determination. This concept, Indigenous, is to help us identify not only our culture, but as well as the shared space that we have with our community. Because when we're talking about Indigenous and when we organize our community around that, we're not just identifying with Native American. We're identifying with the students that come from all around the world, from even Canada, who identify as First Nations. We're identifying within our community the historical roots of those tribes who called this place ancestrally home, who are now known as Mexicans. This concept as indigenous is to identify with that human community, that shared community, that culture, that language. And that's why I'm speaking to you in English, is because this is our community and what it needs now. And this is how we communicate and identify and show each other. The way my elders and my aunties and my grandma have already demonstrated, meeting you halfway. That is my comment. And again, I appreciate you for opening up this space to that. Yeah.
Thank you for giving us your information. Right. Sure, Supervisor Vasquez.
I just want to say, in light of some of the comments of my colleagues and from the public, if it's possible to use indigenous and only use Native American when it attaches to government and government relations, I would prefer that. Thank you.
Any other comments, members of the board? Supervisor Ontiveros.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to concur with Vice Chair Vasquez's points. That was originally how it was set up. And now I understand, having this conversation, why it was referred to as several, Native American or indigenous. And based upon the legal, I do appreciate our legal's kind of spectrum, if you will, that you provided. This has been a very, very good conversation we've had. I'm going to say that I very much agree with Vice Chair Vasquez's comments to use both of them in the appropriate places.
Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you. Beke kwae hata hisotzi to kwae kote to les kot on hilhiat esa to no hata ziki ye ko ba he winson. So thank you for making your comments and on the terminology. And it is terminology that is in conversation since the 1970s. United Nations really picked it up, and then, but the talk of colonialism has always referred to, especially in the Americans, as indigenous, and then terminology was picked up from about the 1970s to be where the terminology started being used. Native American has been a terminology that's been used in government, and that this is a government document. I am Navajo. And that's my clan, and I know my language. I know who I am. It's not that I don't know who I am. I live in Tuba City. I live on Navajo Nation. So it's like this referring to not knowing who you are. We know who we are. It's a language that is used in terminology today. So, but when you're on Navajo Nation and on other tribal lands, you don't use indigenous. I go to chapter meetings. People don't use indigenous. They use Native Americans terminology. You go to tribal governments. They all use Native Americans. That was my statement last time. But if the communities from the urban communities, and they're more, and they want to be use terminology and using it in our documents. Well, I guess that's the direction that we're going, which though I still believe that we should be using Native Americans. Yes, we do have a government-to-government relationship. We're not dismissing Native people. We are actually recognizing them as Native people on the lands of America here. So that would be my statement. Terminology is very important. Respecting our tribes is really important. you know, like the ne, we talk about being the ne, that the Navajo people in our own language. But when we think about the ne, I don't use the ne as referring to the Navajo Nation. Because in, you know, as I've said earlier, April 15th, 1969, it named itself to be Navajo Nation. Then I think it was in 2017 or 16, Navajo Nation Council denied and voted down the name, the NET, to rename itself. There was a great debate that happened on Navajo, so that's why I don't do that. So when we talk about ourselves in conversation in Navajo language, we do say the NET. But when it comes to referring to the Navajo Nation, I just use the legal terminology, the Navajo Nation. So when we're elected officials, yes, we use the Native American language. I mean, Native American. So, but we will go, it sounds like we're going to be using both terms. I think we need to explain it in the document, how we're using these terminologies. There are other terminologies that are used as for Native people, American Indians, you know. I think that's what we need to do. And I still would, as a legal document, not saying that we're not Indigenous people, I still would prefer that it be a Native American.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Supervisor Begay?
Thank you. Thank you for all the comments. And I think it's very important that, you know, we know where we come from. She yadi to the cheat in shlon said this gijin ibashish chin dot last chi that she dot hachi ne the shanale Sako Hassan hol yedo yisishich shike ako hotel that adnek echipe hadisi. I feel that we could still use both of them for its purposes, just like one of my colleagues said. It may be a government document, but we have to acknowledge everybody. We have people all over the world. They don't call them Native Americans. What do we call them? They call them indigenous people. Are we excluding them? That's my thought, and that's my thought right now. But I think, I think using both of them for its purposes, I think that would solve the problem as far as, how we're going to go ahead and proceed, and, that's inclusive of everyone. So I just want to say, and I want to thank you, Shiyaj Konijahenzi, Ani, whatever you spoke about, the way you spoke about it is so very true. And that's what we need to teach our younger folks, from grade school. So they have a voice, they know where they're coming from. They're also, in line with how to deal with other people as far as, culture and everything else, the traditional doings. So thank you for everyone here in attendance. Thank you.
Just want to make a quick comment. Thank you for your words, both Supervisor Fowler and also Supervisor Begay. Obviously, it's important for us on the board to hear from both of you on this. And I want to point out that this is more than just a government document. It might be local government that's, in fact, creating this document, but this is really a document about place. And in fact, that was really, what it was even called 10 years ago. And it really is. It's about our home now and what we want it to be in the future. And so words have meaning. They're powerful. They are important. And I probably would have just used the word Indigenous throughout. But I certainly can live with the use of the word Native American and Indigenous. And I also know that you can define things. You can explain things. So, I think any potential confusion can certainly be set forth in the document itself with an explanation of how it is being used. I do think this is more than a government document. I want it to be more than a government document. I want this to be a document that does reflect our place here in Coconino County and the diversity of all the people here in Coconino County. So I can live with it used interchangeably. Yes, Supervisor Ontiveros.
I think it's important to note here that this is a forward-looking document, and that's why I really appreciate the spectrum that our legal counsel has laid out, because I think it does need to be forward-looking. And I do think that using both terms is a good compromise, using Native American for formal and indigenous in a forward-looking way.
I know it's not a vote. I think you got the message.
Thank you, yes.
All right, cool. Yes, I understand. Supervisor Fowler.
If we're done with this section.
I just have another couple slides and we'll be done with this
I want
presentation.
to go back.
Can we go ahead and get this done first and then we can go back? And I think that might be nice just to get the whole thing if we're going to go back.
Yeah, and thank you for going over. Yeah. Sorry. Was there another question? Okay. Just another slide. Just say a follow-up on the schedule. And so then we'll be done. So we are a little bit ahead on this. As I mentioned, this month, September 24th, we have the public hearing on adopting the comprehensive plan schedule for the Planning and Zoning Commission. So that's why the public hearing draft is out there. I will say this evening, or rather this afternoon, we're giving an update to City Council on the comprehensive plan, just as an informational update. And then we have another work session with the board on October 7th in preparation for a public hearing schedule for the board to consider adopting the comprehensive plan on November 18th.
I have the ongoing question on that, and that is, since the City of Flagstaff's plan will be an amendment to our comprehensive plan, we're going to incorporate that into our comprehensive plan. They are not going to have finalized their regional plan until after November 18th.
Actually, if I could clarify that,
Sure.
then that was my next thought.
you.
On the regional plan, the City Planning and Zoning Commission is having the first public hearing on adopting the regional plan tomorrow evening. They are required to have 2 hearings with the Planning Commission. Their second public hearing is also September 24th. That is for City Planning and Zoning Commission. Their schedule then, their city council is scheduled to hear the regional plan in October. And that's ahead of the ballot. So we have put out there an offer that the county would then consider adopting the regional plan after our comprehensive plan is adopted. It's incorporated by reference. So the current regional plan, once the county's comprehensive plan is adopted, it is still incorporated by reference as an amendment, just like all the other area plans are. So that's the schedule for comprehensive plan and regional plan.
Doesn't the regional plan go to the vote of the people?
It does, and that will be in May of 2026.
So it'll be
Just
substantial.
the vote just for city residents, just to be clear on that. One other just quick item, and I hope this will work. I wanted to show you the interactive map site, which is new for the comprehensive plan, if it will connect, because when viewing an online version of the comprehensive plan, a reader will be able to click on one of the maps in a digital file and then find them and be able to open one of these and see in more detail, because our county is so large, the details are so fine and not easily viewable. You'll be able to click on the map and see the detail close up. So just wanted to point that out. That's just something that we're very excited. Our GIS department built this for us, working with our newest planner. So that was it in terms of my presentation. We just had comments from our advisory group. I think you've heard from couple of them, and then we had time for additional questions and comments.
And I know you've been joined by another member of your advisory group you may want to introduce.
Oh, thank you. Mr. Mangini has joined us, another member of our advisory group. So I'll go back to that one slide to see if anyone, other members of the advisory group or the planning commission have comments.
Thank you for this huge undertaking. Really appreciate all of your hard work on this and your long days and even longer nights. So really appreciate your work.
Well, and we couldn't do it without everybody else involved. So thanks to all of them as well. Thank you.
Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, I would like to go back. I want to just thank everyone for their volunteerism, because that's what it was, and just long hours, and thank your family as well, and for taking the time to meet with communities on this, and it's been really amazing process. But I believe in the economic section. Along Highway 89 and Highway 89A, there are beet sellers. You talk about home cottage industry, and I believe the beet vendors and the associations, even here at NACOT, they have an association that also sells over here at 89A to that Outlook. What is it? Oak Creek Outlook. They also do that. And then there's an association at Badaway. I believe those industries need to be included in there. You describe cottage industry and all of that, but this is another industry that is really important, that provide that adds to the economy in our region. In our county, it's our county is the only place that is done here. So I think we should really recognize that. And also, you have in one of the photos a lady that is weaving. These are home cottage that are out there selling. So thank you.
Any wrap up there from Melissa or you or your team?
I don't have anything else. Jess, do you have anything? Oh, and Commissioner Berger maybe would want to speak.
Tina, thank you for being with us.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Just wanted to make a couple of comments. Hearing from everybody was kind of a good wrap-up time. I led a North Rim drive for the last 2 months or since the fire, and I was invited to a morning of reflection at Shoshone Point with several elders from 4 states. What I gleaned out of that is what we're trying to accomplish. So they're wanting to be better stewards of the land. And in the case of everybody being concerned about economic growth and taking care of our lands, so I'll just kind of preface kind of what I went through out there with the tribal members and seeing the devastation. As far as bringing tourism and responsible tourism, the Valley Plan calls out for what we're doing, and we're going to update it. But being stewards of the land means bringing economic growth, and we're certainly working on that constantly. I think the plan really tightens it down, but really leaves it broad. So we're definitely trying to be stewards of the land, but we also have to be proactive as public and social media. The one thing that was very interesting to me is that the international travelers knew that the South Rim was still open, but the American travelers did not. So I think that we have to be, if we're going to be stewards of land and economics, we got to get the word out that South Rim is still open. And of course, leading into the North Rim devastation, being better stewards of the land. We've got to work on fire suppression. There's so many things that were done that we're not being smart about, that our tribal members were much more smart. They cleared the dead wood back in the day, right? They lived in their areas. They were mindful. We haven't been mindful in a really long time. So for me, coming in and talking a little bit about where we're coming from, myself, Sat, Commissioner Tohi, David Head, we're all mindful and very respective of our actual, northern Arizona area. So I'm just kind of throwing those things out there to let you know that we are being stewards of the land to our abilities, and that we have to be better at putting the word out that the South Rim's still open, we're still going. We're going to be mindful of growth going into Valet, and do things that are proactive for the area. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Anybody else? Well, this was, I'm really glad that we continued this and got a more thorough discussion on a lot of it. I know there's still more to come, but I really appreciate everybody's time and input on this. Good debate and good discussion with the board as well as the community members, so thank you all. With that, we're going to move on, but before we do, we need at least a 5-minute break, so let's go ahead and take a 5-minute break. Wow, that was a important work study session, and we are moving on with our board meeting. We're a little behind schedule, and somehow I don't think that's going to change as we move forward. So, but the next is we have a very important proclamation. And it's consideration and possible action to approve a proclamation designated September 15th to October 15th as Hispanic Heritage Month. And this probably could not come before us at a better time, quite frankly. So with that, I'm turning this over to, yes, good, James. So it's great to have you before us here, James.
The morning because I
Absolutely. Thank you for joining us today. And we know you've had to sit through a few discussions, but we really thank you for your patience and look forward to hearing from you.
Good morning, Madam Chair and honored members of the board. My name is Ruth Eaton, and I'm a member of CHOC. And this is Joey Reese, also a member of CHOC, and we will together be reading the proclamation. And just one thing I wanted to say is thank you for your leadership because it helps raise awareness and fairness in our communities. And you inspire hope and encourage unity and peace, which is what we need in our country and in our communities. And all our councils make a difference. Coconino County Proclamation designating September 15th through October 15th, 2025 as Hispanic Heritage Month. Whereas Hispanic Heritage Month is a month-long celebration of Hispanic and Latino history and culture, and is important because it provides an opportunity to celebrate the integral part of the Hispanic Latino community has had in growing and strengthening our democracy. And whereas Hispanic Heritage Month provides an additional opportunity to explore the incredible impact Latinas and Latinos have had on the United States, Arizona, and Coconino County for generations. And whereas, in recognition of the 2025 Hispanic Heritage Month theme, Collective Heritage, Honoring the Past, Inspiring the Future. Coconino County acknowledges how Latinos and Latinas are pioneers of change who are shaping the future with the spirit and innovation, resilience, and unity that defines the Hispanic experience. And
rotate. And whereas Hispanic Heritage Month began as a week-long celebration in 1968 under President Johnson and was expanded to a month-long by President Reagan 20 years later in 1988. The month-long celebration provides more time to properly recognize the significance contributions of Hispanic Latino Americans have made in the United States. And whereas Hispanic Heritage Month does not cover a single month, but instead begins in the middle of September and ends in the middle of October, because many Central American countries celebrate their Independence Days within these dates, beginning in September 15th with Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, and Nicaragua, and aligns with these independence dates. Hispanic Heritage Month honors the resilience, and determination of the Hispanic community. And whereas we will continue to advocate for Hispanics and Latinos as representation matters. Latinos and Latinas continue to shape our nation as business owners, activists, artists, public servants, and more. From serving in the United States military to being champions in fight for civil rights, Latinos and Latinas remain strong leaders and change makers.
Thank you so much for that, and I really appreciate, as I said, this couldn't come at a better time, a more important time for our community and our country. Because I am not very good at remembering to take motions on these, I would like to first take a motion to recognize this proclamation, and then after that, we will have some comments, I'm sure, from members of the board. Can I have a motion? Supervisor
So moved.
Vasquez. Do I have a second?
Second.
Supervisor Ontiveros. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. It is unanimous. So we are proud designating September 15th and October 15th as Hispanic Heritage Month. And with that, I'm going to ask members of the board first if they have some comments they would like to make. Anyone want to make some comments? I'll go ahead and make some comments first then. Nobody likes to be first, but my district is number one, so I will be happy to go first. First and foremost, as I said, it really is an important time to acknowledge and be the Hispanic and Latino influence, culture, work, part, depth, and breadth of our community. Coconino County is a very diverse county. We have a very diverse country. And, you know, we need to acknowledge that diversity. And I love what you were saying, the spirit of innovation and unity, because that's what we are as a county. That's what we should be as a country. I know there has been some recent decisions being made by the Supreme Court under an emergency basis without briefing and without oral argument, which currently allows the stopping and seizure of anyone who looks Latino or is a different color than white or speaks a foreign language such as Spanish. And I think here in Coconino County, with this proclamation and just quite frankly who we have been as a county, as communities, this does not represent who we are, does not represent the hallmarks of our Constitution. It does not represent our democracy. So I know it's a proclamation, and it's a happy day for a proclamation and recognition, but it also is a day that we need to recognize some of the injustices that are occurring and speak up about those injustices. So like Justice Sotomayor, who registered a dissent, I do register a dissent. I register a dissent as an American, as an Arizonan, and as a resident of Coconino County. And I stand in solidarity with all of our residents and all of our communities. So thank you for bringing this proclamation. As I said, an important time to have this read, an important time for us to acknowledge this. So thank you. Any other comments, members of the board? Supervisor Begay? Okay, I'm sorry. Supervisor Vasquez.
I guess we're going in order this morning. Hello, everyone. Good morning, and thank you for being here. As we begin Hispanic Heritage Month, I invite our community to reflect, not only on the vibrant culture and enduring contributions of our Hispanic and Latinx neighbors, but also on the deeper truths that shape our shared history here in Northern Arizona. From September 15th to October 15th, we honor the histories, cultures, and legacies of Americans whose ancestry traces to Latin America and the Caribbean. What began in 1968 as a week-long observance has grown into a month-long recognition, one that reminds us of the strength, resilience, and creativity of the Latino communities across the United States. Here in Flagstaff and Coconino County, that legacy runs deep. For nearly a century, Latino families have helped build this region, working the railroads, ranching the land, logging our forests, raising children, opening businesses, and creating community in the face of adversity. Their story is woven in the very fabric of our neighborhoods, our schools, and our values. We are now approaching a major milestone, the 100-year celebration of Latino presence in Northern Arizona, which will mark in May 2026 as we prepare for the centennial. We reflect on the enduring presence of Our Lady Guadalupe Church, founded in 1926 by Hispanic residents who sought a place of worship and belonging. Built with their own hands and hearts, it remains a beacon of faith and unity in Flagstaff's South Side, a testament to what community can achieve when it refuses to be invisible. But today we also carry a heavy heart. We mourn the death of Lorenzo Antonio Batres Vargas, a young man from Flagstaff who died while in ICE custody. Lorenzo was more than just a name in the news. He was a former student of mine. I knew him. He came to the United States at 5 years old, and I worked with his family for many years at Killup. They were deeply involved in fundraisers for the school, volunteering, cleaning up the school. His father was part of a band and would play for free at school events. And I saw him with the same hopes, the same struggles, and the same potential that many of our youth carry. His death is still under investigation, and we await answers. But even now, it compels us to ask the hard questions about our immigration system, our justice system, and our responsibilities to one another. This moment is made even more urgent by the Supreme Court's recent decision to uphold ICE's roving patrols for immigration stops in Los Angeles. I stand in strong opposition to this ruling. It legitimizes racial profiling, discrimination, and bias solely on ethnicity and appearance. It opens the door to abusive practices that disproportionately target Latinos and other communities of color, undermining the civil liberties that should protect all people in this country. As someone deeply rooted in a community that values diversity, dignity, and justice, I share those concerns of those who feel this decision will lead to further harm and fear. In Coconino County, we remain committed to fostering truth, inclusion, and safety for every resident, regardless of immigration status. We must continue to speak out against policies that erode our shared humanity. Honoring Latino heritage means more than celebration. It means standing up for dignity, for justice, and for humanity. It means protecting immigrant families, rethinking how we address immigration, and building systems that reflect the values we claim to hold. Let this month be a time to celebrate our shared history, uplift our local heroes, and recommit to building a future where every Latino voice is heard, valued, and empowered. Let us move forward with courage, compassion, and conviction. Let us celebrate 100 years of Latino presence, not only with pride, but with purpose. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Vasquez. Other comments, Supervisor Ontiveros?
Thank you. I appreciate the comments that have been made by my fellow board members this morning. And I'm just going to state that it is very easy for me to honor Hispanic Heritage Month. I very much appreciate the proclamation that has been brought before us. I appreciate the history. I appreciate the forward looking that everyone is doing. And I will just tell you that I really honor this year round. It is more than just a month celebration to me. I appreciate the spotlight being on the month, but for me, I really celebrate. This is something that I truly celebrate and recognize year round.
Thank you. District 4, we are going in order. District 4.
Well, thank you for making my comments for me. But anyway, I just want to say good morning to everyone here. It's very important that we have this proclamation come before us as a board, and we do this for everyone that comes forth and want to be recognized within the county and outside the county. So I just want to say, I think that um, I've attended some of the um, um, celebrations that were being held, and I really appreciate that. And to be welcomed by Haran was mom. When I first came on the board, I remember her saying, "Let's go over there. Let's go over there." And I mean, I was just really like surprised, and I didn't know what to expect. And I said, "Wow, these people really know how to celebrate their Heritage Month and whatever, and dancing and just lots of food and lots of good stuff." And I think a lot of contributions have been made, in the public regarding from the Latinos, and they're part of our county, and they're part of the United States of America. And I think that they've contributed a lot. And I don't think just because we're brown colored skin that we should be treated any different than any other person that they feel that they're the only ones that should be here, because we've all are contributing to society, and we all are created equal, and we're supposed to be here for justice for all, right? But it's not happening. And so we see a lot of changes that have come about, and I think that's really affecting even our funds, all the way down to our funding, our just everything that means dear to us. And so our kids' education, our social security stuff, all of this stuff is happening to us, and I just feel that, where is the justice? How come we're not equal? How come, you have so many questions? But I just want to thank the community of the Latinos. They play a big role in our communities, and they're all over. I mean, I was to Washington, D.C., and, I see them everywhere. We all provide to society. Any opportunity that we get, we're there, to contribute. And I just want to say thank you so much for my colleagues' comments, because it's so very true. We're all in the same boat. And my dad always said, no matter what color you are, you're five-fingered. Nobody's different. Maybe the color, yes, but that shouldn't matter. So I just want to say thank you for the comments that were made by my colleagues.
District 5.
Thank you. Our county value is that we are inclusive and respect and honor the diversity in our communities, and that is what we stand on. And the Hispanic, Latinos are indigenous peoples that are living in the United States, and so we are respectful to each other here in Coconino County. And I'd just like to continue to see that, and we don't value what is happening from the administration and the orders that are being made and the Supreme Court. But here in Coconino County, we value all people in our county. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. And I'm so sorry. Please, we need to hear from you. So thank you.
Thank you. Chair Horseman, members of the board, I just wanted to cover some activities that we're going to have for Hispanic Heritage Month. We will be celebrating every Monday between September 15th and October 6th between 12 and 1 on Zoom. Our first will be covering what is Hispanic Heritage Month. The second week will be Collective Heritage, honoring the past, inspiring the future, highlighting a video on Michael Carbajal, who is a world champion boxer out of Phoenix. He won a silver medal in 1988. September 29th, we'll be covering the history of mariachi music. And then October 6th, covering Cesar Chavez and Dolores Huerta. So for all who are interested, please reach out to me. I can get you those Zoom appointments. We look forward to seeing you. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And it sounds like a great lineup of celebration. And I think we do need to, as sometimes bleak as it may be, what we have to deal with, this is a celebration. And we do want to honor this celebration and honor our designation of Hispanic Heritage Month with a photo. So if you wouldn't mind, we'll just come on down here and with the proclamation. And we know no one's hungry, so we're going on, okay?
It's just because your lunch hasn't arrived yet. I'm just kidding.
All right, so we are going on with our consent agenda. And members of the community, members of the board, as you know, consent agendas are items that are placed on that are more administrative or ministerial in nature. These can be handled through one vote, one motion and one vote from our board. They are not then open to individual discussion. However, we, the board, have the right to remove items from the consent agenda so that we can discuss them individually, get information, and we will then have an individual motion and an individual vote on them. So at this time, I look at my colleagues to ask if they would like to remove items from our consent agenda.
Madam Chair, number 7
Number 7,
and 13.
and what else?
13.
Number 7 and number 13. And we have 5A removed. I'm going to ask to remove 5B as well.
And number 12, please.
And number 12 will be removed. And I'm going to ask to remove number 13. Any other items to remove from the consent agenda? I'm sorry, Supervisor Fowler, I didn't hear that.
You said 13 as well.
Oh, okay. Good. All right, so here's what I have removed from the consent agenda. We have items 5A, 5B, 7, 12, and 13. Is that correct, members of the board? Then with that, I would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda with exclusive of 5A, 5B, 7, 12, and 13. Do I have a motion? I have a motion and a second. All those in favor of approving the consent agenda signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? It is unanimous. We are moving forward. We have removed 5A. This is consideration and possible action to approve a funding agreement with Navajo Hopi Health Foundation providing $1,558 from community initiative funds, 500 from District 1, 500 from District 3, and 588 from District 4 to cover expenses to host the Run for Hope annual fundraising event in Moenkopi Village, Tuba City, Arizona. And Supervisor Begay, I think you removed this. Please.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I removed this item from the agenda. I just want to make a little comment here. And then I do have a person on the line from Tuba City Regional Healthcare Corporation that will also be adding on to the comments I will be making. The Run for Hope and the money, the money that's going to be used is for a race. Okay, the Run for Hope is especially meaningful because cancer is the second leading cause of death on the Navajo Reservation, and proceeds from the event go directly to support oncology services at the Tuba City Regional Health Corporation or Care Center. The Run for Hope isn't a run, it's a powerful statement about healthy equity. From 2014 to 2018, nearly 3,000 cancer cases were diagnosed across the Navajo Nation with breast and kidney cancers, mostly commonly identified. Part of what compounds this burden is that cancer is often not detected early. Many of us face challenges such as limited access to screening, transportation hurdles, late stage diagnosis, all of which mean treatment is more difficult and survival rates suffer. By supporting the Run for Hope, we're helping fund local, cultural, sensitive cancer care at Tuba City Regional Healthcare, making treatment more accessible, reducing travel burdens, and keeping patients closer to home, where family and community support are vital. So thank you for my comments to the board and as a board of supervisors. I believe someone is on the line if you wish to make comments.
Miss Mike, you have the ability to speak if you want to unmute your microphone.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, please. Feel free to address the board.
Hello, my name is Marissa Mike, and I am event planner for the Navajo Hopi Health Foundation. We often work with Tuba City Regional Healthcare Corporation, and we are hosting the event. We do often fundraise for Tuba City Regional Healthcare Corporation, aside from other grant programs that we have here at Tuba City Regional. And we'll need help with expenses in this fundraising effort for the oncology patients here that receive treatment at the Specialty Care Center, and that's our oncology center. Let's see. We're just requesting to cover expenses as far as our the main portions of our event. That's going to be our not our t-shirts, our DJ, our oh my goodness. Let me pull up my information. Sorry. And our fruits and snacks and water, sports hydration drinks. So those are the main things that we would like to have the county cover our expenses for. They will be for all of our participants that enter the race. We're going to offer 3K, 5K, and 10K races. We have the courses all set and planned. We do have all of our information on our website at Navajo Hopi Health Foundation.org, and we're gearing up for the races. We're going to put up signs that promote health and wellness, just tidbits, information about how to live a healthy lifestyle, eat healthy, those of the like, promoting health and wellness. We're asking the county to cover our porta potties also, that we're going to have for the public to be able to use at our event.
Thank you very much for that information. And Supervisor Begay, would you provide a motion on the passage of 5A?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Marissa, for coming on. And I just want to make a motion for item 5A, considering possible action to approve the funding agreement with Navajo Hopi Health Foundation. And it was also read by the board chair to cover the amounts and the board to cover expenses to host the Run for Hope annual fundraising event in Moenkopi Village, Tuba City. So I make that motion.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. It is unanimous.
I'd
We're
like
going
to
move
make-
forward.
Comment?
So
So thank you so much to my fellow board members for supporting this initiative and effort and event. Together, we're bringing strength, awareness, and healing to all our communities and families as they encounter what the leading cause of death on the reservation. Thank you.
thank you very much. And we're moving on to 5B. Actually, I removed this, but I don't think we really needed to after reading it. I know it was a new item that was attached, and after now looking at it, but why don't you give us the quick what this is, and then we'll make a motion.
Madam Chair, members of the board, and in fact, Heather Damelin, the CEO of Mountain Line, is on with us as well. This is an intergovernmental agreement with all of the agencies in our local community: Coconino County, City of Flagstaff, Arizona Board of Regents, on behalf of NAU and the Community College District, as well as the officially known as Northern Arizona Intergovernmental Public Transportation Authority. Heather and I just had met yesterday. Heather, if you have any comments, feel free to add. So thank you, Madam Chair.
It's always great to see you, Heather, and all that you do for Mountain Line. So and we have our transportation guy here from District 2, so I don't know if he has any questions, or we'd love to hear from you.
Thank you. I'd love to hear from Ms. Domlin just a little bit about what this item is and why the importance and how the county contributes to it.
Great. Thank you. Thanks all for having me. I'm sorry I'm not there in person. I was booked up with back-to-back and overlapping meetings, so appreciate the opportunity to join online. The item that we've presented to the county that you're looking at today is an amended and restated master agreement. The master agreement is what actually establishes Mountain Line as a transportation authority, and it includes commitments by all of our partner agencies on roles and responsibilities. We're proposing an amendment to the IGA. The proposal has been reviewed, by all of our partners, as well as legal for each of our partner agencies. The gist of the change is really meant to address our ability, Mountain Line's ability to own and operate real estate. So when we were first conceived, we didn't own any property. We now own a piece of parcel or a piece of land here in Flagstaff that we want to use to develop housing on as a local funding source for the transit tax. And so this amendment to the IGA just outlines our authorities to do that. And so we appreciate you considering the amendment. There were some other cleanup languages made while we were doing it, but really the intent was to add very clear authority on ownership and operation of property.
Thank you so much. With that, unless there are, I'm so sorry. Yes. Of course, our Deputy County Attorney.
Madam Chair, members of the board, this is Bill Ring from the County Attorney's Office. I was the attorney who was specifically involved in reviewing the documents and the amendments. The resolution that you have before you makes no reference to the clarity for ownership of real estate. My understanding is that this action was really housekeeping and cleaning up a series of actions and amendments that accumulated over time. And the best practice at this moment in time was to aggregate all those changes into a restated and amended intergovernmental agreement. We did not opine upon the Board of Supervisors' ability to participate as a member of NAPTA in the ownership of real estate. That's a separate question. It doesn't prevent you from moving forward on the resolution. The resolution subtracted that language about ownership of real estate from the resolution. So what you're adopting is the amended and restated intergovernmental agreement that really was housekeeping matters related to this accumulation of changes that were made over time. If there's a question that this board has about the ownership and operation of real estate, we'd ask that you ask us to opine upon that matter outside of today's meeting, going forward as the business of NAPTA. NAPTA has their own private counsel that can advise NAPTA on its authorities and its abilities. If you have a question as a Board of Supervisors for the ownership and development of real estate through the NAPTA authority, feel free to ask us and we can advise you in attorney-client privilege.
Well, I didn't before, but I sure do now. So I think it would be great at a future date to please advise us on that. Yes, I'd like to have that set up for a future board meeting. So,
Thank you, Madam Chair,
And-
and
and-
thank you to our guest.
and I do have one other question then. Given that, and in light of that, is it appropriate for us to proceed on this resolution as presented?
On the resolution as presented, the resolution has been sanitized by from any comment upon ownership and development of real estate. So the resolution is clean and can be adopted by the board.
Thank you, Deputy County Attorney Ring. I really appreciate your input on that. Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for that clarification. As chair of the executive board or executive committee for Mountain Lion, I just felt that I do need to comment on the land piece, and I'm hoping that Heather will come to us soon once we do have a plan so we can talk about that further. But with that said, unless there aren't any other comments, I'd like to send in a motion to approve the motion or the item as stated by our legal counsel.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and second to accept the resolution 2025-52 as presented before us. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous, and we look forward to further discussion and advice from legal counsel on this. So we are moving forward. Number 7. Thanks, Heather, for being with us. Sorry. Number 7 is consideration of possible action to 1, approve and accept the Access to Justice A2J grant from the Arizona Supreme Court Administrative Office of the Courts in the amount of $131,800 for the period of Board of Supervisors acceptance through June 30th, 2027 for increased ease of access to the court system for remote rural counties on or near Navajo Nation. And number 2, approve the corresponding fiscal year 2026 budget adjustment in the amount of $131,800. And 3, approve the addition of 2.0 full-time employment, limited term staff to be navigators for the chosen locations. And I know that you, Supervisor Fowler, removed this. I'm going to turn this to you.
Yes, Madam Chair. I think that this is, I moved it forward. I'm told that some of you cannot hear me. I asked for this to be removed because it's such an important events that have been happening here in Coconino County. Our Superior Court has been moving, has been having remote sessions court out in our remote communities, one of them being in Tuba City, Page, and I believe they were in the Williams as well. I just really appreciate what they're doing, and here's another step forward. So I thought it'd be good to highlight this project. If there's anyone from the courts that might be able to speak on it, our county manager.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler, Madam Chair, members of the board. Jan Cody is online to speak to this as a representative of the court. So, Jan, thank you for being here.
Good morning, Chair Horseman, members of the board. I would really like to thank the members for approving this. And this is an effort in conjunction with HHS. Superior Court is proposing to increase the ease of access to the court system for individuals living in remote rural communities, most specifically near the Navajo Nation. This grant will allow the installation of remote court pods in 2 communities that have high traffic, high volume for rates of failure to appear or failure to comply. And we would really like to fill this gap by providing these no-cost access to virtual court for those individuals who have to travel or are afraid to come to the court. They're another way to provide access to all members in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. I know that the courts, when it's being held at home, it's easier for you to attend, and really appreciate the outreach that's been happening, and just really looking at reaching out and making it easier for people to
access to court, not just to court, but there are county services that do join these events when they are held in the local community. So I just really want to appreciate you working with the Navajo Nation as well. And it's a great partnership that has been established. Thank you. Madam Chair, if there's no comments or questions.
Any comments or questions?
Okay, I'd like to move that we approve item number 7 as you read, Madam Chair.
We have a motion. Do I have a second? Second. Supervisor Begay has seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 It is unanimous. We are moving to item number 12 that we have withdrawn, and that's consideration and possible action to approve the appointment of Catherine Sanchez Miador, representing District 2 to the Coconino County Parks and Recreation Commission for a term commencing September 9th, 2025 through September 8th, 2028. And I see we have our Parks and Recreation Director, but I know this was removed by Supervisor Vasquez, so I'm going to turn this to him.
Yes, thank you. We just wanted to recognize someone who's willing to step up and join our Parks and Recs Commission. And so just wanted to give Director Nemeth an opportunity to speak, and then our new commissioner, Ms. Catherine Sanchez Medor, to say some words and just say thank you on my behalf and on behalf of the board. Thank you for stepping up, because public service is so important, and these commissions are voluntary. And so you're taking your time to contribute to the governance of our counties. And so we really appreciate that. Thank you. And with that, I'll pass it over to Director Nemeth.
Thank you, Supervisor Vasquez. Madam Chair, members of the board, it is truly my pleasure to be able to introduce to you Catherine Sanchez Miador, and an applicant to our District 2 position in the Parks and Recreation Commission. Each member of the board has 2 commissioners that you can fill. We're glad now to have a representative of District 2. I also want to recognize that her husband Andrew is here with us in support of Catherine. And anyway, I also want to just recognize what Supervisor Vasquez says. These are volunteer members of our community, and I want to thank you, Catherine, for submitting your application and your willingness to serve.
Thank you, Director Nemeth-Breen. Good morning, Madam Chair and other distinguished members of the board. Buenos días, señora Presidente de la Junta y otros miembros de la Junta y Director Nemeth-Breen. Gracias para su servicio a la gente de Coconino County y para su apoyo para parques y recreación. Thank you for your service to the people of Coconino County and for your support of Parks and Recreation. I'm excited to work with the Parks and Recreation staff, the Commission, and county residents, advancing efforts such as the Fort Tuthill Master Plans, the Parks and Recreation Organization Plan, and other initiatives across the county of importance to community members and residents of District 2. I appreciate your support and look forward to the opportunity to bring experience from my federal career to a new role with the Parks and Recreation Commission. Gracias y thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your willingness to serve. Really appreciate it.
And with that, I would like to put on a motion to approve the appointment of Catherine Sanchez Miador as representing District 2 for the Coconino County Parks and Recs Commission.
Do I have a second? We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Again, thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
We have item number 13, consideration and possible action to approve the second renewal, RFP 2021-104, between R Entertainment and Coconino County, commencing January 1, 2026 through December 31st, 2030, for a management of Pepsi Amphitheater, wherein the county receives an annual minimum base fee of $118,153, which increases each year per the average percentage consumer price index change. And I did remove this, and I do see we have folks from our entertainment. I know this has been a really busy summer for us there at the amphitheater and for our entertainment. So I thought this would be a great opportunity when we're discussing the renewal to also hear from them about this last summer. So with that, we have Cynthia up there ready to give us a overview on this matter before us and introduce our entertainment.
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. We are entering into another renewal with our entertainment. They are the managers of the amphitheater, and as you stated, they've brought in an abundance of and a great variety of acts, and as testimony by the revenue shares, it speaks to their success and the success of this partnership. Carrie Dunn is here with us today, as is Steve Strickland. He's the venue manager. Carrie Dunn is the owner of our co-owner of our entertainment. And I would like to invite Carrie up if he has a few words to say.
Thanks for
Madam
joining.
Chairman, members of the board, friends, we are so delighted to be able to manage this economic juggernaut that is disguised as an amphitheater. It has been really something very special. This year, we're going to have close to 70% of the people come to the amphitheater outside of Coconino County, which means they're here spending money in Coconino County every one of our shows. It has become not only one of the greatest places to see music across the board. In the old days, when we first took over, we worked very hard to get on the radar of any musical guest. Now they call us because the venue has created, we've been able to create such an awareness of this venue that people want to come and play. So we're very blessed to be able to manage this for you. We're going into it's going to be 20 years this year, next year, anniversary of when it was built. So we're going to have lots of different really amazing 20-year anniversary celebrations with the different music. We're already working on music for next summer. So we hope to make that something very special. And we still have like 6 more shows to go this season. So you're not done with us yet. We're going to bring more and more shows to the air because the success. We've been doing shows on Monday. We would never do shows on Monday. They've been successful. We've been doing shows on Tuesday. Now, it seems odd, but it has to do with routing and why we can get a bigger act to come on Tuesday while they come down to Phoenix and play for millions of dollars. They play for little money with us. But we are so appreciative of you, the partnership that we have with Cynthia and her team, the partnership that we have with you and your leadership. We couldn't be more pleased to be able to be in the boat rowing with you for the next 5 years. We also have, before I say anything else, I do want to mention Steve Strickland, who is our venue manager. He lives here. He's an NAU guy. He manages about 100 and some people every show that we bring in from Coconino County. So we're excited to be back, and thank you so much for allowing us to do that.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the entertainment that you provided. I know that Pickin' in the Pines is this weekend, and many of us are excited to go there and do some dancing and some foot stomping, so we really appreciate that. Still waiting for Brandy Carlisle to come, okay?
On the list for next year. On the list for next year.
Good, I hope so. So any other comments, Supervisor Fowler?
Yes, thank you. I really appreciate your partnership with Coconino County. It took a while for us to find the right partner, and you have become the right partner. So really appreciate that and love the communication that you have with us almost on a weekly basis. And also after every show, there's the economic report that comes out, which is really appreciate that. And also you're becoming an economic driver, which we dreamt of years back. And it was just in the discussion, and here it has come to be. So I really appreciate that partnership and being able to have the county department be able to work with you, and them being at ease puts us at ease. When we can see Cynthia come up smiling, then we're good. So I really want to appreciate you and partnership with you, and just the amount of your creativity in bringing name brand to our county. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. We appreciate that. We work every day to bring something special up here, and you know, after 12 or 13 years, we're an overnight success here. So we're very glad to be here and working for you.
Supervisor Ontiveros, I know this is in your district.
Well, yes, it is. Thank you again for pointing that out. Mr. Dunn, thank you. It is, I've said this before, but it is worth repeating. It is your vision to make this, I believe you said Red Rock-esque. And I've always appreciated that big vision that you have had, and it is exciting for me to see it coming to fruition. As I'm going to use your words, glad we're in the same boat rowing together. Mr. Strickland does a great job. I see him out there running around, doing the work, making sure everything is taken care of. Ms. Nemeth, so what a great team. So thank you for what you're doing here in Coconino County and continuing to be engaged.
Thank you, Supervisor. We appreciate it. It takes a lot of folks to make this thing work. My business partner of 23 years, who couldn't be here today, Alicia Klein, who is our CFO and our manager, the hundreds of people that work there so that we all can stand up here and bring great shows to you.
Any other comments? Supervisor Vasquez.
Thank you. Well, thank you for being here today and for telling us about this partnership. This is an example of a public-private partnership that works. Really excited of the groups that you're bringing, and the economic impact reports are very helpful. So thank you for that, because that gives us a measurement and metrics to just see the impact of this partnership and how we can continue to provide great services for our county. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Interesting fact on that is that, you know, the economic impact that we had last year of over $13 million and the investments that you all make, you get back about 26 times for every dollar spent. So we're with you, really good stewards of what's going on here.
And a lot of fun. We want to point that out.
Oh, yeah, few moments of fun.
Supervisor Begay.
I just want to say thank you for all the work that you do with Cynthia and your the staff that you work with. It means a lot, and it really helps the county overall. So I just want to say thank you for all the hard work that you guys do. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. It's our honor to work here and to make this venue something very special, that people are now making pilgrimages to it from across the United States. Last year, we had people from New Zealand, Australia, lots of different countries come here because what we've been able to, with your help and Cynthia's help, is get the word out. This is a very magical place to see a show.
It truly is. So with that, I wonder if Supervisor Ontiveros is going to make a motion on this.
Yes, Chair, I so move on this item.
And do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. It is unanimous. Congratulations, and we look forward to continued partnership.
We're going to have a lot of reports in the next 5 years. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So, members of the board, I know we're late and we are for lunch, but I'm going to ask that you indulge me on removing from the agenda, you may want to say, Cynthia, and bring out 26. We have an action item, and I know we have Attorney Mangini, who has been here very patiently through most of the morning. And so before we take a quick break, before we get back here for our important discussion on homeowners insurance and wildfires, I wonder if we can just go to number 26 and handle that right now. So is that okay, everybody? Can you delay
Yes.
your lunch for a minute? All right, let's go to 26.
Got a presentation, see if I can get some assistance pulling that up. Maybe right here. Nope. There we go. Nope, gosh darn. Thank you so much. There we
Thank you,
go.
Cynthia, and thank you for getting this together for us. I appreciate that.
Madam Chair, members of the board, what we have before you here is a Museum of Northern Arizona conservation easement approval. But before we get to that specific motion or in consideration, I want to touch very briefly on the purpose of conservation easements, the pros and cons of them. Now, keep in mind that we will become, Deputy Attorney Ring and I will return on the 30th of this month, and we will give you a much more comprehensive overview of conservation easements, as well as an update on some conservation easement conversations that we have been having over the course of the last year or so. Then we'll conclude today with your consideration and approval of the Museum of Northern Arizona conservation easement. But just very briefly to touch on conservation easement, the purpose of a conservation easement. And a conservation easement is actually a voluntary legal binding mechanism of between a landowner and it has to be one of two, a land trust or a government agency that holds the easement. And a landowner will want to put land in conservation easement to protect its conservation values. And those values could be the natural habitat, it could be scenic views, it could be historical or cultural values that that property has. And some of the benefits of a conservation easement can be, well, it preserves land, right? It supports agriculture. Some people view that as a benefit. There are tax benefits to the landowner. There are also environmental benefits, such as what we see with Rogers Lake and the wetlands there. And then just protection of open space, which has a lot of environmental benefits that we won't go into detail here about. And it also reduces pressure on development. On the downside of conservation easements, well, they are permanent. They are generally in perpetuity. It's very, very difficult to remove that easement off the property, that deed. It reduces the property value because you're extracting the value of developing that property. So it does reduce the value to the landowner. It also reduces the value on the assessor's side, on tax collection. There's ongoing oversight every year at a minimum. That land has to be evaluated, monitored for a compliance of the easement, and that would be the person who holds the deed, which as stated earlier, it's either a land trust or it's a government agency. There are still transaction costs that the landowner has to bear, and there are, as in many cases, there is increased liability relative to public access when public access is given. There might be liability in having to enforce, for example, if the easement is not being in compliance. So there are liabilities that come with the conservation easements. I mentioned that a government agency has to hold the easement, and we, for example, hold easements on the Babbitt ranches. We also hold easements. We've been talking about the Bull Basin one in the Kendrick Wilderness area. That we'll update you on that later this month. And also with the Museum of Northern Arizona. This is not the first easement that we have with the Museum of Northern Arizona. Now, we also have land. The county has land that is in conservation. And the agencies that hold those deeds on behalf of our conservation easements are, for example, Arizona State Parks. There's a conservation easement on Rogers Lake, and Arizona State Parks is the monitoring agency. And for Frontieri, which also has a conservation easement, we have a land trust that keeps us in compliance, and that's the Central Arizona Land Trust. So just to kind of put that into perspective. And I'll toss it over to Bill if you have anything to add, Bill, regarding conservation easements.
Sure, thank you, Cynthia. Cynthia and I have been communicating and coordinating on the work session that we'll conduct later this month. With regard to this particular conservation easement, I would just advise you that Title 33 actually has some very robust language about political subdivision like Coconino County being the grantee the receiver of conservation easements that can be created for a menu of purposes that align with Coconino County values. And so the statute is the basis, first of all, for our authority to be the grantee. The second thing I would tell you that in review of this particular conservation easement, I think it's well composed. It's put together with authorities that are clear. It puts together also liabilities and responsibilities that the county will exercise that are also clear. Oftentimes, some of the downsides, though it's not mentioned here as a con, is the embedded cost of having to enforce conservation easements in the event that there's a disagreement or a dispute about the uses. And that may not be so concerning as between, in this case, the Museum of Northern Arizona and Coconino County. But imagine these easements are in perpetuity. So there will be a succession of grantors who will receive this property. It may not always be the Museum of Northern Arizona. In fact, they may intend to convey this property at any time, now or in the future, to a subsequent purchaser who's going to take the easement who's going to take the land subject to this easement. And so at that point in time, how clear we are with our language and our intentions really makes a difference. And I can tell you that with regard to this particular easement, I think it's very well composed. I don't know if Mr. Mangini was the architect of that, but I'll give him the compliment of putting together what turns out to be a very valuable conservation easement. Now, there's three things that I would mention to you about conservation easements. For the same reason as those comments relate to clarity of easement, it's important that these easements be standardized in their language and in their terms, and that's for ease of administration. Second thing is that the conservation goals in these easements should be substantially similar so that we're managing for the same goals and objectives generally. What we really don't want to receive is an inventory of one-off easements, or as I said to Cynthia in the hallway, a herd of unicorns, where each one of these things are different in their language, different in their scope. They create really start to multiply the difficulties for the county as the receiver or the grantee in this instance. So we should be looking to standardize substantially similar terms. On that point, this easement is, I think, identical to three other easements that we've received from the Museum of Northern Arizona. So that consistency is important, and it goes to my second point. The third point is that conservation easements for related or adjacent parcels, ideally they would come in not piecemeal but all at once. In this instance, there's 7 properties you'll see as an exhibit that's attached to the easement. There's 7 properties that are adjacent or related. We've received conservation easements as to 3. This is the 4th conservation easement. It only goes as to parcel F in an alphabetical arrangement of A through H or so. And it's a little difficult to receive them piecemeal. It would be perhaps easier as a point of administration to receive them all at once so that we can assure ourselves that all the terms and conditions as to each property that will be put into conservation are substantially the same. With regard to this particular easement, there's a report that was prepared as kind of like the baseline for what we look for when we conserve to an objective. It's a 2019 report about the condition of the property. In a sense, it sets the baseline for what our objectives are into the future. But 2019 is 6 years ago. And that's okay. But as we receive these things piecemeal, we're always managing back to an objective that gets further and further back in time. So for ease of administration, it's best to receive these kinds of easements at once as opposed to piecemeal, unless we're in a situation where you've adopted goals and objectives as part of your strategic planning and you want to accumulate easements over time for a particular management objective, such as Rogers Lake or Bull Basin in that vicinity. So there's reasons why we might take them piecemeal. Ideally, in this case, it would be nice to receive them all at once, but we can discuss that when we get to our work session on conservation easements. So to sum it up, Title 33 gives the county the ability to receive conservation easements for a wide range of conservation values. Number two, this easement is a good easement. It's well written, it's well composed, thanks to the author. With that in mind, we're here to answer any questions, and we see no particular difficulty with your acceptance of this easement and approval of a motion to the same.
Thank you. Anything else that you have to ask, Cynthia? And then we'll see if Attorney Mangini wants to also address any of this.
Yeah, I mean, I just had a slide here relative to kind of the history of kind of how we got to where we got to today. And basically the museum had a large tract of land. They divided it into 5 with the intent to raise funds for the museum and then sell those divided parcels to conservation-minded folks. And that, while it says here that this is the first, we've already got 3, not 2, conservation easements. So this is the 4th and completes this initial tract of land that the museum had carved out and divided into 5. And so this would be the 4th easement that the board would approve. And staff is recommending, as Deputy Attorney Bill Ring noted, and Parks and Recreation staff is also recommending approval of this easement. This is the various tracts of land. We're talking about the one that's highlighted in blue. It has a myriad of conservation values, such as wildlife values, watershed, view sheds, cultural resources also. And what from a recreation perspective, it also maintains the ability to potentially build a trail through there in the future and maintain a trail through there. And with that, if you have any questions of me, of Bill, of Mr. Mangini, who I thank you, Mike, for being here this afternoon, we're here to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. First, I'll ask if there's any questions, and then I would see if Mike Mangini would like to make some comments. So any questions of staff or of our Deputy County Attorney? All right, Mike, can you come on up? And thank you for your patience.
Chairman, supervisors, and staff. I think Bill Ring did an excellent summary of what we've done. To explain why it's taken so long, it's just fundraising to get these conservation easements funded so the museum doesn't go backwards in their investment in that parcel. That's it. That's why it took so long. And we had a lot of, it turned out better than anticipated. Found a lot of benefactors are willing to put up the money. And so thanks to Cynthia, and I really want to thank Mary Kershaw, and specifically Troy Gillenwater, who's a past chair. Property was going to be sold, and there was a lot of neighbor issues because the property could be dealt with 110 homes. And he's the one that came up with, he's the one to brainstorm ideas, and this is how this idea came to be. And I think it's a great thing for that area. It's going to be preserved, limited impact, the neighbors all around it, even that trail that Cynthia spoke about potentially could go through there, which I think they're walking through there now, the public.
Well, the public is definitely walking through there now, and we hope we're going to have a trail, but boy, we've been trying awfully hard. So if you have any pull, try to talk people into this trail. It's a good one. Any questions? Yeah, Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. I remember a couple years ago, we did an easement with the museum. Is this the same land, and now it's just being divided up so that it can be used to fundraise? Is that how I understood that?
No.
And fundraise as a conservation, not for development?
No, it's bigger. You've done the ones you did before. There were like 4 parts. And this is just that area just gets bigger with conservation. Bill's correct on it. You'd rather do it all at once, but all the money doesn't show up at once. Yeah. And so that's why these are, and they're uniform, trying to make them uniform going forward.
And it's really heartwarming to hear that these plans have
Any other comments, questions? Supervisor Fowler?
Just thank you for the museum for the partnership. Open space is so important, and it's a beautiful area, and this is great. Thank you.
Just one comment I'd make too. M&A has been such a great partner for Coconino County and has worked with us for many projects and has, including working with us on the possibility of a trail. And I also think this is a wonderful way to maintain our beautiful open lands, our open spaces, to provide the important wildlife corridors. And this is a huge wildlife corridor going through this area. So really appreciate it. Please extend to Mary Kershaw and the rest of the M&A staff and board how much we appreciate their commitment and cooperation with us here in Coconino County. Really appreciate them.
We'll do that. Thank you.
All right, then with that, we are ready to entertain a motion to approve Resolution 2025-54, approving a fourth consecutive easement with the Museum of Northern Arizona. Whereas Coconino County will hold the deed in perpetuity and be responsible for the compliance of the terms of the easement. Do I have a motion?
So move.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say by saying aye.
Aye.
And by the way, this is in District 1. So thank you very much. Really appreciate that. Members of the community, members of the board, we have definitely gone beyond our planned lunchtime. We will be back. We do and will need to rearrange our agenda a bit. I know that we have coming up, and I know it is somewhat time sensitive. We have at 1:15 flood control district discussion regarding wildlife insurance crisis. The insurance industry shares its perspectives on the issue, and I know we do have some members from the insurance industry that will be here at 1:15. So what I'm going to ask is for those that may be here for other items, they probably will need to be continued unless we might be able to get the consent agenda items done before we go into our evaluation with county manager. But the others, we may need to.
Yeah, and Madam Chair, to give ourselves just a bit of time, Lucinda and I were communicating, Lucinda Andrani, we could probably start insurance at around 1:30 if we want to give ourselves just a bit more time.
Sounds great.
I have that we still need on the consent agenda. There are 2 flood control district items, which are consent, 21 and 22, 24 and 25, which are health district items. And then we have the matter of the election precincts as well. If we choose to go into any of those items, I recommend we do hear the election precinct item, either just before the flood control item on Wildfire or after. And County Attorney Ring may have some.
We also do have a time-sensitive executive session that's scheduled.
You know, this is exactly what we have been asking not to have happen, but it happens, it seems like repeatedly. You know, the other item is this, you know, we stay into the wee hours of the afternoon and into the evening. We do have a county manager evaluation, or we go through with the rest of this and we continue the county manager evaluation and do a separate meeting just for that, special board meeting. And I want to hear from you all, and we need to do it quickly because whatever we do, we're taking away our time. So any other comments, members of the board?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I would like to schedule another meeting for county manager's evaluation. Some of us have to drive.
Any other comments, questions? I really hate to do that, the county manager, but I don't know what to do.
I think that because we are running way behind time, hours actually. We do have time-sensitive issues coming up. We do have members of the public here that are here for a 1:15 hearing, I'm going to note.
Yeah.
I don't want to rush through our evaluation, and I also know that as the day goes on, it wears on us as board members, and I would like to be, I'm going to use the word fresh for that. So I would suggest that we do a continuance.
Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, I know our county manager was all ready for his evaluation today, and I do respect that. But I agree with my colleagues in light of the fact that we have so many time-sensitive issues to take care of. We wanna dedicate the amount of time that's appropriate to our county manager to have an in-depth conversation and not just gloss over the process. And so I agree, we do need to dedicate those 3 hours, and today might not be the day to do it. Thank you.
County Manager, I unfortunately agree with all of these comments, and this is what we were trying to avoid about this meeting, but here we are.
Yeah.
So if you are willing to do that, and I apologize profusely, I know that you've been very, you have to prepare for this,
Yeah.
and you're prepared. But if you'd be willing to do that, I would ask that we look at a meeting, that we do a 3-hour meeting. It's a special meeting, not added to another one of our board meetings, so that we can take the time that's necessary for this.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. And I think it's in all of our interest to be our best selves and fresh going into that conversation. And I'm really looking forward to it. That said, today's an important day on many levels. And we're really, if you look at what you have already approved, a fantastic day so far. And we'll continue to have some great discussions with the board on our items this afternoon. And those items are going to take a lot of energy on for all of us. So thank you.
With that, members of the board, we are going to take a break. We'll be back at 1:30. Eat quickly. Be back.
Stretch out.
Let's see.
Hi, this is Ethan. Can you hear me?
So, we are sorry for the delay. For those that have been patient, we really appreciate it. We've had a very packed agenda today, and we have very important items that we need to get to. And we are looking forward on our agenda. We are moving forward to number 29 on our agenda. The other items we will go back to and do as much as we can after number 29. So we are, this is a flood control district discussion, and his presentation and discussion regarding the wildfire insurance crisis with the insurance industry shares its perspective on the issue. And we are still acting as a Board of Supervisors, not the flood control district. And because this is a countywide issue. And with that, I'm going to turn this over to our Flood Control District Administrator, Lucinda Andriani, to basically kind of start us off on this.
County. The first session, as you know, was on June 3rd, and that session really provided an overview of this very complex and challenging issue, and that was presented by Kimmy Barrett and Doug Green with Headwaters Economics, who is...
You know, excuse me, I'm just going to get clarification because you're right. This says we start and resolve as the Flood Control District Board of Directors. Should we do that?
Yes, Madam
That's
Chair.
why I was asking earlier. Okay. With legal counsel's advice, I will take a motion for us to resolve as a Flood Control District Board of Directors.
So moved.
We have a motion
Second.
and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. We are now the Flood Control District Board of Directors, and we have our Flood Control District Administrator with us. So please proceed.
Thank you. So as I was sharing, we had a first session on June 3rd, presentations by Headwaters Economics, who is very prominent in this issue across the Western U.S., provided a great overview of the issue. For those that may not have been able to participate and they're interested, that presentation and recording of the meeting is on the Flood Control District website. If you go to Wildfire Insurance, there's a little tile there, just hit that and those materials will come up, as will the materials and the recording from today when we're completed here. Today we have a presentation by Ethan Aumann, who is the Senior Director for Environmental Issues and Resiliency with the Insurance Industry Association known as the American Property Casualty Insurance Association. APCI is the primary national trade association for home, auto, and business insurers. And I want to share their mission. As a leading industry voice, APCIA advances private competitive insurance markets to protect consumers, businesses, and communities. We support a strong and state-based regulatory system and proactive U.S. engagement in the international regulatory discussions to facilitate market growth and stability through proactive education, thought leadership, and advocacy. Mr. Aumann will present the industry's perspective on the issue of wildfire risk and how and why it's impacting insurance availability and rates across the West, and discuss what the industry sees as the necessary steps to address this wildfire risk. Before we begin, I want to share a few comments. First, I want to say that the wildfire risk in our communities is real. This is not fabricated by the industry to just make money. This is a real issue. We have a real threat. We're in the 94th percentile nationally in terms of wildfire risk done by independent entities. And this risk isn't just with our forested communities, although that is obviously really prominent, but it also affects our grassland and shrub areas as well. If you look at wildfires in the United States, many of the largest wildfires and the ones that have consumed the most homes, and frankly, some that have created the most deaths, have been grassland and shrub wildfires. So I think we think about those areas in our county tend to be less populated, fewer homes, but there is a threat there as well, and I wanted to point that out. I think that, as I mentioned, we're in a high profile. The risk is real, and it's impacting our residents. We have gotten several emails and calls even just in the last week, several of residents who have been denied insurance or canceled insurance. and/or have seen significant increases in rates. So we've developed this process to educate ourselves and the public about the issue. And the intent is to have future sessions that really look at what are the strategies that we can be an element of to address this risk issue. And that's going to take collaboration. It's going to take collaboration with the insurance industry, mortgage companies, our fire districts, some of whom are with us here today. Others are probably online, our fire departments in our communities, our residents, and all levels of government, federal, state, and local. Are we going to have to collaborate to address this issue? The next session will be on September 30th at 2:15. It'll focus on home hardening. What's really coming out of all of the science and the data of evaluating fires is that many of them begin, we've heard this repetitively, as embers and ember wash, firestorms, much like, well, we've seen throughout the West, not just LA by any means. And home hardening is really becoming more and more prominent in terms of the key strategy to reduce the risk. We will have Michael Newman with us from the Institute for Business and Home Safety, IBHS. They are the leading industry research entity, and they've developed a program called Wildfire Prepared Home, which really identifies what are the things that need to be done to significantly reduce the risk of wildfire to a home. Again, all the presentations and recordings will be on the Flood Control District website. And again, you can stream those as well through the county's YouTube channel if you can't make it into town or if you're in an outlying area. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Ethan Amon, Mr. Amon, to share his presentation. And then he's put together, I think, a great set of slides here, providing a good overview. I had also recommended to you, I don't know how many of you had an opportunity, I know Supervisor Ontiveros had an opportunity to look at a video that I shared with you about the LA firestorm. And I think that's good because it really puts into perspective what is the overarching risk and the issues that are contributing to it, and some of the things that are being looked at to address that risk. With that, I'll turn it over to him, but encourage you and the public. It's a PBS show. It can be, again, downloaded through YouTube if you want more information. It's a great source of information as well. So, Mr. Amon.
All right.
All righty. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for the introduction, Lucinda. I trust everyone there can hear me okay. Yes. And I'll go ahead and get started. So good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the board, or should I call you Flood Control District Commissioners, and community members there as well today. My name is Ethan Amon. I serve as Senior Director, Environmental Issues and Resiliency for APCIA. So in my role, I work on policy solutions for property and environmental insurance issues with an emphasis on risk mitigation and resilience to natural catastrophes. And I just want to thank you for having me here today to discuss this very important issue and provide an insurer's perspective on wildfire risk. So Lucinda covered a little bit of this, but APCIA is the primary national trade association representing about 2/3 of the home, auto, and business insurance market. We have a presence in every community across the nation, including there in Coconino County. I am coming to you from the Denver, Colorado area. We had our own large wildfire event a couple of years ago, the Marshall Fire, that, as Lucinda mentioned, it was actually largely a grassland fire and really tore through a community, devastating impacts and losses there to families and the communities. So our primary mission is protecting people and communities and helping them recover from catastrophic losses. Today, I'll talk really about three main topics. First, I'm going to touch on the current state of U.S. property insurance markets broadly. because I think it provides some helpful context to what's going on kind of at the individual state and community levels. And next, I'll share some insights on how the wildfire peril is evolving amid increasing risk and losses. And then I'll discuss solutions to address these issues. I'm going to be using the term mitigation later in my presentation, and I just want to make sure that everyone knows upfront what I'm talking about. So with respect to wildfire, mitigation is the proactive actions that are taken to lessen the severity and impact of wildfire on people, homes, and communities. So let's start with the current state of the market. The insurance industry is it's receiving a lot of increased attention nationally as housing affordability is at its worst level since the 1980s. And not coincidentally, that was the last time the US economy experienced record high inflation and high interest rates. Homeowners insurance is typically only a relatively small percentage of the overall cost of home ownership, a little more than home maintenance costs, but much less than the escalating cost of property taxes and mortgages due to higher interest rates. But it's the cumulative impact of all these costs that are impacting housing affordability nationwide. Historically, Arizona has had a relatively stable insurance market with a large number of insurance carriers. It's also had homeowners insurance rates that have been lower than the national average. But there are widely different risk factors across the state that impact rates. And Arizona, much like the rest of the country, has seen rates increase significantly in recent years. So why have homeowners insurance rates increased so much recently? Insured losses in the US have been rising rapidly from a combination of factors. These include record high inflation, demographic shifts, economic growth, and increased natural disasters. And insurance is really just a pass-through of these rising costs. So when losses go up, rates also have to go up for insurers to be able to pay their claims. So I'll talk more about those factors driving insurance costs in a little bit, but I wanted to first highlight here the most recent insurance company financial results for Arizona and countrywide. This chart shows the latest underwriting data from the National Association of Insurance Commissioners, NAIC. They are the group of state insurance regulators. So red values reflect an underwriting loss and black is a profit. So a few things to note. First is that Arizona homeowners insurers, circled in red, have been losing money significantly in recent years. And there's also a lag in this NAIC reporting because it takes time for the claims to be closed and data to be compiled and submitted. But 2024 was also an underwriting loss for homeowners insurers in Arizona. And then the next thing I want you to note is that insurance is typically cyclical. Some years there's maybe a small profit, some years a small loss, but it's more unusual to see sustained losses for 4 or 5 years in a row. And that's just what we're seeing nationally. Last December, the ratings agency AM Best assigned a negative outlook for the entire homeowners insurance market countrywide, and that's citing 5 consecutive years of underwriting losses. So there are kind of 3 big categories or tiers of cost drivers that are leading to escalating property insurance losses. At the top are these macroeconomic pressures from community and economic growth and severe building inflation for building materials and labor, the cost of labor. So next are increasing exposures due to demographic shifts, with people moving into larger, more expensive buildings in disaster-prone areas, such as those vulnerable to wildfire, hurricanes, and flood. It's estimated now that over half of the whole US population lives in metro areas with high risk of a natural disaster. Increasing weather severity is also contributing to these cost pressures. And then finally, state governments sometimes amplify cost pressures by increasing coverage and reporting mandates, trying to artificially suppress rates, and by enabling, in some cases, legal system abuse, which is an increasing area of concern for insurance companies. Let's dive a little bit deeper into just a few of these issues. This graph shows the increase in global insured natural catastrophe losses, which reached $137 billion in 2024 and has roughly doubled over the last decade. In the last 5 years, the losses in the US accounted for 73% of total global natural catastrophe losses. This trend of growing losses is expected to continue to increase roughly 5 to 7% per year. And these growing losses are often misrepresented as being entirely driven by climate change, when in reality, climate is contributing about 1% increase to the losses per year that we're seeing. Yes, we are experiencing more severe weather events. That's what the science tells us, but there are simply more expensive properties being built in harm's way, which are increasingly expensive to replace due to inflation. Persistent inflation, in fact, has made the cost to repair and reconstruct homes and communities after natural disasters significantly higher. Here you can see the cumulative effects of inflation since the COVID-19 pandemic on residential construction and related costs. So early on, construction materials and labor, which are really the red and the green lines, those surged 40 to 60% in just a couple of years. And those trends have kind of flatlined and normalized a bit, but still remain up about 40% cumulatively, affecting claims costs for every type of property loss from now on here. Insurance premiums, which are shown in the green dotted line, is a lagging indicator, meaning that premiums take a year or two to catch up to the economic inflation trends. And this partly explains why property insurers have been losing money in recent years. And it's also why insurance costs have risen in the US to help close the gap between loss costs and the prices that are charged. For many companies, the gap between the premiums coming in and the losses that are being paid out has led to a reduction in their surplus capital. So you can think of that as basically the savings account that insurance companies have to maintain to pay claims. And insurers are required by state regulators to maintain adequate levels of surplus capital. They also aren't allowed to charge whatever they want. They must follow strict actuarial standards where rates reflect risk, and those rates are reviewed and approved by state regulators. So for insurance companies that experienced large reductions in capital, there were some insolvencies following hurricanes in the Southeast, and there have been financial rating downgrades for some other companies across the US. And it's caused insurance companies to, in some cases, pull back from some markets where they're not able to accept the risk. So another factor that's driving insurance costs are demographic changes. The US population grew from around 250 million in 1990 to over 340 million in 2023. And this growth has not been spatially uniform. So we've seen greater population growth in high-risk areas, increasing exposure to various risks and natural disasters. So you could really, in this image here, draw a circle around large portions of the Western US, which have seen tremendous population growth and also have high wildfire risk. In fact, a recent Lending Tree study found that among the metro areas with the highest wildfire risk, Flagstaff actually has the highest rate of new people moving in. So with that context, I wanted to provide a little bit of information about the overarching trends that are impacting property insurance availability and affordability. But now I want to transition to looking more specifically at the wildfire peril. And across the West, we're seeing a phenomenon that's known as weather whiplash. And this is a situation where there are changing environmental conditions that are more conducive to fire ignitions and spread. So we're seeing warmer conditions, and then in some cases, more extreme rain events, followed by rapid vegetation growth, and then followed by intense heat and prolonged drought that dry out all of this new vegetation. So this all leads to conditions that are really primed for more intense, fast-spreading wildfire. Recent highly destructive wildfires, such as the Marshall Fire in Colorado I mentioned, the Lahaina Fire in Hawaii, and the LA fires earlier this year, were also driven by really extreme wind conditions. So simply put, we're seeing higher severity wildfire events, and we're seeing them more often. As I touched on earlier, community growth is also exploding in fire-prone regions, much more than regions facing other natural disaster risks. So this chart by the real estate company Redfin shows the share of homes built in disaster-prone areas between the year 1900 and 1959 in gray, and then homes built early in this decade in red. And so we're really seeing a dramatic increase in fire risk areas. Urban boundaries have expanded, and more people are living in the wildland urban interface. Redfin also estimates that around 97% of new homes built in Arizona today face elevated wildfire risk, as well as significant heat and drought risk as well. So these changing environmental conditions and building patterns are contributing to much larger, costlier wildfires, some called megafires. Here you can see that global insured wildfire losses in the last decade were more than 5 times higher than prior decades. And a lot of the recent losses have been driven by wildfires in California. In fact, 8 of the top 10 costliest insured wildfires in the world have occurred in the US since 2017. But these issues aren't isolated to California. We're seeing a growing number of conflagration fires, these fires that spread through communities and destroy a large number of houses and personal property across multiple Western states, some during high wind events, and resulting in really the costliest and deadliest losses in history. So this list is the top 20 fires just in the US ranked by insured losses. So let's look now at wildfire risk in Coconino County. And these charts are from a public wildfire viewer, risk viewer that's developed and maintained by the US Forest Service. It's called wildfirerisk.org. There's another useful website for visualizing these types of risk factors, and that's the National Risk Index. So this website includes interactive maps like what's shown on the left, and resources to help communities understand, explore, and reduce wildfire risk. In the graph on the right, you see this site ranks Coconino County in the 96th percentile for counties at risk for wildfire. And Flagstaff specifically is estimated as having a higher wildfire risk than 99% of communities in the US. This public-facing wildfire viewer is different than the risk models used by insurance companies. So these that I'm showing here and similar publicly available wildfire maps do not influence insurance rates or coverage determinations. But as an industry, we strongly support the development of public hazard maps to help inform public policy, help inform building codes, and for education for consumers and communities about risks. So insurers leverage risk models, which are much more granular in nature to help assess individual parcel risk. These computer models consider many additional factors that can change more frequently. So that is like mitigation done at the individual property level, or evolving fuel loads and conditions due to forest treatment projects and things of that nature that really help better inform the extent of potential loss that could occur in an individual policy term for a specific insurer. Characterizing wildfire risk is one of the most complex challenges in the insurance industry today. Wildfire behavior isn't driven by a single factor. It's the product of really dozens of different interacting variables. So we're looking at terrain, vegetation, wind speed, drought conditions, the presence of ignitable fuels. And Even small changes in any one of these factors can dramatically alter a fire's spread and intensity. So on top of that, we have to factor in human elements like community preparedness, road access, fire suppression capacity. In places like Coconino County, where the landscape is quite diverse and weather patterns can change quickly, modeling becomes even more nuanced. So a home just a mile away from one similar home may have a completely different risk profile depending on its location and the different factors involved. So this level of complexity means that insurers are using highly sophisticated models and tools, including satellite data, real-time fire simulations, and loss data to really accurately assess and then price risk. And it's important to note that wildfire catastrophe models are complex, but they're not black boxes. These models are often developed by third parties, very specialized companies that are informed by decades of research and incorporate the latest science. In some places, models are showing wildfire risk that's just simply higher than in previous decades. Additionally, there are more regulatory oversights to help ensure that consumers are protected and insurers can maintain solvency in the event of a large wildfire or another natural disaster. So in the next slide, I'm going to dive just a little bit more in detail on wildfire catastrophe models. And I'll share up front, there's a lot of information on this slide, but I'm going to take a little bit of time to talk through some of it and the main factors to consider here. So with more data available and advancements in technology and analytics, catastrophe models have increasingly served as a critical tool to manage risk. And these models are principally a financial tool. They're designed to help quantify the financial impact of a range of potential future disasters by informing where future events are likely to occur and then how intense those events could be. So while catastrophe models, the individual models may differ, here you can see some examples of the various factors that wildfire models might consider. As I mentioned before, these look at numerous factors, the interactions between weather and vegetation, as well as topography and other variables. The models may also consider community and parcel specific factors, such as defensible space or the construction materials that a home is made of. They might leverage aerial imagery, such as satellite data to help assess vegetation that's next to a home, or use other data records to verify a building's features, such as siding material and type of building materials. So the primary importance of these catastrophe models is to ensure that insurance companies have enough capital to be able to cover very high severe events. These data inputs collectively, the output from wildfire models, contribute to what's known as a wildfire risk score. And so how your home is constructed and its proximity to where fire is more likely to originate and spread will vary. So consequently, homes on the same street may have different risk scores. Risk scores can also vary by catastrophe model for the same property. And that's based on the specific model inputs, the source of that data, and how the model itself is designed. And so it's really important to understand that a wildfire risk score is just one of many factors that insurers consider when underwriting and pricing. And the extent that that risk score is relied upon versus other rating factors is also going to vary by company. So for example, there may be some companies that have a stronger financial position and able to assume more risk in their portfolio. So they may choose to accept properties with higher risk scores. And there may be some that actually even specialize in accommodating properties with high wildfire risk. So I'll also mention on this slide that the aftermath of a large fire that enters communities is uniquely challenging versus other perils too, because Data shows that over 90% of homes that ignite in a wildfire are a total loss. So this results in very high loss severity due to the loss of the entire structure, the personal property inside, and the intensity of the fire may even damage foundations and other features. So this all requires lengthier debris removal and environmental cleanup costs prior to even the home being able to be reconstructed. So there are additional living expenses where residents are out of their home for a considerable amount of time. For other disasters like hail or tornado, for instance, maybe only part of the home was damaged, or a temporary repair might allow the homeowner to move back in while the rest of the home is repaired. So wildfire is really uniquely challenging in that way. So these circumstances have led to various legislative proposals in Western states to try and provide consumers with more coverage benefits and lengthier timeframes in the recovery process. And while these proposals are all largely well-intentioned, this broadening of coverage creates higher costs and more volatility for insurers to model and price wildfire risk. In our advocacy, we stress that wildfires are a natural and essential part of many landscapes, and we simply cannot suppress all fires. We also can't overregulate markets or price our way out of natural catastrophe risk. Unfortunately, many of the policy proposals that we've seen introduced in Western states have increased exposures and costs, including regulatory compliance burdens or constraints in managing exposures. For example, in response to underwriting and pricing actions, several states have considered constraining the use of catastrophe models, including requiring mandatory disclosures and appeals processes related to risk scores that I described earlier. And so these changes require really complex and costly actions on the insurer side to actually operationalize and roll out. And those extra resources and costs hit smaller insurers particularly hard. Some states have also enacted laws that allow moratoriums on canceling or non-renewing insurance following a disaster. And this leads to greater uncertainty in the ability for an insurer to manage its exposure, which can inadvertently lead to companies pulling back in a market. So unfortunately, some of these policies or programs that I'm describing fail to address the real underlying issue that's resulting in market disruption. And they can also have some unintended consequences. So we ultimately believe that policymakers shouldn't focus on programs that simply hide or mask risk by growing costs or shifting risk onto state-based plans, but instead address the underlying costs themselves through mitigation. And so now I'm going to transition to really talking about solutions. So we know that when homes are mitigated to be more resilient, they are more likely to survive a disaster, and that greatly improves insurability. A primary goal is to build alignment among stakeholders around the science to reduce potential losses. So as I mentioned previously, our top policy priorities include improving policies related to where and how we build, such as better land use policies and stronger building codes. And we're also encouraging states and communities to have really a data-driven approach to identify and communicate risk to residents, as well as having resources to help support community action. There are also additional infrastructure and emergency response needs, such as strengthening utility equipment and additional firefighting resources. APCIA has been proactively lobbying state and federal legislators, as well as agencies, to support these stronger mitigation and resiliency goals. Insurers fund and support the Insurance Institute for Business and Home Safety, or IBHS. And Lucinda briefly mentioned this, and I believe you will have a presentation on IBHS or from IBHS next time, but touch on a little bit of their work here. IBHS performs scientific research on how to reduce impacts from natural disasters impacting residential and commercial buildings. So in the wildfire space, they've developed a science-based program known as Wildfire Prepared. And items in the sort of orange, reddish, brown color at the bottom are elements that are viewed as critical actions to reduce risk from embers, while the items that are shown in blue provide another layer of protection against direct flame. And we focus first and foremost on the ember piece, since overwhelming majority of homes that burn in wildfire are ignited from embers. One of the most important elements is establishing a 5-foot non-combustible zone in the space immediately around the home. And research has shown that property owners who clear the vegetation and other combustible material from that perimeter can nearly double their structure's likelihood of surviving a wildfire. So in addition to that ember-resistant buffer around the home, we also recommend homes having Class A fire-rated roofs, and then other external features such as ember-resistant vents and a minimum distance of 6 inches from the ground to any combustible materials that are on the exterior walls. Kind of at the higher level of resilience, homeowners can consider non-combustible siding. They should be looking at non-combustible fences and gates and installing multi-pane tempered glass windows. And then there are also additional actions for attached decks and sheds and other structures that may be present on the property. And also I'll mention here that really regular maintenance, like clearing debris from roofs and gutters and trimming trees and shrubs, removing dead vegetation, all of these are important elements as well that's ongoing. And those can't just be like a one-time action. They really need to be done on a regular basis. IBHS recently launched a 90-minute online learning course that helps homeowners better understand the science of wildfire and some of their research-based actions that can reduce risk there. So unique to the wildfire peril, community-level mitigation is also needed, since a structure that ignites can pose a risk to other adjacent structures. So IBHS developed a neighborhood version of their wildfire prepared home program. The neighborhood version requires homes around the perimeter of a community to have a higher level of defense than homes inside the community. Now I'll just show a few examples of some mitigation in action. On the left is a home that's been called the Red Roof House or a Miracle House, and it survived the 2023 Lahaina fire in Hawaii. And then on the right is another illustration of the IBHS Wildfire Prepared Home program elements. But this Red Roof House is a historic home that had a restoration project completed in 2022. And according to the owners, they removed about 5 layers of asphalt shingle roofs or an asphalt roof and installed a commercial grade metal roof that included an air pocket to allow heat to dissipate. And then at the ground level, they removed all vegetation along the house's drip line and added a stone buffer. And this was a step that they took not to protect against fire, actually, but to protect against termites. So while these strategies weren't intended for wildfire mitigation, they ultimately were consistent with the work of IBHS to create that ignition-resistant zone around the house. And so as a result of these renovations and upgrades, this home sustained only very minimal damage, where, as you can see, the rest of the homes in the community were a total loss. So what's increasingly clear from research in this example is that mitigation can really result in a meaningful decrease in losses, which when done at scale should positively impact the availability and affordability of insurance for consumers. Working with IBHS, the town of Paradise, California, which was devastated by the Camp Fire in 2018, is rebuilding their community to a higher building and defensible space standard. So they're actually the first community in California to adopt the wildfire prepared home framework into their local ordinance and are requiring all new and rebuilt homes to meet and maintain this designation. On June 22nd of 2022, this home in Paradise, shown in these images, was the first home in the country to receive the new IBHS wildfire prepared home designation. And at least one major insurance company has announced plans to re-enter the Paradise market as a result of their adoption of the IBHS standard. 7 months later, a home in Chino Hills, California, was the first to receive the IBHS Wildfire Prepared Home Plus designation. So this includes some of those additional mitigation actions that I talked about, upgraded windows and doors, non-combustible siding, and some other alterations. And then in March of this year, a new community that was built by KB Homes in Escondido, California, was the first to be recognized as an IBHS wildfire resilient neighborhood. So in California, the difference in cost to build a home to the new IBHS wildfire prepared home designation has been shown to be less than about $3,000. So recognizing this minimal difference versus the cost to later retrofit existing structures, we're seeing communities and commitments from some volume home builders in the West to build new homes in wildfire areas to this IBHS standard. Creating a defensible space against wildfire does not necessarily mean sacrificing curb appeal. It doesn't require a fortune also to make changes that can meaningfully reduce risk. CSAA Insurance Group, IBHS, and UC Berkeley recently sponsored a design contest for innovative, affordable ideas for homeowners that emphasize wildfire defense while still preserving attractiveness. So most of the homes that are ignited in wildfire are due to embers, which I mentioned. So that mitigation, especially in the 5-foot zone closest to the home, is most critical and can involve some simple changes that improve safety without necessarily sacrificing a kind of a visually appealing landscape. Also, fire-resistant features like stucco, stone, fire cement siding, gravel pathways, these can all serve as effective wildfire-resistant barriers. So when choosing wildfire resilient landscaping, the focus should be on selecting plants also that have a high moisture content and don't accumulate large amounts of dead material. Oftentimes there are native drought tolerant plants that are less flammable than traditional landscaping that can provide fire safety and landscaping that's suited to the local climate. So for homeowners, you know, in Coconino County, in particular, where maybe there's more forested or more remote areas, creating defensible space doesn't mean clear cutting your entire property and removing all trees and vegetation, leaving some kind of barren moonscape or something. Defensible space can involve strategic thinning, pruning, and the use of fire-resistant plants and different materials to break up fuel continuity and to really slow the spread of a potential fire. The Colorado State Forest Service, here in my state where I live, recommends a layered approach with the most stringent fuel reduction in the area directly around the house and becoming less restrictive further out. And so, you know, properly spaced trees and shrubs with pruned lower branches can help prevent fire from climbing up into the canopy and leading to a much bigger fire that way. Also, I'll just mention briefly again that clearing the vegetation and keeping gutters free of debris and that ongoing maintenance is also essential. The IBHS Wildfire Prepared Home Program is currently available in California and Oregon, but a handful of other states are considering adopting its framework for certification. However, I'll mention that just because Arizona isn't yet certified, it doesn't mean that residents can't follow the guidance and take some of the actions to mitigate their property. Increasingly, insurance companies are using catastrophe models for the reasons I mentioned earlier, but also to help provide mitigation discounts to reduce consumer costs. So what's crucial to understand with any kind of insurance discount is that the science has to show that wildfire mitigation results in a meaningful reduction in risk. And this often is a comprehensive set of actions that taken together will create a meaningful risk reduction. And I guess I'll also mention too, as I highlighted earlier, that these actions typically need to be done at the community scale to really reduce risk to the greatest extent possible. And that's very different than other perils and poses some unique challenges for insurers in terms of how they must verify wildfire mitigation and then in turn model an appropriate discount to provide to consumers. Just have a couple more slides here. I want to talk about on this slide some actions that communities are taking to build wildfire resilience. The National Association of Counties maintains a website with different resources, strategies, and case studies to help county leaders mitigate wildfire risks and build resilience in their communities. I really like this image on the left that shows the different elements making communities safer and that are all sort of grounded and share kind of that science basis in the core element there. The list on this slide, these are just some examples of where communities are taking action, and we haven't exhaustively reviewed these programs, and these are just a handful of examples, not intended to be an exhaustive list. But really the actions taken by these and other counties demonstrate how local governments can proactively reduce wildfire risk and help stabilize insurance markets. So some of them are adopting maps that identify wildfire hazard zones and enacting new codes and ordinances that require fire-resistant construction materials. Counties are also leading or collaborating on the development of community wildfire protection plans, which lay out strategies for addressing wildfire risk. And then some are also offering incentive programs and education to help encourage residents to create defensible space around their homes and the use of fire-resistant landscaping and materials. Finally, I'll mention that they're collaborating with private, state, and federal partners to implement cross-boundary fuel treatment and defensible space projects as well. So these efforts just provide a model or some examples for mitigating risk and protecting property that communities can take. And finally, I wanted to mention some options to help consumers build resilience to wildfire. So we strongly support states in providing funding and incentives to support mitigation. We believe it's important to employ a really holistic strategy of incentives, which together are all aligned and reinforcing the same desired actions. So for example, states and communities can establish resilience grants to help grant programs, to help property owners take some of these actions to make their properties more resilient. Some have established funds that provide low interest loans for resilience projects, or there's even the idea of allowing mitigation costs to be incorporated into a mortgage when a property changes hands, that then allow the cost of that mitigation to be spread out over 20 or 30 years. Communities can also provide rebates or waive building permit fees for the completion of certain resilience designations, such as the Wildfire Prepared Home Program. And then also governments can offer a variety of tax credits, such as credits for retrofitting homes or businesses, sales tax credits for materials that are purchased to retrofit homes, or property tax credits for properties that achieve and maintain a certain resilience designation. And then finally, communities can also highlight really some of the other benefits of increased resilience, such as higher property resale values. We've seen that homes that are mitigated to a higher standard typically sell for higher values than non-mitigated homes. And these homes also have improved insurability and then avoided loss costs from different potential disasters. And then to help consumers better manage the disaster risk, insurers generally also support a three-pronged approach to disaster preparedness. And this includes pre-disaster mitigation to reduce risk, increased risk sharing through the use of catastrophe deductibles, and where they are available, the use of tax-advantaged financial savings accounts to cover the cost of disaster-related expenses. A couple of states have approved savings accounts that are tax-advantaged, similar to a 401k or a health savings account, but for disaster preparedness. And this is something that has even been proposed at the federal level as well. Oops, sorry, go back one. There we go. So in closing, really, I just wanted to highlight that addressing the wildfire challenge requires a collaborative effort. Insurers, policymakers, communities, and individual homeowners all working together to build resilience. And ultimately, we think the best solution to address wildfire risk and ensure insurance availability and affordability lies in these robust, science-based mitigation efforts at both the individual and community levels. So programs like the Wildfire Prepared Home and neighborhood programs demonstrate the steps that can be taken to significantly reduce wildfire risk and potentially qualify for insurance incentives. So with that, I thank you for your time and attention today, and we look forward to working together on these critical issues. And not sure of your scheduling, but I am available for some questions if there is time.
Yes, thank you so much for your information, and I'm sure there will be, we do have some time for some questions. I'm going to open it up to the board, but Ethan, before we do that, I have a question to ask you. And, you know, we in Coconino County have for quite some time been looking at the working and educating and working with our community members on basically fire hardening homes, doing defensible spaces, working with their neighbors to try to help bring more fire resilient neighborhoods. We've been working with the Forest Service doing extensive landscape scale forest restoration projects. We've been working with our emergency management, if you will, to also help with the detection and the fire and fighting of wildfires. And here's where we are here in Coconino County. We have a situation where a number of our existing communities, existing property owners who are doing what they can to do defensible spaces around their home, doing removal of limbs and trees around their homes. But no matter what they do, they can't get property insurance or I'm sorry, homeowners insurance, or their homeowners insurance rates have gone up so greatly, they're having a difficult time affording homeowners insurance. And, you know, so we would love to get, if we could, a checklist from the insurance companies on what homeowners need to do so that they can be considered for homeowners insurance or possibly even have a discounted rate. And, you know, I think it's unfortunate that everybody's home in paradise got burned down, and so they are able to build new on different standards. Thankfully, for most of us, that's not where we are here. And yet we're in this crisis now. So what can we do to work with the insurance companies to get a checklist, if you will, to assist in taking the actions we can as individual property owners or even neighborhoods to make sure we have homeowners insurance coverage?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that question. I mean, you really highlight the complexity and challenges that wildfire presents in Coconino County there and communities like yours across the West. And I guess I'd respond by saying that, you know, we understand kind of the challenges that you're grappling with and the impact that wildfire risk and growing risk factors have caused. And we also share your concerns and want to assure you that the insurance industry is a committed partner in finding meaningful long-term solutions to these problems. So I'd say one of the key elements is having a program that like the IBHS Wildfire Prepared Home Program, and it's understandably a new program. It's just being rolled out in select places and select properties. But that is the type of certification science-based program that insurance companies and others and other stakeholders in the community are embracing as the standard that should be met, and includes, I should say, kind of an inspection and certification process. And so it's that level of mitigation and certification that insurance companies need to be able to recognize meaningful reduction in risk, and will really, when implemented, the individual parcel level, but then broadly over time at the community scale, will really have a meaningful impact to impacting affordability and availability of insurance. So I know that's not an immediate overnight solution. IBHS should hopefully be able to provide some more information, maybe in terms of the status of their rolling out of that program across the West. But their guidance and resources for property owners exists today, and homeowners can look at that and strive to meet that level of mitigation. And I'll also mention too that we encourage residents to work closely with an independent insurance agent who's familiar with the Arizona market and your region in particular, and be able to shop for coverage with multiple carriers. That there's what's called the standard admitted market, where insurance premiums rates are submitted to the state and regulated at that level. But there is also a non-standard market, or what's called the excess and surplus lines insurers. And these are insurers that kind of offer specialized insurance products and focus a lot of times on high-risk properties, and may have specialized expertise in areas where there's greater chance of wildfire. And so those, in some cases, can provide a vital alternative for properties with a unique risk profile, or who are unable to find coverage through a traditional insurer.
Any other questions? Supervisor Ontiveros.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Almond, for your presentation today. And in your introduction, our Flood Control District Administrator stated that you are the second in a series of presentations that we have been having. In the first presentation that we had in June, that was the first time that I became aware of what you're referring to as a certification program. Can you speak to that certification program? Is it currently in Arizona? Are homeowners currently able to access that?
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. Yeah, the certification program, well, there are several perhaps programs, but the certification program that I mentioned is from the Insurance Institute for Business and Home Safety, or IBHS, and it's their Wildfire Prepared Home Program. It is a relatively new program. It just in the last couple of years has been rolled out, and they targeted California first and foremost because of the devastating wildfires that they've had throughout the state in recent years. And so it's beginning to be adopted there, and it's also been adopted in Oregon. And now there are a handful of other states that are looking into the adoption of that program, and Arizona is among them. So I believe IBHS is coming to speak with you next time, and so they could perhaps provide a little bit more detail on where that process stands. But I think I mentioned too that just because the certification isn't yet in place in Arizona, that is the model that stakeholders are kind of rallying around, and following their guidance is going to be the best bet for improving insurability going forward in the future. And so that's the IBHS Wildfire Prepared Home, and then they also have a neighborhood program. But there are other programs like Fire Safe, which is I think a little more. It's kind of a self-certified, voluntary type program that communities can opt into, but it's less robust. What makes the IBHS Wildfire Prepared Home program really critical and distinct is that it has an independent certification and evaluation. And that really is key. Like I mentioned, that insurance companies don't just want to see a box checked, like, oh, I did this or I have this. It's best if a property has been certified to meet a certain level of mitigation so that they can then factor those elements into the modeling and understanding of risk that way. So that's what I'd highlight there. And I think you will hopefully learn more soon on that program and its status in Arizona.
Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you for that in-depth presentation. It's really interesting seeing the national data and just knowing how much of a risk we are here in Coconino County and in particular Flagstaff. I was really interested in the IBHS Wildfire Prepared Neighborhood Program. My question is, what do you do if you have some neighbors that refuse to comply? Is there some work around that? Is there a way to, like, if you get 95% of the neighbors in that neighborhood, can those houses still get that benefit, or does it have to be 100% of the homeowners to buy in? Because as you know, here in Coconino County, we do have areas where folks just refuse to comply or refuse to engage. And so how do you mitigate that if it's punishing the whole community or that particular neighborhood if you have a couple holdouts?
Oh gosh, that's an interesting question. Yeah, I understand that kind of dealing with some holdouts like that who are unwilling to participate in a community-wide program can certainly be frustrating. And from our perspective, the strength of wildfire defense is unfortunately the kind of the weakest link, that a single non-compliant home can pose significant risk to the entire neighborhood, as embers that are blown by the wind and can travel large distances don't respect a certain property line or anything like that. So IBHS may have a better answer for you when they come to speak, but I'd say focusing on the education of wildfire risk and not necessarily the fact that it is mandated, but that it is an improvement that benefits individuals as well as the community is critical to try and get buy-in there. There could be situations, I suppose, where there's financial constraints that make it challenging for some property owners to be able to meet the standard, and that's kind of where the other pieces of the puzzle hopefully would fit in, where there's a mitigation program and certification, but then there are these also grant programs maybe to help individual homeowners take some of those actions. And we've even seen instances where the grants can be directed toward a means tested approach, where lower income or vulnerable individuals can receive preference for those. And I'll mention too, a couple ideas keep popping into my head, that IBHS has some terrific educational videos that that illustrate all of this really, and maybe they'll show you some of these in person, but really illustrate the difference between a home that's mitigated and one that's not. They have online, you can find them simulated fires that will just rip through a structure that's not mitigated and a structure that's right next to it that's been built to a higher standard and looks virtually identical, very similar at least, withstood direct flame and flying embers and things. So, you know, it's certainly a challenge, and where kind of engagement and education and involving a lot of stakeholders is really a critical piece of the puzzle, I think.
Supervisor Fowler.
You somewhat answered my question that I was going to ask, which is, are you aware of any grants that may be available to help communities, either neighborhood or community or individuals? I think that's, just to upgrade your house with your roof, your siding, and surrounding, and even the, site buildings, all the infrastructures, that's very costly. So just wondering if you're aware of any grants that we should be aware of so that we can help our communities.
Yeah, that's a great question and a critical piece. Kind of the base level mitigation standard for wildfire prepared includes some of the lower cost elements. So that's a good place to start with achieving that level of designation. Now, the kind of the plus version is requiring some of the more costly upgrades like non-combustible siding and replacing windows or some of those elements. So that would certainly be an area that some individuals may need financial assistance or creative ways to help fund those projects. And so it really, we need a toolbox that includes lots of different tools. That maybe there are state funds, state tax incentives, and rebates available, community funds if the resources are available for those. Unfortunately, I think it's largely a community by community basis for where there are grants. I know in my county where I live, just in the last year or two, there was a program put in place that directed state resources to help fund wildfire mitigation projects. And there was an application process where homeowners had an inspector come out and identify what needs to be done, estimate a cost, and then submit a proposal. And then, a number of those were selected for funding in the first year. And, it's a program that intends to be funded, continue, into the future. But we need more of those types of investments where available. There are, I think, possibly some federal programs to look into or consider. There's it's administered by the U.S. Forest Service, and I'm not exactly sure on the status of its funding. I think it was part of the bipartisan infrastructure bill that passed a few years ago, but that was intended to help provide grants to communities to help them develop wildfire protection plans and implement some projects that reduce wildfire risk. It could be too that FEMA, again, this is a little up in the air right now. I'm not sure exactly where the funding stands present day, but they also have hazard mitigation grants through FEMA. Those are intended to help communities respond to risk of natural hazards, but I'm not sure on their current status. So those might be places to start. And again, this is why we're out there virtually every day advocating for action and programs and legislation at the federal and state levels that can help fund and implement some of these types of resilience and mitigation projects.
And of course, we've been looking at a lot of these grants, wildfire defense grants, FEMA hazard mitigation grants. These unfortunately aren't new to us. The fact that the money's not there is continues to make it difficult for us. But I also know that City of Flagstaff is doing some IBHS home assessments, from what I understand, which is within the City of Flagstaff. And I know we're also taking a look at our WUI code. And, you know, so we're trying to move forward in all of these different areas. And I think what you're saying is it's going to be a long and laborious process as we try to move forward, both on an individual basis and a community or neighborhood basis and on a government basis, is what it sounds to me like.
Yeah, unfortunately, there aren't any kind of very quick, fast fixes that that will solve these challenges. And it, to your point, it's a long-term investment and ongoing investment. And but fortunately, we are seeing increasing attention, exponentially so. I think, you know, just in the last few years, awareness of the issue with wildfires happening in LA and Hawaii and these various towns across the West, we are seeing really a steady drumbeat of communities and leaders advocating for more action and more resources. And yeah, I think we're hopeful that that with partnerships and engagement of stakeholders, that we can make a meaningful difference and help communities protect themselves from these types of challenges.
Well, and we certainly hope that we can partner with the insurance industry to do just that. And, you know, mitigation is, as you say, key. And I think there are some things that we continue to work with our communities and individual homeowners on to try to protect their homes. And I think we're going to continue to do that, needless to say. You know, one of the areas I know that we've received some information on is possibly early detection of wildfires or the beginning of wildfires. I know we've had some information on a company called EmberSafe, which is basically suborbital satellites, quite frankly, or drones to be able to detect the absolute beginning of a fire from a very large area, over a very large area. I mean, I think that's something else is to try to work on is early detection, not only mitigation, but early detection of wildfire before it gets to a catastrophic state and ends up burning literally tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of acres. So, you know, and we continue to work with the Forest Service for our landscape scale forest restoration to again help to the reduction of catastrophic forest fire. But you know, we're kind of dealing with the immediate needs of providing insurance, homeowners and coverage. And, you know, quite frankly, I know you made the comment about legislative proposals tend to increase costs and increase volatility, but, you know, I really don't know what else we can do at this point. And if I'm missing something, Ethan, please let me know.
Yeah, well, I appreciate your strong engagement and attention to these issues. We, you know, the solutions are really centered around mitigation. I think there are legislative actions that include good intentions and some good ideas, but it's how they're operationalized or implemented that can have some unintended consequences. So we stand by certainly and are advocating and working with state leaders and legislators to try and implement changes that will have a meaningful impact while, informing them or educating of some of the unintended consequences that may not result in the best outcomes as well. So it's a fine line, I think, there.
It's a difficult one, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Supervisor Begay.
Thank you, Ethan, for the presentation. I just want to, it seems like it's so far to reach to get to where we want to go. Because we've been discussing homeowners insurance left, almost all the time with the Board of Supervisors. And, it just seems like it's so far reached out to, and it's going to be hard, to really move forward with it, but it's going to take a lot of people to really get engaged, I think, the city, the county, and the legislatures, and because we need to do something with this. And every year we're faced with a lot of sometimes fire, sometimes flood, and the homeowners are asking us, what are we going to do? What are your plans? Help us. And it just seems like it's a dead end at all here and there. So I'm just kind of thinking that where do we start? I think we really need to start thinking about that as the Board of Supervisors and the administration here, and with the help of the homeowners, I think we really need to buckle down and find out who can really, help us that has done it. I'm thankful that, Ethan is here and he gave us some base, and, I think we need to keep moving on it, because we can't afford to have the homeowners lose out each and every time. And, they're doing their part. We're doing the mitigations. We're looking for funding, working with Forest Service, and everything is there. But it's just, how do we start? Where do we start? And, how do we get the homeowner insurances intact? And right now, as a presentation was made, in 2 areas in California have it. So I'm just sitting here thinking, this is something we have to all work on together, and it's going to take a while, but we just have to keep plucking at it, and trying to make sure that we ask and get the right kind of technical assistance, and also it's going to cost funding. There's a lot of funds that we would have to be looking at, and then of course we're talking about grants, tax credits, and insurance incentives, and all this and that will have to come, once we get this thing in order somewhere. So thank you so much for your presentation, and I thank my colleagues for, I'm pretty sure they're in the same boat too, the way I feel that it's just something that we've been trying to work on as, homeowners insurance. And so thank you so much for the presentation, and thank you.
I'll just
Thank
say
you.
thank you again for the engagement and interest. It sounds like your community is taking a lot of steps, and holding this series of informative sessions, I think, is a really important piece as well.
Thank you for your input on this, and appreciate your partnership with us as we move forward on this extremely difficult problem. And any other grants or proposals that come your way that you think might be able to help our community, please let us know.
Certainly will, and hope to stay engaged. And yes, please feel free as well to reach out if there's anything that we can be of assistance with.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for your attention to this. I think it's really important to hear and understand the industry's perspective today. I think that's a valuable piece of this issue. I think, one of the pieces that I still see not engaged is how do we engage the mortgage companies and banks in providing the products to support this kind of work in homes that they in effect own, right? We own our homes, most of us own our homes in conjunction with mortgage companies or banks. And where are they in this? And that's something I'll be following up with Ethan on. I think for the board and your role, some of the key questions that are going to come out of the next set of work sessions is, how do you want to deal? There's a whole realm of codes that is part of the discussion. There's a whole realm of the certification program and how does that get implemented? Who funds that? Who goes out and actually does that work? Do we figure out how to get funding for the fire districts to do that? Is it a county program, part of a county, our building officials' role? Where does that live and how do we implement something like that? Because clearly the communities who frankly are making the most progress, they're focusing in on the certification programs. And so, and particularly the Wildfire Prepared Home Program. So I think those pieces are going to be key questions that are going to, we're going to have to consider. And what is your role in that? What do you want your role to be? And where would the funding come from? And so we just have to march forward. And we have started, but you're right, it's a long ways and it's a complex issue.
Here's my concern. First of all, first and foremost, we're going to continue to do our educational outreach on an individual basis with individual homeowners. And I know the city of Flagstaff is also taking a look at the certification process. Excuse me just one moment. So 'cause I can't hear you over there, nor can anybody else, but let me finish if I could, please. So, and I think it would be great to work in conjunction with what they are doing as well, because I'm not sure I know 100% on what they are doing.
Yep, that's one of the future sessions.
And I actually, again, here's the concern that I continue to have. And we've said it, I think everybody up here has said it. And that is that what can we do that we can get the insurance companies buy-in on being able to reduce insurance costs or provide insurance? That's what my concern is. So, I mean, it's like if we do 15 somersaults and 2 backflips and we're able to get a certification, is that enough?
And that has, that is what is being advanced in other areas is, the Wildfire Prepared Home and Certification Program that then is producing, insurability. That's where it appears to be going. But there are challenges to that because you do have to have some level of adoption of that within a community. You can't just have 1 or 2 properties
And
out of
that's the
700.
Second part.
Right.
There's the individual, then there's the neighborhood.
We have to work with the insurance companies and frankly, the mortgage companies to understand, for any given community, let's say Kachina Village or Munns Park, let's take, we have both fire chiefs here. How do we come to an understanding in those areas? What is the critical mass, right? And then how do we go about achieving that working with people? And what is that process?
Well, and then I think there's a third element here, and that's government, whether it be local government, state government, and possibly even federal government. And so I think all 3 of these need to be looked at: individual, neighborhood, and government.
Yeah, absolutely.
Supervisor Fowler.
When we talk about government, it's really the state of Arizona, the state legislators, they're in the studying mode. They don't have any, as far as I know, legislations that have been introduced. Arizona Department of Insurance and Finance Institution, they convene a task force and they're doing a study now. And I don't know when that's going to be done and what the results of the study.
What we understand relative to the DIFI process, I believe tomorrow is their last session.
Okay.
And then they expect to have a report out by the end of the year, early next year is what we're being told. There is a discussion going on right now, really being led by Coconino County and Pima County to look at potential legislation for next year. Is there, working with stakeholders, insurance industry and others, is there some type of measures that we can come to a consensus on to take to the legislature. So that's an ongoing conversation taking place too.
That's why.
And they'll CSA at CSA, there's going to be a resolution to try to achieve CSA support for that type of effort.
Yeah, and for us to know what to introduce, we have to go through this educational
Right,
process.
exactly.
And then in Congress, there are a number of bills that are moving through, and they're all very different too.
There are, the federal level of regulatory involvement is very limited, as you noted in his presentation. It's state regulated. And yeah,
It is for now. I'm not sure, though, we can continue that. I mean, we have,
yeah,
for example, flood insurance is federal.
is a federal.
And I think we need to look at all aspects on this.
And,
So-
and also a program that's bankrupt, right? So, it's
Well,
not,
that's,
yeah.
so, and one thing that may be helpful for the people that are here is how we in Coconino County, I think this is what you were asking, although I can't really hear you over there, is how are we getting this information out to the public for their, what they can do individually, what they can do as a neighborhood,
Mhm.
and what we are looking at as a local government.
I think we need an overarching, Melissa's here, communication effort. That's part of what this has been about. There are a number of materials that are online. He mentioned some more today that I want to make sure that we get to the website. There's Melissa. I think we need to develop an overall communication plan and then work, with our partners in the communities, fire districts and other districts that are within our outlying areas that have that day-to-day connection with those, community members through your offices, et cetera, getting the information out. We've had good engagement with the media on this issue. So that's a good sign.
Well, and I thought, when we get our quarterly newsletters that go out, we always include what they can do for fire hardening homes, what they can do to maintain a defensible space. I mean, I think that we have tried in many different areas, whether it be online, on our websites, whether it be on getting the information out on our quarterly news paper inserts that go out to the public, whether it be on our own individual Facebook or social media pages. And it sounds like maybe it's not enough. So I think it would be a good idea to do a more extensive information for the public. And I think we continue to work with City of Flag and the other municipalities, since quite frankly, most, but not all of our homeowners live within those areas. And I know it's frustrating for us. I'm sure it's frustrating for most of the people in the audience that we are in a situation that has been rated one of the top fire, what did they call it?
Fire risk area.
Fire risk areas in the country. And, no matter, all of our best work and efforts on trying to reduce that on a landscape scale with the Forest Service, on our educational outreach, and obviously it's not enough. So, and I mean, I get I hear the frustration. I'm getting emails, I'm getting phone calls, neighbors, friends that have had their insurance denied, or their rates are so high, they're really questioning whether they can continue to live here. So, those are things that we need. I know we're all working on, and we're moving forward on, and I don't think we can leave anything off the table at this point. I think we need to move forward on individual, on a neighborhood, on a government, and I mean local, state, and federal, and then also look to see if we can work on early detection on wildfires. It's again, I think nothing can come off the table at this point. Supervisor Fowler.
I will just let you all know that, the Board of Supervisors is doing what it can with the state, the federal, and at the national level too, with the National Counties Association.
We are members of various committees, and we are very involved in each of those committees. So like, I'm on the Intergovernmental Disaster Task Force at the national level, and we're all working to try to study this. And it's not just happening here, it's happening across the country.
We don't,
Yeah, I know. I know. I know. Yeah. Still are.
in fact, the vast majority of the action, and that was something I didn't catch with Lindsay, and was my fault. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, absolutely. No, and I think, it's arbitrary to say we had multiple fires and then we have lost homes. We've lost over 60 homes now, and then we have flooding. I mean, the impacts are the impacts, right? But you're right, it really is going to be the board, because it's going to involve community development, and I'm meeting with Jay to talk through some of that and how do we bring those pieces forward to you for consideration. And it's going to involve the county attorney, because there's debates about who has what authority over what. We don't regulate. So people asked me earlier, can you regulate the fire districts? We do not regulate the fire districts. So
Carry that just to
right.
And
there's direct damage from fire, but many people have been impacted by flood caused by fire.
That's right.
And the presentation today was about direct fire causation.
Right.
But the two are related. And that's why I think this question is properly before the Flood District Board of Directors, because of the consequential damages that come from flood after fire.
And part of that is my role, having served on the Federal Wildland Fire Commission, and Jay's role as a forester. And so that's part of the role we're playing here, to advise, irrespective of whether it's the Board of Supervisors or Board of Directors.
So, as a flood control district director, and also as a member of the Coconino County Board of Supervisors, I just think it's important to note that we work in collaboration and partnership when we talk about things such as fire mitigation, wildfire risk mitigation. We do not have, either as a flood control district board or as a board of supervisors, we don't have a fire department. That is our municipalities who have fire departments. There are separate independent districts, special districts that can be formed in Coconino County called fire districts, which are funded through taxing those that within that, taxing those that within live within that fire district and receive the benefit of those fire districts. So, and quite frankly, as both the flood control district board, and also as the when we wear our hat as the Board of Supervisors, we try to work in coordination and collaboration with our flood control districts, recognizing that they're primarily the responders in the rural parts of Coconino County, sometimes are the first responders in the rural parts of Coconino County. So, all right, any other comments, questions?
Yeah, and I think it is important, just what our chair just said, just mentioned, is that we do not fund, nor do we have authority over the fire districts. They have their own board of directors. So just to clarify that, but we do work with them. Thank you.
And you know, I'm really glad we're doing these. Reason I'm so glad we are doing these is that it is important, number one, that we all understand we're in this together. And we all have to be looking for some solutions together. And I know it's frustrating. We're all frustrated on this. But that doesn't mean we throw up our hands or run out or do whatever. It means that we look at ways that we can come up with options, alternatives, partnerships, collaborations, in hopes that we can move this forward. And I, you know, just for those of you that are here, I share your frustration, I share your concerns, and we aren't giving up. We are going to work together to come up with a solution. So again, you know, thank you, and thank you for bringing this forward. It's not always, it's not always a pleasant, but it is an important conversation. And, you know, I can tell you I'm frustrated when I hear some of our experts, and that was really wonderful that we had him before us, but it's not giving us a meaningful solution. And maybe it's giving us some ideas that we can merge together for us to come up with a meaningful solution as we move forward. But onward. Yes, Supervisor Ontiveros.
Thank you. And Ms. Andriani, I know that I believe it was last week that our Forest Restoration Director, or actually I guess it came from the Flood Control District, we are launching a community wildfire protection plan kind of program. Could you speak to that just very briefly so that all those in the audience are brought up to date on what is going on? I know that our forest director is in Blue Ridge today. He was in Williams last week. We'll be in Forest Lakes tomorrow. So we are doing things. It just never seems like it is enough. So if you could speak to that, I would appreciate it.
So important to know that, and Ethan mentioned this, that there was funding created through the Forest Service to both update or establish community wildfire protection plans. And then once you had that plan updated or established, you would be eligible for grants to actually perform the work, like reducing the threat within communities. And so in this county, there was a plan, a community wildfire protection plan, although it needed to be updated for what I call the greater Flagstaff area. And that included City of Flagstaff, Summit Fire, Ponderosa, Pinewood, Highlands, and the Mormon Lake District, Fire District. So took those fire districts in Flagstaff. They are in the process. Flagstaff's leading that effort. It's unfortunately has been going a bit slowly, and they are bringing, I understand they're going to go to the council for approval of the contract on October 7th. Then, in addition to that, the county received a grant, and these are both being funded through the Forest Service program, CWPP. The county received a grant for then the 10 rural fire districts, of which you mentioned several, and the tribal areas, tribal nations, to develop a plan for those areas. And that is underway. We're now conducting the public input process on that in the communities in the rural areas. We'll also be going to Ash Fork and Tucson and other areas. The Fredonia area actually declined to participate. That was their choice, but all the rest of the areas will be involved in the plan. And some of the tribe, I believe the Navajo Nation does have its own plan now as well. So the idea coming out of that is that both projects that can improve, reduce the wildfire risk, and then in addition, we're documenting all of the fire district needs. What do they need in terms of personnel, equipment, that type of thing, And then we understand that's where the grant program would come back in. Now, the grant program, I think the last funding year, if it's funded by Congress again, would be 26, like 26, 27. And so unfortunately, there aren't a lot more grant cycles. You know, we're obviously recommending that we continue to advocate for the extension of that program and the funding to support that. So yes, that information is out there. We've been we've done postcards into the communities to invite people to those sessions, and we will do so for the remaining sessions. And when the sessions begin, the public sessions begin for the Greater Flagstaff, we will get you the dates of those if you want to participate in those.
And it's
Let
not
your
just
community
that
know.
community, it's, we've done them
Yeah.
across Coconino County community.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And we need to
Thank you.
continue to do that, so.
Absolutely.
Supervisor Vasquez?
Thank you. I just wanted to say that based on just some of the comments that we've heard and some of the discussion we've had, I just want to remind our community that that is why it's so important for you to attend these public sessions so we can get feedback and for you to engage not just in those sessions, but also get involved with your local fire districts. I know they always can use more people that are volunteering to be involved and help advocate. And then use your advocacy at the state and federal levels, because those are the levels that can actually make change on insurance policy. And so that's where we need your help. We do go as was mentioned by my colleagues, as part of our state and federal lobbying, we do go push for the need for fire insurance and flood insurance reform. But they need to hear from you, their constituents, about this need. And so I just urge you, if you feel strongly about this issue and you want to see change, there's very limited what we can do beyond having these conversations, beyond informing our community. We need your help to go lobby at those higher levels that actually make the policy that can change the laws to make it so that it's more affordable or at least more accessible for our communities. And so I want to thank all of you that are here, that are part of this conversation, listening, and know that there are more series of this topic coming, more presentations. Please stay engaged. You know, we might not be able to have the answers, we might not be able to make the changes directly, but this is part of the education process for our community. So please continue to be engaged and help us move this forward. Thank you.
Thank you for bringing that. We passed around a sign-up sheet, those that want to continue to get information directly. We don't sell our emails, don't worry. We don't share them with anybody, but that we utilize that very effectively to communicate, particularly like with our flood areas. So if you sign up, then we'll be sure that you get the notifications for the meetings.
Supervisor Fowler?
Yes, Lucinda, if you could remind us all the things that the Coconino County is doing to help with this homeowners insurance, fire-wise programs, mitigation, forest restoration, all the programs that we have and working with all the partners.
I think we have a number of programs, but some of the ones that are specifically going to address the wildfire risk issue relative to insurance are ones that we need to look at much more deeply, like the home hardening and certification, those types, the codes, those kinds of things really need to be looked at as well. But we've been in the forefront. We're one of the few counties across the country that's investing county resources, district resources, in reducing the threat of catastrophic wildfire around both, in and near our communities, as well as the steep slope areas that create the post-wildfire flooding. So, I mean, we're out there, and certainly all of you too, out at community meetings and speaking to these, to the need for this and advocating for that, working at, again, all the levels of government. So, well, thank you very much. And next up is September 30th, 2:15, and we will hear from the IBHS representative. Then you'll get a lot more detail about this wildfire prepared home and what's involved in certifying the homes and the neighborhoods and so forth. So
And that's what the city of Flag is doing, is that correct?
I don't believe it is exactly, that's what they're doing, but they're doing a similar type program. So they're doing assessments. I don't know that they're actually they're not doing necessarily certifications. They're providing assessments right now. I think they'd be very interested in, you know, as we've talked about us working together to look at a certification program.
That would be helpful.
Yeah, so absolutely.
All right, well.
All righty.
We wanted good news. And again, thank you for community members, those online. We really appreciate your input, cooperation, understanding, and advocacy. The more we can do to make fire-hardened homes and do defensible space around our homes. Obviously, there are things we can do to protect ourselves now, and we'll work together, hopefully, for our insurance and to protect us all for the future. So thank you. Any other comments, questions? Appreciate you all being here.
Madam Chair, if I may recommend, we actually were not able to approve the flood control district consent agenda today, items number 21 and 22, given timing, while Lucinda's at the podium and you are
Flood Control
Flood
District
Control
Board.
District Board of Directors. We as staff, county manager and county attorney recommend you consider that for approval, items 21 and 22.
Thank you, County Manager. That makes way too much sense. So let's not do it. No, let's go ahead and do that. So what are the items again?
21 and 22.
21 and 22, Madam.
So we are going to go, we again are kind of all over our agenda, but we will go back to.
And both of these items, we would add are for contracts in support of post-wildfire flood mitigation efforts. So again, we have a lot of experience with post-wildfire work, and what we're talking about today is mitigation of wildfire defense and the insurance crisis that's created.
Again, thank you all. So next is a flood control district consent agenda. The items are as set forth in the consent agenda. Of course, these items continue, are ongoing, and seems almost every meeting discussion on support for post-wildfire flood mitigation, including the 2 consent agenda items. Is there anyone that would like to remove these items from the consent agenda? And if not, I would entertain a motion to accept the flood control district consent agenda.
So move.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? I have a motion and
Second.
second. All those in favor of accepting the flood control district consent agenda, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I actually meant to pull those.
I'm sorry.
I actually meant.
Sure.
We have a 4-0 vote. Can we now entertain some discussion?
Madam Chair, if I understand the facts correctly, the supervisor, District 3, Ms. Ontiveros, was distracted by a member of the public when you called the consent motion for approval. And I think in light of the distraction that was unintentional but important, the board can have discussion on the items prior to, well, you've called the vote.
That's
And I
why I'm
believe that's
asking
the
you.
point when-
You need to know, I have absolutely no problem to have discussion. I want to do it legally. So
Yeah,
if you can
yeah.
just tell us how to do it legally.
Well, the vote's been taken and the tally's been made. The ayes have the motion. You can allow now for discussion on the items. But
Thank you.
it won't change the vote unless someone in the majority decides to call it back. So
No, and that's what I wanted to make sure. I wasn't trying to cut you off from discussion, but we had voted.
No.
All right. So
And
what are your questions?
And I didn't even vote. I don't even know where that goes. I voted neither aye or
Yeah,
nay.
right.
Okay, so just a couple of quick questions, because I am, as flood control district directors, I'm always concerned about budgets, and I know that the flood control district currently has, I believe, a $10 million loan from the general fund.
Yeah,
Correct.
15.5.
Or 15.5, okay, total. So I'm just concerned about the budget and the, being sure that it can be maintained. And so I noticed that these are strictly for the pipeline fire issues.
Yeah,
Correct.
what these are specifically for is to allow us to have a set of engineering firms on contract going forward
Right.
that can assist us with both if we are, and we do have some additional smaller projects that we want to implement this year that are in the budget, and assist us with those, and then also be available to respond to emergencies and issues if we have a major rainfall event and we have damage to the facilities or, on or off for us, that we can respond. And there'll be a third one. There were 3 firms. We went through a competitive process based on qualifications, and we identified 3 firms were identified that are going to serve in that role going forward. So it sets it up so that we have them available to provide services to the district. But all those decisions would come to the board
Right.
in terms of those expenditures.
Okay, so how much is this?
Well, there's no dollar amount, there's no specific projects right now.
Right.
This is to have the contractual mechanism in place that we could do that work, that we can contract for that work.
Okay, so.
The actual projects themselves will all come back to the board.
Okay, the projects would, but is there a dollar figure attached to this agreement?
No, I don't think there is. I mean, I think that, this is just to allow us to be able to utilize their services in this area.
Lucinda, if I can, these actions create, because they've been approved, these firms are now like in the bullpen.
Mm-hmm.
They
Right.
haven't been called to the mound to do any
Right.
work.
And
but
what we do is we then get a specific project proposal for each project, right, as part of that. So that process.
And Lucinda, can you correct me, but these 2 awards have a expenditure limitation attached to the firm's work, not to exceed.
I'd have to look again to see if that was a not to exceed. Was it $500,000?
Might be 2 million.
2 million. Yeah. So there is a maximum.
Yeah.
Like per project. I don't foresee that happening, but there is a maximum.
Okay, and do you know what maybe the estimated engineering costs might be over the next 5 years for the pipeline? And the reason I'm asking this is because it was my understanding that we were winding that down, and then we were moving
Well,
to a set of
we knew we
pipeline-
had one more year this year, this
Okay.
fiscal year, of some additional projects that we wanted to complete that were in the budget. And that's what that funding would, and I can come back and go through all that with you if you want,
Okay.
relative to the,
And it might be.
consistent with the budget
Okay,
process.
and it might be a better conversation.
Yeah.
When we start moving forward with the exact amount. So I'm going to go ahead and leave it there. It's been quite the day. So I'm
Yeah.
going to go ahead and leave it there. But I do want to vote aye for these agreements, but I don't know how to do that.
And I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were.
No, it's
So, members of the board, just so that we can have a clean record and a clean vote, I am going to ask that we recall consent agenda items 20, I'm going to get the numbers, 21 and 22 for reconsideration. Do I have a motion?
So move.
Do I have a second?
second.
All those in favor of recalling items 21 and 22 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, we are recalling items 21 and 22. Members of the board, as you know, we have 2 consent agenda items that we voted on. We are recalling these items for further discussion. I'm going to ask, do any of these want to be removed from the consent agenda? Or if not, at this time, I would entertain another motion to approve consent agenda items 21 and 22.
So move.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor of approving consent agenda items 21 and 22 signify by saying aye.
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 We have corrected it. Thank you for bringing
Thank
that
you.
to our attention.
And we'll provide an update, so.
Please don't.
Supervisors.
All right, members of the board, we are members of the of directors. We are still members of the directors of the flood control district. Thank you. I don't even know what I am anymore. At this point, I'd like to motion to resolve back as the Board of Supervisors.
So moved.
We have a motion
Second.
and a second. All those in favor of being the Board of Supervisors signify by saying aye.
Aye.
We are now magically the Board of Supervisors. Members of the board, we have another consent agenda item under the Public Health District consent. Therefore, we need to resolve as the Health District Board of Directors. Do I have a motion? I have a motion. Do I have a second? We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. It is unanimous. We are now Public Health District Board. We have, it looks like, a consent item, 2 items actually. Members of the board, do any of these want to be removed from the consent agenda? If not, I would entertain a motion to approve the Public Health District consent agenda as more specifically set forth in our agenda.
So move.
We have a
Second.
motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It is again unanimous. Thank you so much. Now, we have mixed this agenda so up. What am I missing? Oh, do we want to do,
Madam Chair, we have approved item number 26 as presented by our Parks and Recreation Department and County Attorney Ring. The next item, if we're following the agenda, would be the election item to approve a resolution adjusting the precinct boundaries. And it's my understanding we are ready to present that if you're willing to hear it.
Before you take that path, you need to resolve as the Board of Supervisors.
we will resolve as the Board of Supervisors. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
And a second. All those in favor of being the Board of Supervisors, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? It's unanimous. So let's move forward. And yes, we do have, and Essler has been sitting back there for a long time. Thank you for your patience. We are now number 27, consideration and possible action to approve Resolution 2025-48, adjusting precinct boundaries and renumbering precincts in the county for the 2026 election. And we have our election director with us. So Essler Musta, I'm going to turn this over to you.
Well, muchísimas gracias and buenas tardes. I figured I'd introduce myself in Spanish in commemoration of the Hispanic Heritage Month. And thank you very much for having me here to introduce this first legislative action by the Board of Supervisors for the upcoming election cycle of 26-27. Establishing a precinct is a statutory requirement for the Board of Supervisors in establishing a convenient number of election precincts for the upcoming elections, and the Board needs to take action to that effect by October 1st of the year preceding the election. In 2022, as you recall, the redistricting process the state redistricting process was delayed, and as a consequence of that delay, we ended up in our county with 75 voting precincts, and those have been the 75 voting precincts in Coconino County for the 2022 and 2024 election. In February of this February and through August, we got together a community task force meeting to a group of citizens from representing different political parties, voter coalition groups, and election officials from the cities and towns in Coconino County to review some of the recommendations and work on the precinct configurations in our county. That task force was completed its work and adopted 5 guiding principles that are listed in the staff report, and those 5 principles make up the recommendations that we have here in front of the board for today's resolution. What I wanted to note is that because we reconfigured the precincts from 75 to 56 precincts throughout the county, we are in a way reconfiguring the county map of election districts, precincts, as well as renumbering some of the precincts in the city of Flagstaff to better align them with the County Board of Supervisors district as well. Now, I will take any questions. One thing I wanted to note as part of this resolution, and this is a mistake I've made, is that there is a fiscal impact and implication with the reprinting of the voter registration cards from the recorder's office that for the members of the precincts that will be either renumbered or moved into these new precincts. And that item is coming to the board later this month for consideration.
So I had an extensive PowerPoint on this.
Yes. Madam Chair, I'm more than happy to go through the PowerPoint presentation. I just, in the benefit of time, I wanted to be brief, but let me pull up the PowerPoint.
I understand that we're way behind schedule, but I think it's important in at least in a summary fashion to go forward what you're proposing in terms of the consolidation of precincts. And I think it's important not only for us to know, even though we have the PowerPoint, but I think it's important for the communities to know.
Absolutely. So these are the guiding principles for which we are using to guide the process of precincting in Coconino County. Effective voter access is, of course, maximized. Like that is the whole reason, the sole purpose of having precincts. We're following, these recommendations are following the current law and the legislature posture that allows for the use of the vote centers. We are considering unique cultural and voter patterns and participating on election day. We're increasing efficiency and fiscal management by decreasing some of the duplicative precincts that have the same races, and the only difference in those precincts is the precinct numbers, and simplifying the administrative process. Like I mentioned earlier, the Board of Supervisors needs to take action before October 1st of each election year to ensure that the county has the correct and adequate number of precincts. This set of recommendations has led to a couple of changes that I want to highlight through these maps on the screen for the board as well as the public. What we are recommending is that we consolidate the 2 precincts that are in Williams. There's the Williams North and Williams South into one precinct. We use the vote center model, and in the last election, we had plenty of capacity to serve all the voters in those precincts. What the consequences are is the reduction of the precincts from 2 to 1, and it also reduces some of that fiscal and management burden that I talked about earlier by reducing the ballot styles from 37 to 16. We're doing the same thing for the city and recommending the same thing for the city of Page by consolidating the 4 Page precincts into one precincts. These all have split the city of Page into 4 different areas. Currently, we're recommending having them consolidated. They do vote from the city hall, and that is an ample facility to meet the demands for the voters on election day. We're also recommending the consolidation of the 3 precincts in Tuba City. Tuba City is the only chapter that is split into 3 precincts. And again, some of this is because of the legacy of facilities and election day being the primary way that voters casted their ballot. But for the past 10 plus years, we've been using the vote center model in that community, and in a way, the splitting of the community into 3 precincts does not make sense for us anymore. And again, here, what is important is that the reduction of ballot styles for primary elections, the reduction of styles for general elections allows us to be more efficient and effective and not make any administrative errors in giving the right ballots to the voters. We're also have a proposal for the City of Flagstaff precincts. Currently, we have 29 precincts. Some of those splits were driven, like I said earlier, by the redistricting process in 2022. And we also, because we did not do any of the cleanup that we have historically done after a statewide redistricting process, the numbering of the precincts got out of sequence to represent the Board of Supervisors. So we're recommending a consolidation of some of the precincts in Flagstaff and the renumbering of those precincts to better align with the supervisorial districts. And this table here currently shows both the current configuration of precincts as well as the proposed one. And you can see for Board of Supervisors District 1, we're numbering them from 1 to 5 instead of having like out of sequence numbers again that were due to that redistricting process. The same is true for the other 3 districts that touch the city of Flagstaff, and we're renumbering them, and that allows both the voters as well as the supervisors to better have a direct correlation between the precincts that the precincts in their districts.
Can I ask a question? Because sometimes it's a little crazy. So, for example, District 1, Precinct 1, are you putting current precincts 1 and 2 in Precinct 1?
No. So Flagstaff Precinct.
Sorry, I don't understand that. So please explain it.
So Flagstaff Precinct 1 remains the same. The Flagstaff Precinct 2 is a combination of the existing Precinct 2, 4, and 5.
Okay, so 2 becomes, because I can see here, and I couldn't figure why it said Flagstaff 12. That's just one of the others you're changing.
Right.
Okay. All right. So 2, 3, and 4 are becoming Precinct 2.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
And so it follows that same sequence. Flagstaff Precinct 3
Remains same. Precinct 4 is 5, is 6 and 9.
6 and 9.
Got it. Okay. All right, good. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
It's been a long day. I have absolutely no idea what pink and white mean anymore. So, all right. Any other questions on any of this? Okay, how about in Page and Williams? Any questions there? All right. Supervisor Vasquez.
I know you're passing through it real quick through the slides, but one thing that I think is really important for folks to understand is how this increases the capacity of your office to be able to provide safe and fair elections, because it reduces the number of staff. And I know on some of these different communities, like for example, in Williams Precinct, by doing the proposed change, you go from, for your primary ballot style, from 37 different types of ballots to 16. And so I just wanted you to expand a little bit on that, since you're glossing over it so fast.
Absolutely. Thank you, Supervisor Vasquez, for that question. So because for the primary election, we have to print ballots not only for we have to print ballots for the political parties, for each of the political parties that participate. So there's the Democratic Party, Republican Party, no label, as well as Green Party and Libertarian in the city of Williams. Those races would look the same currently on both precincts that are in Williams. Like they will have the same candidates, the same configuration on the precinct saying Williams North and Williams South. By consolidating, we're in effect reducing the number of primary ballot styles that are at the vote center. In fact, also reducing the probability of like the human error of giving out the wrong ballot to a voter on election day.
So I have a couple questions. Everybody else is tired, so I am too, but I have to ask these questions. And that is that if you consolidate precincts, have you talked with the Republican and Democratic Party chairs to let them know you are doing this?
Absolutely. Madam Chair, we have spoken with both the Republican Party chair and the Democratic Party chair, and they were part of the entire process with the task force from the beginning. They appointed members that reported back to them. And both party chairs understand the rationale behind the recommendation and the precincts and what it means for the upcoming election cycle.
And what does this mean for the precinct committee people that are currently serving these precincts that are now going to be combined?
So for the current precinct committee people that are serving in their roles, their term expires on October 1st, 2026. They will be continuing to serve those precincts. The number of precinct committeemen is based on a formula of registered voters in each of the precincts divided by a set number. So in effect, the precinct committee people number is not changing because it is a function of the registered voters with each of those political parties.
Thank you. That was my concern. And any kind, so you had no negative comments back from either of the party chairs?
We have not had any comments back from the party chair. And again, like I said, like they were very much part of the entire process that started last February, as were the different voting rights groups and different election administrators at the city level as well.
Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. And maybe I missed it when in the explanation you were just giving, but so just to be clear, if there are, as a precinct that's being consolidated and there were 3 precinct captains to that precinct, one for each precinct for a party or precinct person, only one of those persons will remain as precinct or all 3?
All 3 of them would remain as available seats for that precinct because the precinct committeeman is a function of the registered voters in each precinct. So it would be the cumulative of both precincts now. So there's no change in there.
Great, thank you.
Okay, sorry. Yes. Anything else?
And
yes, I'm sorry, Supervisor Fowler.
And this will also help with the poll workers. We've been having, it's been a challenge to hire them. And then in certain cases too, some of the contracts that we have to, agreements that we have to have with these facilities, that's been a challenge here and there as well.
This proposal of precincts, Supervisor Fowler, would address some of those challenges that we've had with election poll workers and reduce the human errors that could happen at a polling location. So that would significantly improve that setting. We, at the current state, we are not changing any of our polling places, and we're not recommending any changes to how we would run the federal elections for next year in both for the primary and the general election.
So thank you for answering all of our questions, even though it's late in the day.
And I apologize. I wanted to be mindful of your time and your long days. So
This is important. You know, voting for our community is very important, and we want to make sure dotting our i's and crossing our t's and letting the community know what we're doing and be extremely transparent on why we're doing this. So with the explanation that you gave, I think we've accomplished that. So thank you. So at this point, we need a motion to approve resolution 2025-48, adjusting precinct boundaries and renumbering precincts in the county for the 2026 election. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. Thank you for joining us. I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry. This was a last minute just comment agreement that I was going to speak on behalf of the recorder just about the added costs that will be associated with these precinct changes. And you will see this on the September 23rd board meeting agenda. It will be a budget adjustment because the recorder's office is required to send new voter ID cards every time we make a precinct change or precinct even a number change to each voter. So that is going to be a mailer that is going to go out in January because we have to finalize these after our November jurisdictional election. This will happen, we'll be in the process in December of changing all of these voters' precincts in our system, and then we'll mail out a new ID card to every registered voter in the county. And it will also get them set for next year's elections if they needed a new voter ID card anyway. So that is an incurred cost. It will be approximately $80,000. And you will see that on the September 23rd agenda, but wanted you to be aware of that now.
Well, first and foremost, we have not had any good news today.
I am
why
so
don't we
sorry.
just keep piling it on, but hopefully it will be overall a cost reduction since we'll have less poll workers, less polling places. So although it may be an initial cost up front, hopefully there will be some cost savings as we move forward. I'm also going to ask, especially given these times and because of people's hypersensitivity on voting and concerns regarding losing their right to vote, I think it's going to be really important that we do some, get some messaging out, get a press release out to explain what we've done, why we've done it, and what to expect.
Absolutely.
Okay. Yes.
Madam Chair, members of the board,
County
thank
Manager.
you, Donna. We did get permission to speak on behalf of the recorder earlier today. She had commitments.
Thank
this
you.
afternoon. Thank you. And also wanted to note that these are funds that you budgeted. It's a matter of where to put the funds in the recorder's budget or the elections budget. This is a cost to the recorder's office and printing the new cards and mailing out the new precinct cards. Bill has his in his wallet, he has confirmed. And but these funds are budgeted, and we're working with our chief fiscal officer to make that budget adjustment, which will be proposed to you on the September 23rd meeting. So thank you, Donna. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Sorry
Donna.
for the last minute bad news.
No, it's really important for us to know that, but it's really important for the public to know that and what to expect. So thank you very much for that. So
Thank you.
yeah, appreciate it.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Fowler, sorry.
Yes, and I would just suggest also we have our county booth at the various events to have this information added to that. I don't know where we're going to be setting up again, but if we can add those.
Supervisor Begay.
Thank you for the presentation, and I think it's really important that we get this information out starting right away and maybe every month until, but I know a lot of people like in Tuba City, they get Navajo Times, Observer, so, those kind of documents would be, or papers would be really good to have also, so thank you.
All right, good. Other comments, questions? Otherwise, thank you. Thanks for the input. We do now need to approve resolution 2025-48, adjusting precinct boundaries and renumbering precincts in the county for the 2026 election. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? It's unanimous. The motion passes. Thank you, Donna and Essler. Really appreciate it. We are moving on, and we are on number 28, which, members of the board, I am going to ask, if you don't mind, that we table items unless there's a problem, 31, 32, 33, and 34, and have our last item of discussion today, which will be executive session item 30. We will need to come back from our executive session to adjourn, but will that work for you, County Manager?
Yes, indeed, Madam Chair, members of the board. Just consulting with Attorney Ring, the executive session proposal from the attorney's office is time sensitive, so they do need to meet with you today.
We're doing that. That's what I said. Other than that number, is there anything else that we need to do? I'd like to not to do items, maybe I gave the wrong number, 31, 32, 33, and 34. Can we table those for a later board meeting?
Where's your?
Yes, Madam Chair, and it's my understanding item number 30, you would like to
Oh, I'm sorry.
continue to.
Right.
30, and we're going to get there next. But you're right. I should do that next. Sorry.
Right. So the recommendation would be to take, if you take the executive session on item number 28, we would convene upstairs, but I'd ask that you return downstairs
To adjourn.
on the record to address item number 30, and we can make a record about item number 30.
So wait to do item 30 till we return down just before we adjourn.
I think yes, Madam Chair.
Okay. We've been so changing this
Yeah,
agenda.
right.
I'm going to take that recommendation unless anybody objects. So with that, we are going to return members of the board for item 30, and we will return besides item 30 to adjourn. But before we get there, we are on item number, what's the number? 28? It is. We have item 28 before us, discussion and possible action, discussion and consultation, with attorney pursuant to ARS 38431.03A3 and 4 to obtain legal advice regarding Under Canvas Inc. versus Coconino County, SO 300CV202500-575, which is an active litigation matter. Do I have a motion to go into executive session?
So move.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? I have a motion and second. All those in favor of going to executive session for legal advice, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. It is unanimous. We are going up. We will be back down to take item number 30 and to adjourn. Thank you. All right, members of the board, we have returned back from our executive session item. That was discussion only. We are now on item number 30, and discussion regarding county manager performance evaluation. And pursuant to ARS 38431.03A1, we may enter into executive session. At this time, and given the late hour, I'm going to ask legal counsel the best way for us to formulate a motion in order to continue this discussion until tomorrow morning at approximately 9:15.
Members of the board, the intention here is to continue the book of business that the board has noticed for action today, to continue it to a date and a time certain, which my understanding will be September the 10th at 9:15 a.m. So a motion would be a motion to continue the agenda to a date and time certain, September 10 at 9:15 a.m. in the board chambers for item number 30.
Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second for the recommended motion for us to reconvene tomorrow. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
There are no objections. We will reconvene tomorrow at this time then. We do not adjourn. Is that correct?
That's correct, Madam
I
Chair.
love that. Thank you so much for the advice. So we are not adjourning. So everybody get your little sleeping bags and I'll see you back here. That's it. Need here to have this.